all-round trainer snatching SERENA at the start. Chapter 1, Surprises and Promises from God. Please give flowers and collect. I told you I'm lucky, right? Now you should believe it. Please start to fulfill your promise now. Lin Long, the protagonist of this book, said with a smile. The man next to him was stunned. This guy is a bit weird. I have cast a spell to prevent him from winning any prizes, but now there are still lottery tickets worth 5 million. It's really weird. The man next to Lin Long thought so. Yes. This man is not an ordinary person, but the creator of the heavens and the worlds who came out to wander the world. The reason for making a bet with Lin Long was also for fun. And because Lin Long's luck was so good that he played a trick on him. Who knew that Lin Long still got the lottery ticket worth 5 million after secretly doing something, which really shocked the creator of the heavens and the world. I will definitely do what I promised you. I'm afraid you won't be able to accept the surprise I promised you. The creator said lightly after coming back to his senses. After saying that, he kept looking at Lin Long, the guy who made him feel a little weird. His eyes were full of curiosity and surprise. Don't break your promise. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. After all, those who break their promises to me, do bad things to me, and try to take advantage of me will not have a good ending. Lin Long, who didn't know that the person in front of him was the creator in the game world, reminded him. This was not to embarrass the creator, but simply to remind him. Who made him have such good luck after crossing into the parallel world of this blue planet? Things like winning 5 million just now happen frequently. Didn't you see that the staff of this lottery station, and those who often see Lin Long around them, all look calm? It's because they have seen Lin Long win 5 million many times, and therefore they are completely immune. Yes, young man. Don't break your promise. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. That's right, that's right. Everyone around followed to persuade the creator, fearing that the other party would be stubborn again, and if there was any problem, it would cause a turmoil in the city. The news will also appear again that someone is unlucky because he doesn't believe in evil and doesn't keep his promise to Lin Long. All the media may surround the lottery shop they often visit, so that a lot of people can't continue to buy lottery tickets. What should they do if they are used to coming here? So these people who know that science cannot be applied to Lin Long, a freak, will be so amiable to persuade the God of creation they don't know. I will give you what I promised you. I just hope you won't be too surprised later. The God of creation, who can see the thoughts of the people around him, said so. Then he stared at Lin Long for a few seconds, and turned around and left. Okay, everyone. I'm leaving first. Seeing that the person who didn't believe in evil had left, Lin Long said hello to the acquaintances around him and left. He was in a very good mood. He kept looking at the check in his hand, and felt happy. I have money again. What should I buy this time? Lin Long thought silently while walking on the road. He didn't notice the bus driving towards him not far away. I don't know what the old man is thinking. He must let this kid go to other worlds. Forget it, no matter what. I'll just complete my mission. The one who was sent by the God of creation to give Lin Long a surprise and a promise thought so. But the speed of driving the bus towards Lin Long did not slow down. It didn't stop until Lin Long was knocked out and bleeding like a river. Today's mission has been completed. In addition, the things that the old man wanted have been done. It's time to go. After saying that, the god or immortal who completed the task of hitting people with the bus disappeared. And when Lin Long's consciousness had not completely dissipated, he heard all of this clearly, which is why Lin Long was confused. I'm going to die like this? By the way, have I offended the old man that god or immortal mentioned in any way? This was Lin Long's last thought when his consciousness completely dissipated. There was no reluctance or other emotions as people imagined. Well, is it done? Then the surprise and promise to this little guy should also come to an end. A certain unruly god of creation thought of this the moment he received the task he was assigned to, and then he took out an unknown ball of light and threw it to Lin Long in the world he was assigned to. Little guy, experience your new life well. After saying this softly, the god of creation turned around and took out his mobile phone to continue playing his game, and occasionally scolded a bunch of scumbags. It was completely impossible to tell that this was a god who created the heavens and the worlds. On the other side, Lin Long, who was completely arranged by the god of creation, had appeared in a certain world at this moment. It's just that his body was minimized a lot. About the same as a normal 5 or 6-year-old child. The good thing is that Lin Long did not change from a boy to a girl because of appearing in other worlds. This is also very lucky. Time passed little by little. Lin Long, whose body returned to the age of 5 or 6, opened his eyes. Where is this? Lin Long thought a little confused after opening his eyes. Then he looked around carefully, fearing to miss any details. My body seems to be minimized. Is this the surprise and promise given by the unknown god or immortal who lost the bet to me? I don't know if he gave me a golden finger. Lin Long said so after looking at everything around him. This is what he judged based on what he heard before he died again. That's right, this is not the first time Lin Long died. The world where he was sent here by the Creator God was the world where he traveled through when he was hit by a bus for the first time. It's just that there is no difference between it and the Blue Star where he was first, so Lin Long was not able to do plagiarism according to the law of traversers. But fortunately, he found that his luck was unexpectedly good, so even if he was born an orphan, his life was still very comfortable. System loading. 90%. 100%. Loading completed. Just when Lin Long was trying to figure out where he had come to this new world that he couldn't determine at the moment, the system's voice was ringing in his ears. Oh. Not bad. I know how to give you a system. Lin Long said when the system finished loading. There was indescribable excitement on his face. Then he went to see what functions his system had. This system is a 1 yuan flash sale mall. The things that appear in the system are all items that exist or don't exist in this world, including living things but not creatures like humans. In addition, the items in the system mall will be refreshed once a day for free. And 5 kinds of items appear at a time in the system, with random quantities. After purchasing the current item, after refreshing, 5 kinds of items will appear in the mall again in random quantities. For specific details, please check it yourself. Note, each item counts as 1, for example, if you only buy one of 99 Pokeballs, it only costs 1 yuan, but if you buy all of them, it costs 99 yuan. After reading the system information, Lin Long touched his pocket as soon as he could, and was stunned when he found a 100 yuan coin that he had never seen before. Chapter 2, The Soul is a Mistress? Seeking Flowers in Collection. 100 yuan coin? It seems that there is no such coin in the traditional Dragon Kingdom. And the standard style of this coin is very similar to that of Sakura Kingdom. It seems that the world I came to is a world related to Sakura Kingdom. I just don't know what this world is like. Looking at the 100 yuan coin in his hand, Lin Long thought so. Then he touched the other pockets on his body, and found that there was only a certificate similar to an ID card. And the corners of his mouth twitched. It's not because this body is too poor, but because of the name on the ID card. After all, the name on the ID card is Xiao San, which makes Lin Long speechless. It makes him think of a third brother who likes rabbits next door, and he can't help but feel a little overwhelmed. No. I have to go to the law enforcement agency of this world. Let them help change the name. If they don't help, I'll just lie on the ground and can't get up. Thinking so, Lin Long didn't even have time to check the business Jodo region in the system and ran in a certain direction, not remembering that he didn't know the way at all when he first arrived in this world. Oh my god! This is Pokemon's place. Lin Long, who didn't know the way, ran for a while and found that many Pokemon appeared around him. He didn't know that he was sent to the Pokemon world. Although I know the world I am in. But I don't know what time period it is. I don't know if that idiot Ash has started his journey. Lin Long thought so after looking at the Pokemon that appeared around him for a while. Then he remembered something and said in person, it shouldn't be too far from the plot. After all, the god who can send out the system without doing anything is quite reliable. It won't make me know nothing. Thinking of this, Lin Long looked at the Pokemon around him while walking in a certain direction. From his appearance, he knew that he had completely forgotten about the system. In this way, Lin Long, with his curiosity about the Pokemon world, took a long time to see the town appear. Go in and take a look. There should be someone in the nearby town who knows the original body. With this thought in mind, Lin Long walked towards the town. Isn't this Xiao-san? Did you come back from looking for Pokemon? Not long after Lin Long entered the town, a beautiful aunt and some uncles greeted him. Seeing their familiarity, it was obvious that they were familiar with the behavior of Lin Long's former Xiao-san. Ah! Yes. Hearing someone greet him, Lin Long responded reflexively. Then he chatted with the uncle and aunt who didn't find anything unusual about him and left. Not long after, Lin Long came to Officer Jenny with a heroic spirit. Officer Jenny. Can you help me re-register my name? Seeing Officer Jenny who was very idle not far away, Lin Long asked without thinking. I told you a long time ago that your name was not good and asked you to change it. Now you know it. Looking at the very familiar child in front of him, Officer Jenny teased. Obviously, the person whose original name was Xiao-san did not agree, did not know what this name represented, and did not know that Officer Jenny had done it for the original person's good. This led to such an embarrassment when Lin Long came to Officer Jenny and asked to change his name. Looking at Officer Jenny who was teasing him, Lin Long cursed his original self in his heart, and then nodded with a little unnaturalness. Xiao-san, you must have known the other meaning of your name from somewhere, right? Officer Jenny looked at Lin Long who was a little unnatural in front of her and said in a firm tone. Lin Long was stunned for a moment when he did not expect Officer Jenny to think so, and then nodded without thinking. Come with me. I'll get you a new ID. Did you lose your previous ID? Seeing Lin Long nod, Officer Jenny took him to the place where he worked and asked. No. Here. After that, Lin Long took out his ID that could prove his identity. What do you want to be called in your new name? Xiao-san. Officer Jenny asked after taking the ID. I like dragons. The new name will be Xiao Long. It's convenient and easy to remember. Thinking of his name and the dragon country where he lived in his previous life and the previous life, Lin Long said this name with a very sure tone, which surprised Officer Jenny. After all, in her impression, Lin Long was the original Xiao-san. Although his personality was not very introverted, it was not much better. When she talked to him before, his voice was not very loud. However, he was so imposing now, which made Officer Jenny stunned for a moment. Fortunately, Officer Jenny didn't think much about it. She just simply thought that the former Xiao-san, and now Lin Long, could also be said to be Xiao Long, took the initiative to change. Therefore, Officer Jenny, who was only slightly surprised, immediately logged into the system to help Lin Long, hereinafter referred to as Xiao Long, change his name. Okay, the new name has been changed. This is the new ID Xiao-san. After a while, Officer Jenny, who helped Xiao Long change his name, gave him the new ID and teased him, which made Xiao Long feel helpless. But he didn't say anything. Because he knew it was a joke, he just smiled awkwardly and waved goodbye to Officer Jenny. It seems that Xiao-san, no, it should be Xiao Long who has changed a lot. Looking at Xiao Long running out with full energy, Officer Jenny thought. But he was more happy for him. Xiaolong, who didn't know that Officer Jenny had so many dramas in her heart, came to the forest where he was before. On the way, he met many people who knew the original body, and greeted each other one by one, which surprised all those who knew Xiaolong's original body. But these people didn't think too much, just thought that Xiaolong thought the same, and responded to him very enthusiastically. Of course. When they called Xiaolong's previous name Xiaosan, he refuted and said that he had changed his name to Xiaolong. But those people didn't care, and still called Xiaolong Xiaosan, which made Xiaolong very helpless. And he had to let those who knew his original body call him Xiaosan. After all, he would have to rely on those uncles, aunts, and sisters in the neighborhood for free meals in the future, otherwise, would he, who couldn't cook and was an orphan in his third life, eat grass? It's so hard for me. Thinking of this, Xiaolong couldn't help but sigh. Then he found a place to sit down and rest, and see what good things there were in the 1 yuan flash sale mall in the system today. Pokeball *99. Antidote *99. Potion *99. Infinite Space Backpack *1. Firestone *3. 6 Pokeballs, Infinite Space Backpack. 3 Firestones. Forget about the other items. Who made me not even have Pokemon now? It's a waste to buy them. After reading the 5 items today, Xiaolong thought silently, and closed them all without thinking. P.S. Ask for flowers in collection. Chapter 3, Working part-time at the Yamanashi Laboratory and eating for free. Asking for flowers in collections. There are still 90 yuan left. I wonder what I can buy to eat? But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I can capture Pokemon with Pokeballs. Xiaolong was a little excited when he thought of this. After all, he had the opportunity to get the Pokemon he had always wanted in his previous 2 lives. How could Xiaolong not be excited? Let's see if I can secretly capture those wild Pokemon with Pokeballs when they are not paying attention. If not, I will go back to Sandgem Town to find Professor Rowan. After being excited for a while, Xiaolong found a bush with this idea and squatted down, wanting to see if there was a chance to sneak attack and capture a slightly better wild Pokemon. As for Sandgem Town, it was the town that Xiaolong returned to before. That's right. Xiaolong's original Xiaosan's home was in Sandgem Town. So he had such a plan. This is also a friendly point for him. After all, Professor Rowan and Professor Oak are both easy to talk to. As long as he pretends to be pitiful and asks for shelter, there is a 90% chance that he will stay. This is Xiaolong's backup plan, and it is also his last helpless move. Forget it, why think so much? Let's see if I can capture a Pokemon first. Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Xiaolong, who has already put on his backpack, squatted in the bushes motionlessly, looking at the Pokemon that appeared around, preparing to capture the one he wants. After looking around, Starly is still better. Other Pokemon that are more common in Sinnoh, such as Bidoof, Budew, Krikito, etc., are not my favorite. After a long time, Xiaolong, who had been squatting in the bushes for a long time, thought so. Then he took out a Pokeball and threw it at a Starly that was eating the fallen fruit on the ground without hesitation. The Pokeball drew an arc in the air, and then fell directly on the unsuspecting Starly's head, knocking her unconscious and crashing into the Pokeball. Xiaolong. It seems like I used too much force. Xiaolong said softly with an awkward smile after a few seconds of silence. Because he clearly saw that Starly was captured by being knocked unconscious by his Pokeball, which was a scene he could never have imagined, Xiaolong was silent for a few seconds. Let's go, let's go. Xiaolong smiled awkwardly, ran over to take the Pokeball that captured Starly and ran to Sandgem Town. Xiao-san is back. Do you want to have dinner at my house? After a while, Xiaolong, who returned to Sandgem Town, heard someone invite him to dinner. No need. I have something to do at Professor Rowan's place. I'll have dinner at Professor Rowan's place. After waving his hand to thank the uncle who invited him to dinner, Xiaolong ran straight in a certain direction, and that was where Professor Rowan's laboratory was. Professor Rowan. I captured a Pokemon. Can you help me check its health? Xiaolong shouted as he ran into the Yamanashi laboratory. He attracted the attention of Professor Rowan and his assistant. It's Xiao-san. Did you pick up your backpack? Professor Rowan saw the person clearly and was not surprised to find that it was Xiaolong, but was surprised at where his space backpack came from. Yet, Xiaolong nodded, not expecting Professor Rowan to think so. Then he thought of something and said to Professor Rowan, Professor, I have changed my name to Xiaolong, you can call me Xiaolong from now on, the previous name is to that. As he said, Xiaolong was still a little embarrassed. Professor Rowan was slightly stunned. But he didn't say anything. The previous name of Xiao-san was really not nice. And he agreed to change it. By the way, you said before that you wanted to show me the Pokemon you captured. Where is that Pokemon? Professor Rowan asked after being stunned by Xiaolong's words. Here. Xiaolong took out the Pokeball that captured Starly and released Starly. It's Starly. Professor Rowan's assistant looked at Xiaolong in surprise. After all, there are still very few people who can capture Pokemon with their own strength. Not to mention that it is a child of 5 or 6 years old. Professor Rowan's assistant couldn't help but be surprised. He is in good health. He has some minor injuries, so he just needs to rest for a day and take some medicine. After being surprised, Professor Rowan's assistant said after helping Xiaolong check Starly's physical condition. But the other party kept looking at Xiaolong with a strange look. And Xiaolong was a little puzzled by the look of wanting to say something but not being able to. As for Professor Rowan, after his assistant helped Xiaolong check Starly's condition, he continued to busy himself. He ignored the two. Xiao-san, no, I should call you Xiaolong now. Did you tame Starly by knocking it out with a stick or something? Then tame it. Professor Rowan's assistant looked at Xiaolong strangely for a long time, and asked after seeing that the professor was concentrating on his own work and didn't look at this side. He judged this based on the injuries Starly suffered. Haha. No. But it's almost the same. Xiaolong explained with a dry laugh. But he didn't tell the other party the specific reason. You didn't throw a Pokeball to knock Starly out, did you? Professor Rowan's assistant looked at Xiaolong, who was embarrassed in front of him, and thought of the Macamp that the other party was born with. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he said his guess. How did you know? Xiaolong was a little dumbfounded when he didn't expect the other party to guess the reason at once. Who in Sangem Town doesn't know about your Macamp? If Starly wasn't knocked unconscious by a stick or something like that, then that's the only possibility. Professor Rowan's assistant slowly explained the reason for his judgment. Is that so? The little dragon was very surprised that the original body still had Macamp. But he quickly calmed down. And the other party didn't notice it at all. He just gave the little dragon a few words and went to help Professor Rowan with research. Starly. I will be your trainer from now on. Please give me more advice. The moment the assistant left, the little dragon came to Starly and greeted it warmly. Puff. Starly looked at the little dragon in front of her who sneaked up to subdue her without martial ethics, and greeted it without hesitation, which was considered a formal acquaintance. It didn't ignore the little dragon because of the unethical way of subduing it, which also made the little dragon feel relieved. Starly, don't worry. I will definitely train you to be the strongest Staraptor in the world. Xiaolong, who was relieved, promised solemnly. Puff. Starly, who was a little unhappy at first, saw that her trainer was so motivated, and responded with passion. One person and one Pokemon seemed to have seen themselves standing at the top in the future. Xiaolong, bring your Starly to eat. Just when the two were looking forward to standing at the top in the future, Professor Rowan's assistant shouted, "Here we come!" Xiaolong came to his senses and ran over with Starly to eat. P.S. Ask for flowers and collections. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 4 Invitation to Oak Summer Camp. Professor Rowan, I want to learn about Pokemon in the laboratory. Can I stay here? Please. After dinner, Xiaolong begged. No problem. After staring at Xiaolong carefully for a while, Professor Rowan said something that made him very happy. Congratulations, Xiaolong. The assistant beside him looked at the excited Xiaolong and gave his blessings. Thank you. Suppressing his excitement, Xiaolong hurriedly thanked Professor Rowan, and then said, "If you need my help, please let me know." Yes. Professor Rowan and the assistant looked at each other and nodded. They knew that this was Xiaolong's intention, so they did not refuse. In this way, Xiaolong began his study career in Yamanashi Laboratory. During this period, he was in charge of the distribution of Pokemon food in the entire laboratory. And there was no mistake, which surprised Professor Rowan and his assistant. In the end, it can only be attributed to talent and diligence. Of course, in between learning about Pokemon and helping out at the Yamanashi Laboratory, Xiaolong would often take Starly out for training. A week later, Xiaolong, who had already used the remaining 90 yuan to buy many items from the mall, was now in distress. The reason was that he had no more money. Even if there were good things in the mall, he couldn't buy them. This was undoubtedly painful for him. Professor Rowan, does Sandgem Town collect evolution stones? Xiaolong had no choice but to ask Professor Rowan with a helpless mood. What's wrong? Are you short of money? Professor Rowan, who was busy, was very curious about why the other party was short of money. Well, so I want to sell some evolution stones I picked up before. Xiaolong gave a positive answer without hesitation. If you are really short of money, Xiaolong, I can give you some. No need to sell evolution stones. The assistant next to him said that he was willing to give Xiaolong some money for emergency. As for Xiaolong's lack of money, it was nothing. After all, his orphan status is here. If he has money, there must be something fishy. No. Absolutely not. I am a person with a bottom line. You let me study here, I have already given you nothing to repay you. Now you want to give me money? Absolutely not. When Xiaolong heard this, he replied without thinking. The firmness of his tone made Professor Rowan and his assistant stunned for a moment, and then both of them looked very pleased. Of course there was still some helplessness, but more of it was admiration for Xiaolong's bottom line. Well, take out the evolution stone. I will buy it at the market price. Professor Rowan, who admired Xiaolong's backbone very much, spoke at this time. Here. Knowing that Professor Rowan would not cheat him, Xiaolong took out the evolution stone he got from the mall from the backpack, and gave one of each of the 3 types of fire, water, and thunder. There were 5, 4, and 4 of each of the 3 types left. Of course, there were still 5 moonstones in the backpack that he had not taken out. But he had no intention of selling the moonstone for the time being, and planned to keep it for later use. As for the remaining money of the 100 yuan, he only bought some Pokeballs and potions. There were no special items such as Pokemon and Wave Force for sale. This made Xiaolong very helpless. The 3 evolution stones of water, fire and thunder on the market are 10,000 each. Here are 3 for 30,000. Here's the money, keep it, don't drop it. After seeing clearly what the 3 evolution stones were, Professor Rowan gave the money to Xiaolong. Isn't the evolution stone 2001? remembering the price of evolution stones in the game. Xiaolong asked curiously after taking the money. Where did you get the fake news from? Don't believe it again in the future. Common ones like water, fire, and thunder are all 10,000 each. Normal ones like moonstone and solrock are about 100,000. If there is an urgent need in the current market, it will rise to 300,000 or 400,000. Looking at Xiaolong in surprise, Professor Rowan briefly told him the prices of various evolution stones to prevent him from being cheated. Got it. Xiaolong nodded, knowing that he had thought wrong. After that, he put away the 30,000 yuan and prepared to take Starly to training. Professor Rowan. Professor Oak sent an email saying that he was going to start a summer camp. He asked if we have any suitable children who want to participate. The deadline is 1 week later. The summer camp is also 1 week long. The start time is 10 days later. The age limit is 7 years old and below. Just when Xiaolong was about to leave, the assistant who saw the email on the computer open and checked it said this. Send a notice to the people in the town. Ask if anyone wants to go. By the way, Xiaolong, are you going? Professor Rowan said expressionlessly when he learned that the summer camp was about to start, and asked Xiaolong if he wanted to participate in this summer camp. Go. Xiaolong knew that this was a chance to intercept the silly SERENA, and gave the answer without thinking. That's right. His plan was to intercept SERENA, the cute Stephanie. Otherwise, he was not going to go to the summer camp, because there was a dog who had no self-awareness and was self-righteous. Wouldn't it be troublesome if he went there? So he decided to only intercept SERENA and meet Gary and Ash after going to the summer camp. He didn't plan to meet other people, especially dog, nor did he plan to say hello. You might as well go and take a look. Professor Rowan nodded after receiving a positive reply. Then he asked his assistant and Xiaolong to inform the people in Sangem town about this matter, and ask if any children are willing to go. But it is obvious that, except Xiaolong, no one is willing to go. It is because the Kanto region where Professor Oak is located is too far away, and the parents of those children are worried about their safety. Professor. Only Xiaolong is willing to go. No one else wants their children to go so far. After a long time, the assistant informed Professor Rowan about this matter. Got it. You send Xiaolong to Kanto before the summer camp starts. Professor Rowan nodded as if he had expected this scene. Then he continued to be busy. Xiaolong and the assistant also started to do what they should do. 9 days passed in a flash. This day, the assistant brought Xiaolong with a backpack to Kanto Pallet Town. Professor Oak. He is Xiaolong, the child who will participate in the summer camp this time. I'm troubling you. The assistant who brought Xiaolong to Professor Oak introduced Xiaolong to him. Hello, Professor Oak. Xiaolong, who looked at Professor Oak carefully, greeted him quickly. Hello, hello. The summer camp starts tomorrow, you can rest at my place tonight. Professor Oak replied. Then he waited for people from other regions to show up. As for the assistant, after telling Xiaolong to be safe, he went back to Sinnoh to help Professor Rowan deal with things. P.S. Ask for flowers and collections. Reading is fun every day during the National Day. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 5, Conquering Scythe Requesting Flowers, Collection. The next morning, Professor Oak took Xiaolong and other naughty kids who were participating in the summer camp to the Viridian Forest. Okay, kids. Now everyone start introducing yourselves. Professor Oak asked his grandson to demonstrate. My name is Gary. Professor Oak next to me is my grandpa. After that, Gary walked away with a proud look on his face, and asked others to introduce themselves. Because of Gary's example, the kids behind him were not so nervous. and they all went up to introduce themselves one after another. Among them were Xiaolong's acquaintances such as Gu Hao, Xiao Chun, Serena, and Xiaohu. In addition to these people, there was another girl who impressed Xiaolong. For no other reason. Just because the girl's name was Xiaolan. That is, no one in the crowd called Xiaokai and Midori, otherwise his face might turn green, for no other reason, just because these two guys are not human. The talent of trainer is abnormal. Even if he has a system, he doesn't think he can get any advantage from these two people. After all, the former is a person who can defeat Mutuo head-on. The latter even suppressed the former. Fortunately, it seems that they only have the same name and appearance. Otherwise, if the anime and the special episode are combined, it would be extremely dangerous. Xiaolong couldn't help but think when he found that Xiaokai and Midori were missing. Then he listened quietly to Professor Oak explaining the basic knowledge about Pokemon to them. Of course, among the people who attended the class, the silly thing was undoubtedly the most outstanding. Nothing else. Because he fell asleep while listening, which caused a burst of laughter from everyone. Gary, the enemy of the silly thing, mocked him mercilessly. Fortunately, Professor Oak did not let this situation continue to happen. Otherwise the first day of the summer camp would be a mess. In addition to the silly thing, the weirdo is more outstanding. There is also the pretentious Gu Hao who is also outstanding. He keeps showing off his knowledge, which makes Xiaolong very unhappy. Gary, the grandson of Professor Oak, is also unhappy. The reason was very simple, that is, Gu Hao stole his chance to show off, which undoubtedly made Gary extremely unhappy, but that was all, and he did not do anything against Gu Hao. Forget it. I'd better check my panel first. Ignoring the pretentious Gu Hao, Xiaolong started to check his own panel. Name, Xiaolong. Money, 29,824. Pokemon, Staravia. Honor. System, 1 Yuan Flash Sale Mall. Ability, Insight Eye. Pokemon Experience Buff. Z Crystal. Mega Evolution Stone. Special Item, Infinite Space Backpack. Pokeball, Normal Pokeball 50, Great Ball 8, Ultra Ball 6, Dive Ball 20, Luxury Ball * 20. Medicine, Potion 40, Antidote 20, Super Potion 24, Panacea 20. Normal Item, Firestone 15, Thunderstone 14, Waterstone 14, Moonstone 10, Solrock * 10, Bandage. I haven't had good luck since I came to the Pokemon world. The only good things I got from the Flash Sale Mall are the Insight Eye that can check Pokemon qualifications and information and the Infinite Space Backpack. After reading his own information, Xiaolong thought silently. Okay. Now we can move freely. Everyone can go to the nearby area to observe the Pokemon you like. But remember not to run too far. Just when Xiaolong finished reading his message, Professor Oak's voice reached his ears. Oh! That's great! The kids were undoubtedly very excited when they heard that they could move freely, even Gary and Gu Hao, who wanted to show off. Let's see if we can capture some Pokemon in the Viridian Forest. Of course, the most important thing is to intercept Serena. Thinking of this, Xiaolong looked at the naughty kids around him, and found that everyone was watching Pokemon one after another, so he started to move. Found it! Xiaolong, who was moving, followed Serena, who he had found, without hesitation. As for Silly, he saw Poliwag by the lake like normal in the original book, but the other party ignored him and ran directly into the forest. Don't run! Poliwag! Seeing Poliwag running into the forest, Silly, who was very anxious, hurriedly chased after it. At the same time, Serena, who was moving freely, came to the forest. When she found that there was no one around, she was very panicked and kept shouting. But no one answered her, even Xiaolong, who was following SERENA. Why? It was not because Xiaolong did it on purpose, but because he found a scyther while following SERENA. So he released Staravia without thinking, let it fight with scyther and try to subdue it. Oh right. I got the Eye of Insight a few days ago. Let's try it out and see if it works. When Staravia was fighting scyther, Xiaolong suddenly thought of something. So he quickly used the Eye of Insight to check scyther's information. Name, scyther attribute, insect, flying gender, male ability, technical expert qualification, purple strength, level 17, intermediate, skills, omitted its actually purple qualification. It seems that I'm lucky. Xiaolong's eyes lit up when he saw the information in the qualification column, because this qualification is very good. After all, the qualifications from low to high are white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold. So scyther's qualification is still very good. Of course, Staravia's qualification is also good, and it is purple like scyther. Staravia. Use quick attack. Xiaolong, who was very satisfied with scyther, shouted loudly. Staravia, who had the upper hand, suddenly changed her moves and rushed towards scyther at a very fast speed. She knocked the opponent down before he could react. Go, Pokeball! Without any hesitation, Xiaolong took out the Pokeball and captured the fallen scyther. Oh no! I lost it. I hope SERENA hasn't met Ash yet. Xiaolong was happy for a while, and when he found that SERENA had disappeared, he quickly found a direction to chase her. As for Staravia, he took back the Pokeball. Everyone, everyone! Where are you? Just when Xiaolong captured scyther and chased SERENA, SERENA, who was alone, panicked. She fell to the ground. After a while, a Poliwag suddenly jumped out of the bushes, which scared SERENA. That's why I said I didn't want to come to summer camp. Mom! SERENA, who fell and was scared by the Poliwag, shouted loudly, and the nearby Xiaolong just happened to hear this voice. So he hurried to SERENA's direction. The speed was so fast that it was amazing. P.S. Level 110 is elementary strength, 1120 is intermediate, 2130 is advanced, 3045 is elite, 4660 is gym, 6075 is quasi-elite, 7690 is elite, 9105 is quasi-champion, 106120 is champion, 121-130 is third-level god, 131-140 is second-level god, 141-150 is first-level god, and above 150 is the creator god. There is no super beast. Another qualification corresponds to the white level 30. Before level 30, only normal experience is required. After each level up, double the normal experience value, that is, the 15 levels of the elite level, is required. Until it exceeds the elite level, it is triple, that is, the 15 levels of the gym level, quadruple for quasi-elite, 5 times for elite, and so on, until the last first level god is 10 times the experience. Green qualifications can be upgraded by gaining double the normal experience before level 45, and subsequent upgrades are the same as above. Blue qualifications are level 60, purple is elite level 90, orange is champion level 120, and red level 2 god level 140, the same as above. Gold qualifications only require normal experience points for any level upgrade, and there is no multiple increase. P.S. Ask for flowers and collections. Chapter 6, Intercepting SERENA asking for flowers and collection. Not long after, Xiaolong finally saw SERENA before Ash, the fool, showed up. Are you okay? Xiaolong asked with concern when he found out that Ash was gone. My horn is injured. SERENA, who was a little scared, was relieved when she saw Xiaolong, a living person, and told him about her injury. Poliwag. Just when Xiaolong was about to say something or do something, Ash's voice reached their ears, and then he appeared not far away from them. What are you doing here? Ash, who didn't expect someone to come to this place, asked after a moment of stunned. Her foot is injured. I was just about to bandage her. After saying that, Xiaolong immediately took out the potion that can be used by humans and Pokemon from his backpack and sprayed it on Serena. It hurts. Serena, who was stimulated by the drug, cried. Just bear with it. Hearing Serena's crying voice, Xiaolong comforted her. Then he took out a bandage from his backpack and bandaged Serena. You are amazing. You treated the wound so quickly. Faster than Professor Oak treated Pokemon's wound. Ash, who was surprised by Xiaolong's quick action, couldn't help but sigh. By the way, my name is Ash, what's yours? Without waiting for Xiaolong to reply, Ash introduced himself to the two of them enthusiastically. Xiaolong. Serena. Looking at the self-familiar Ash, Xiaolong and Serena were a little speechless. Not because of anything else, but because Ash didn't know how famous he was in the summer camp. After all, among all the people who participated in the summer camp, he was the most impressive one. Even Gary and Gohao had to line up behind each other. We know. I'm Xiaolong, Serena. After a silence, Xiaolong and Serena told their names. Serena. Are you okay? Can you leave? Xiaolong, who told Ash his name, asked hurriedly. He ignored Ash, the fool. It hurts. I can't walk. Serena still felt the pain and answered without thinking. How can a man be defeated by a little pain? Or a bug? Ash straight man blurted out what was in his mind. But I'm a girl. Serena looked at Ash, who looked as if it was a matter of course and was a little confused, but still said that he was a girl. After saying this, Ash was stunned on the spot. And didn't say anything for a long time. So much so that I didn't know when Xiaolong left with the injured Serena on his back. I was afraid that Ash would meet Serena before me. Now it seems that it doesn't matter even if he meets her first. With the character of Mega Invincible or a bug straight man, I don't know how the original book captured Serena's heart. Xiaolong thought as he carried Serena back to the camp. The backpack was carried by Scyther, who had just been captured. Scyther, this trainer is a bit timid and unreliable. That's it. After spending some time, Xiaolong carried Serena, who was blushing on his back end. Finally arrived at the original place. Professor Oak. Someone here accidentally fell and got hurt. The moment he returned to the summer camp, Xiaolong shouted to Professor Oak, who was not far away. What? Someone got hurt? Professor Oak, who was originally smiling and looking at the children around him, hearing that someone was injured, he was shocked. He hurried over to the little dragon who was carrying Serena and asked, "Little dragon, is Serena injured?" "Yes. But I've bandaged it." The little dragon nodded and replied, "Let me take a look first." Professor Oak was relieved when he heard that the wound had been bandaged, and then he took off the bandage and began to check if Serena's wound was serious. "Hey! It's nothing serious. It will be fully recovered in 2 days with potion." After a while, Professor Oak was optimistic and came to a conclusion. "Serena, don't run around in the next few days, just watch Pokemon near the camp." Professor Oak, who knew that Serena was fine, warned. "Got it." Serena, who was at fault, responded directly. "Well done, little dragon. The emergency measures are great." Professor Oak, who was very satisfied with Serena's attitude, turned around and praised the little dragon. "Not bad. When I helped Professor Rowan take care of Pokemon in the Yamanashi laboratory, I got it after doing it more." The little dragon replied without caring. Then he ignored Professor Oak and talked to Serena on the side. Professor Oak didn't care about it. Of course, the most important reason was that he noticed the existence of Scyther and kept his eyes on it, so he didn't have the mood to care about Xiaolong. "Xiaolong, is this Scyther yours?" Just as Xiaolong was happily flirting with Serena, Professor Oak's voice rang out. Yes. It's mine. I caught it when I went out to see Pokemon before. What? Professor Oak, do you want to study it? I don't care. But you have to get Scyther's approval or willingness. Xiaolong was a little unhappy when he was interrupted to flirt with girls, but when he noticed that Professor Oak's eyes were always on Scyther, he smiled and said these words. He knew that the other party would not be able to stand captivate taking the initiative to study Scyther, and would definitely be hunted down by the unwilling Scyther at that time. How could Xiaolong not be happy? After all, how could he not pay a price for interrupting such an important thing as flirting with girls? Then I won't be polite. Sure enough. Professor Oak fell into the trap as Xiaolong thought. And prepared to study Scyther. But just when he got in front of Scyther, he saw the other party swinging his sickle at him. Without any hesitation, Professor Oak quickly squatted down to avoid the attack, but Scyther continued to attack relentlessly, and Professor Oak had no choice but to run away. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Professor Oak so embarrassed, Xiaolong laughed out loud. When Professor Oak heard his laughter, he remembered that Trainer was still here. So he shouted to him, Xiaolong, quickly stop Scyther. Scyther, come back. Xiaolong, who had already calmed down, hurriedly asked Scyther to come back. I almost died. Professor Oak, who wiped the cold sweat, breathed a sigh of relief. He did not force the study of Scyther, but stared at the naughty children around who did not notice the situation here. To prevent anyone from getting hurt or having an accident. Professor Oak, it's bad. Xiaohao. Xiaohao was injured by Pokemon. Just as he was staring at the naughty kids around him, a voice came to his ears. Professor Oak's mouth twitched. Hurry, take me there. Professor Oak was helpless as he didn't expect so many things to happen. But he still asked Xiao Chun who came to call him to take him to Gu Hao's place. P.S. Please give flowers and collections. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 7 The Unlucky Dog. How please give me flowers and collect them. Upon hearing that Gogo was in trouble, Xiaolong immediately became alert. Serena followed shyly after taking back Scyther. Xiao Chun. Tell me what happened? How could Gogo be attacked by Pokemon for no reason? Professor Oak asked his doubts while walking on the road. Of course, it was also Xiaolong and Serena's doubts. Because of Mew. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chun directly stated the reason. Mew? This is impossible. It is not one of those Pokemon with bad tempers. How could it attack Gogo? Although he didn't know Mew very well, Professor Oak also knew that Mew was not that kind of bad-tempered Pokemon. On the contrary, Mew was a very gentle Pokemon, and it was impossible for him to attack humans. It wasn't Mew who attacked. It was other Pokemon. Xiao Chun, who was very anxious about Gogo's situation, didn't know how to explain it, so he could only say this, leaving Professor Oak, Serena, and Xiaolong confused. Did we accidentally go to other Pokemon's territory while chasing Mew? And then we were attacked by those Pokemon. Recalling the arrogant character of Gogo in the original work, Xiaolong said what he thought. Yeah. That's the reason. Gogo wanted to conquer Mew. So he took me to chase him non-stop, and then he chased him to Drill's territory and was attacked. Although we escaped. But later we chased Mew to Spearo's territory. He also kicked a stone and hit Spearow on the head. So we were chased by Spearow all the way. Later, because of chasing Mew, we were chased by Scyther, Nidoran, Raticate and other Pokemon. Because of Xiaolong's words, Xiao-kun's eyes lit up and told them about their experience of chasing Mew. Professor Oak. Serena. Xiaolong. You are still safe after provoking so many wild Pokemon, Xiao Chun. You are so lucky. The three of them were silent for a while. Finally, Xiaolong, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, slowly spoke. Yet, Serena and Professor Oak undoubtedly agreed with what he said. It seems so. But now is not the time to talk about this. Let's go to Xiaohao and save him. Xiao Chun was stunned by Xiaolong's words, but soon realized that this was not the time to talk about this, and pulled Professor Oak to where Guhao was. As for the summer camp, it will be temporarily managed by Gary in the camp, which was what Professor Oak had told him before he left. In this way, Professor Oak, Xiaolong, and Serena, who were forced to speed up, soon arrived at Guhao's place. Tisk tisk. So miserable. He looks like a pig's head. Looking at Guhao, whose face was swollen like a pig's head, Xiaolong sighed, making Serena and Professor Oak on the side want to laugh. Even Xiao Chun was no exception. However, knowing that it was not the time to laugh, the three of them could only suppress their laughter and look at Guhao in front of them. As for why Xiaolong's slightly sarcastic words did not arouse Guhao's anger, it was entirely because Guhao had fainted and did not hear it. Otherwise he would definitely curse at him, and might even fight. Fortunately, all this did not exist. No fatal injuries. Although the face was swollen due to the beedrill poison. But it's not a big problem. It only took a minute or two for Professor Oak to check Guhao's physical condition, and he felt a lot more relaxed, but more helpless. Xiaolong, do you have antidote in your backpack? If you do, give it to me. Professor Oak asked after being helpless. Yes. Xiaolong replied and found antidote and gave it to Professor Oak. Professor Oak then forced antidote into Guhao's mouth. After antidote was fed, Guhao woke up 5 minutes later. However, he was no longer at the place where he fainted, but on the way back to the camp. Mew, my Mew. The first thing Guhao did after waking up was to look for Mew everywhere, which made Xiao Chun, Professor Oak, Xiaolong, and Serena speechless. Black lines appeared on his forehead. Did Mew leave? I must subdue it next time. Guhao, who didn't notice the expressions of the four people, continued to talk to himself. Xiaohao, since you are awake, then go by yourself. Professor Oak said after putting Guhao down. He didn't want to pay any attention to Guhao at all. Oh. Okay. Guhao nodded indifferently. He followed Xiao Chun to the summer camp. Isn't that Xiaohao? How did he become a pig head? When he returned to the camp, Guhao heard everyone's comments on him very clearly. Not only that, he saw that everyone was laughing at him, which caused Guhao's face to change slightly. He hurried to find a mirror. But when he used the mirror to see the pig head's appearance now, he felt very uncomfortable and said he would never stay in the summer camp again. Alas! He lost his courage after encountering a little setback. It will be like that in the future. Professor Oak thought so when he learned that Guhao wanted to go back. But he still agreed and contacted Guhao's family, and asked them to take people back. Tisk tisk. I wanted to make trouble to trick Guhao. Who knew that he had to go back for such a small matter? It seems that what he saw in the previous 2 lives was indeed written by the screenwriter. The reality is that he doesn't have the ability and luck to conquer those legendary Pokemon. Xiaolong and Serena and other summer camp companions looked at Guhao, who was taken away by his parents. And Xiaolong was very disdainful in his heart. Gary also disdained Guhao. Both of them thought Guhao would never achieve anything in the future. Okay. Let's continue the summer camp. After Guhao and his family disappeared completely, Professor Oak took a group of naughty kids to continue watching Pokemon. Because of the incidents of Serena and Guhao, Professor Oak didn't dare to let the naughty kids watch Pokemon alone, so the following days were very boring. But all this was different for Xiaolong, who made him keep teasing Serena and building relationships with her. I will also find a few girlfriends in the future. Gary, who had been fed dog food for a long time, thought so. Xiaolong didn't know all this. otherwise he would be very surprised. In this way, time passed bit by bit. And a week of summer camp time soon ended. Serena, goodbye. See you when you become a trainer in the future. Xiaolong shouted loudly, looking at Serena, who was taken away by her mother not far away. Yet, hearing this, Serena must have nodded in her heart. But Xiaolong didn't know all this. Because Professor Rowan's assistant has come to take him back to Sinnoh. Xiaolong, how was your summer camp? The assistant asked as they boarded the ship back to Sinnoh. Very good. Thinking of Serena, Xiaolong said lightly. Then he chatted with the assistant. Chapter 8 Anger Ashgary does not fight. Ask for flowers, collection. Open them all. See what's worth buying today. As soon as he returned to the laboratory, Xiaolong went back to his room and opened them all. Who made the Jodo region in the 7-day summer camp refresh? Nothing good. As a result, Xiaolong, who finally had some money, didn't buy anything. So he was still a little depressed. He could only hope that good things would be refreshed this time. Ultra Ball *10. Master Ball *1. Network Ball *20. Thunderstone *9. God level fighting. Buy them all. After looking at the 5 refreshed items, Xiaolong chose to buy all without thinking. Now it's time to check to revise information. After purchasing the items refreshed today, Xiaolong immediately began to check to revise current information. Name, Staravia. Attribute, normal, flying. Gender, male. Ability, self-sacrifice. Qualification, purple. Strength, level 21, advanced. Skills, omitted. Is it upgraded by 1 level? Not bad. If I hadn't flirted with girls in the summer camp, Staravia should have been able to upgrade from level 20 to level 23 against Scyther. After reading the information, Xiaolong was very satisfied with Staravia's strength. Rest. My head is a little dizzy. After being satisfied, Xiaolong lay on the bed and fell asleep. Time passed bit by bit. 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 4 years, Xiaolong was either helping Professor Rowan take care of Pokemon, training Scizor and Staraptor, or buying items in the 1 yuan flash sale mall alone. However, there are not many good things. Only one evergreen force. Double experience buff. Scizor Mega Evolution Stone and Charizard X Mega Evolution Stone are pretty good. The rest are mostly medicines and various Pokeballs. As for the money spent, it only adds up to 15,000. It is the kind of money that cannot be spent. After all, there is food and drink in Yamanashi Laboratory. Except for spending money in the flash sale mall, there is no other place to spend money. As for Scizor and Staraptor, they evolved 3.5 years ago. At that time, their strength was already level 39. Not to mention now, 3.5 years later. They are respectively the strength of level 77 Elite and level 76 Elite. The former is Staraptor's. The latter is Scizor's. It can be said to be very good. After all, Xiaolong does not have many ways to gain experience through fighting. He has only improved to this level through hard training with 2 Pokemon. Otherwise, if he had more fighting strength, he would have been able to do more than this. Not to mention that he was lucky enough to get a double experience buff half a year ago. Xiaolong. The Kanto Indigo Plateau Conference competition is about to start, hurry up. Just when Xiaolong was training with Staraptor and Scizor as usual, the assistant's voice rang out. Here we come. After replying, Xiaolong took back the 2 Pokemon. And then watched Ash and Gary's Indigo Plateau Conference competition on TV. That's right. It was the competition between Ash and Gary. As for why Xiaolong did not participate, he could only say that he was not old enough. And there were still a few months. Otherwise, he would have appeared at the Indigo Plateau Conference now. Pokemon Alliance Rock Field Round 4 will be between Gary and Jimu. The game has officially begun. Xiaolong, who was watching the game in front of the TV, listened to the voice from the TV with a blank expression. Soon, both sides sent out their first Pokemon. Dodrio and Reishu. The former is Gary's Pokemon. The latter belongs to Jimu. Since the level difference between the two sides is not big, Jimu, who has the attribute advantage, won the first battle smoothly. However, Gary soon sent Arcanine to take down Reishu. And the score was tied at 1:1. Seeing that Gary was so difficult, Jimu sent Nidoking to fight the second battle with a serious look. However, Gary was not a pushover, and commanded Arcanine to fight Nidoking to a tie. As for the last Pokemon of both sides, they were Nidoking and Golem, both at level 46, which were gym level strength. Since the strength of the two was not much different, and both sides were very cautious, the final battle lasted for a long time, and Jimu still narrowly defeated Gary. It was exactly the same as the original. And Xiaolong was very angry. What the hell is the strength to save? If I had used Blastoise, I would have won long ago. Why would we have to fight till now? After watching Gary's game, Xiaolong cursed, very upset that Gary lost the game because he saved his trump card, and wanted to rush in and give him 2 big pockets. I hope Ash's games won't be lost as easily as in the original book. As Gary's game ended, Xiaolong thought so after turning off the TV. Then he opened the 1 yuan flash sale mall to see what can be refreshed today. Rare Candy *3. Revival Herb *10. Random Top Pokemon. Blastoise Mega Evolution Stone. Sharp Beak *5. Buy all. Xiaolong thought the items were all good and bought them all. Then it's time to fuse Sharp Beak to Staraptor. Xiaolong released Staraptor after buying the good stuff, and fused Sharp Beak, which increases the power of flying-type special moves, into his body. The power of its special move is greatly increased. After fusing Sharp Beak to Staraptor, Xiaolong returned to the TV to watch the Indigo Plateau Conference again. There was a match of Ash, the silly guy. Just like the original. Ash won the match of the grass field with difficulty and successfully entered the top 16. I hope Ash will not lose to that weak Richie like in the original. Thinking of this, Xiaolong took out a Pokeball, which was the random top quality Pokemon bought at a flash sale. Without any hesitation, Xiaolong opened the Pokeball directly. Then a red light fell to the ground. And then a cute Eevee appeared in front of him. Name, Eevee. Attribute, normal. Gender, female. Ability, adaptability. Qualification, orange. Strength, level 25, advanced. Skills, omitted. Not bad. I didn't expect it to be orange. Eevee, come here. Xiaolong was surprised after reading Eevee's information with his inside eyes, and let Eevee jump into his arms. Touching Eevee's soft fur, Xiaolong took it to eat Pokemon food. 2 days later, the Indigo Plateau Conference Top 16 competition officially began. Ash was almost late and lost the game just like in the original. It seems that Ash's final result will be the same as in the original. Xiaolong saw Ash's game delayed until the end and almost late in front of the TV. He immediately remembered the original story of this fool being deceived by the Rocket team. And then came to this conclusion that made him angry that Ash didn't argue. This conclusion really didn't disappoint Xiaolong. Ash still lost the game just like in the original. Charizard lost the fight against Richie's Wren in the end because he had no desire to fight. He was so angry that he wanted to pry open Ash's head to see if there was water in it. P.S. Please give me flowers and collections. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 9 Present from Professor Rao and please give flowers and collect. This conclusion really didn't disappoint Xiaolong. Ash still lost the game just like in the original book. It was Charizard who lost the game because he didn't want to fight against Richie's Ren in the end. Xiaolong was so angry that he wanted to pry open Ash's head to see if there was water in it. After all, it was really stupid to be fooled by Team Rocket. Especially before the game. Can't you think that everyone is in the player village? Who would use the phone to contact instead of taking a few minutes to talk in front of me when there is something? It's really stupid. It makes me so angry. And Gary, who saved his strength and saved himself, is the same. As he turned off the TV, Xiaolong became more and more angry. He could guarantee that Ash and Gary, these two unpromising guys, would be scolded by him if they appeared in front of him. It was really unfair for the two to lose. Otherwise, Ash would have no problem entering the quarterfinals. Not to mention Gary. With the poor quality of this Indigo Plateau conference, he is definitely a favorable candidate to keep the runner-up and compete for the championship. It's a pity that both of them ruined themselves. No. I'll give them a good beating when I meet them in Jodo region later. After being angry for a while, Xiaolong opened the mall to see what good things were refreshed today. After all, the items in the previous 2 days were too ordinary. Even medicines like potions were not available. Almost all were daily necessities. So Xiaolong was a little depressed during those 2 days. I just hope that a lot of good things will be refreshed today. Charcoal *3. Mystic Water *3. Dragon Fang *3. Rare Candy *5. Blue Orange Fruit *99. Buy them all. After looking at the refreshed items, Xiaolong bought them directly without hesitation. Rest. After shopping, Xiaolong fell asleep on the bed, not at all angry at Ash and Gary's messing with him. Time passed bit by bit. In a blink of an eye, it was the day for Xiaolong to set off. Professor Rowan. What is the surprise you promised? Can't you tell me in advance? Little Dragon, who was about to leave Sinnoh to go to the Jodo region to attend the Silver Conference, was full of curiosity. It's right in front. I think you'll like it very much. Professor Rowan said mysteriously. Take Little Dragon to the entrance of the laboratory where Pokémon are distributed to rookies. There are 3 starter Pokémon used by rookies in the Sinnoh region, Chimchar, Piplup, and Turtwig. Professor Rowan, are you asking me to choose one? Knowing that there were no rookie trainers in Sandgem Town and nearby cities recently, Little Dragon understood something when he saw Chimchar and the others, but still asked. That's right. This is a present before departure. And Pokédex? I won't give you Pokeballs. You have a lot of them. Professor Rowan nodded and said. Then he handed the Pokédex to Little Dragon and asked him to go and choose a Pokémon himself. It's Chimchar. The Little Dragon found that the 3 little guys were all purple in aptitude, and chose Chimchar without hesitation. This is Chimchar's Pokeball. Take it. And be careful on the road. Professor Rowan said the most heartwarming words after handing the Pokeball to the Little Dragon with an expressionless face. I will. The Little Dragon nodded after greeting Chimchar and taking it back. Then he walked towards the direction of the airport. Name, Chimchar. Attribute, Fire. Gender, Male. Ability, Fierce Fire. Ability, Purple. Strength, Level 10, Beginner. Skills, Omitted. Not bad. Xiaolong thought as he released Chimchar and read the information while sitting on the plane. Then he exchanged feelings with it and took back the Pokeball. There's not much money left. I'll find a mall to sell some evolution stones after getting off the plane. Looking at the 4,600 yuan in the money column on the system panel, Xiaolong couldn't help but sigh silently, not because of the small amount of money, but because of the large amount of money. After all, these are the remaining parts after selling 3 evolution stones. From this, we can know that Xiaolong has not been able to get much useful things from the system in the past few months. Otherwise the money column should be 0. Or there should be hundreds of thousands or millions left. Who made Xiaolong prepare to sell the evolution stones such as Moonstone and Shiny Stone? Forget it, don't think about it anymore. Although I haven't been able to buy many good things in the past few months. But at least Eevee, Caesar, and Staraptor have leveled up very quickly. The double experience buff is really useful. It's just that it was refreshed too late. Otherwise Staraptor and Caesar should have the strength of a quasi-champion. Thinking of the strength of the 3 Pokémon during this period, Xiaolong was indescribably satisfied, but still complained that the buff was refreshed too late. Don't think about it anymore. Rest first. It will take a long time to get to Jodo region. Thinking of this, Xiaolong fell asleep. At the same time, Kalos region. Serena, who was supposed to start as a rookie trainer last year, knew that Xiaolong was only old enough this year, and postponed becoming a trainer until today, and got his own Pokémon Fennekin and Pokédex. At the same time, Serena also boarded the plane to Jodo region. As for why this happened, it was because Xiaolong and Serena had made an agreement before, otherwise Serena would definitely go to Sinnoh to find Xiaolong first. After the two separated from the summer camp, they kept in touch. So it was not surprising to know each other's dynamics, thoughts, and make agreements. On the other side, Ash, Misty, and Xiaogang, 2 familiar companions, were also on their way to the Jodo region. And were almost there. However, whether it was Ash and Xiaolong, they were not as fast as Gary, who had set off first. He had already registered and was heading to the first gym. The next day, Xiaolong got off the plane and rushed to the Pokémon Center to rest and wait for Serena's arrival. Qinghong City. Is it a city that didn't appear in the original book? Forget it, I'll go and register for the Jodo Region Alliance first. Xiaolong, who was on his way to the Pokémon Center, thought after seeing the sign on the nearby sign. It wasn't long before they arrived at the Pokémon Center. Nurse Joy, please help me register for the Jodo Region Alliance conference. When Xiaolong came to Nurse Joy, he took out his Pokédex and said, "Please wait patiently." Nurse Joy nodded with a smile and replied. Then he inserted the Pokédex into the machine, and then operated it on the computer together. Xiaolong's registration for the Jodo Region Alliance was completed. Xiaolong from Sandgem Town. I officially recognize your participation in the Jodo Region Alliance conference. Such a voice came from the robot the moment the registration was completed. Okay. The main computer of the Pokémon Alliance will have your record on it. Everything is done. Nurse Joy said with a smile as she took out the Pokédex and handed it to Xiaolong. P.S. Please give me flowers and collections, and the data on the first day is not very good. The author does not want to cut off this book casually. So he decided to update 2 chapters a day at most, using time to exchange for enough data before the book is put on the shelves. Please understand. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 10, First Battle at the Jodo Region Gym, seeking flowers and collections. Okay. Now the Pokémon Alliance's main computer will have your record on it. Everything is done. Nurse Joy said with a smile as she took out the Pokédex and handed it to Xiaolong. Thank you. Xiaolong took the Pokédex and thanked him quickly. Then he thought of something and asked Nurse Joy, when does the flight from Kalos to Jodo region arrive? Kalos region? According to the time, it should be in the evening. Why? Do you have friends who want to travel from Kalos to Jodo region with you? After calculating the time, Nurse Joy answered the question and asked curiously. Yet, knowing that it was still early, Xiaolong hummed in response. If that's the case, I suggest you go to the Qinghong gym to challenge first. And take this guidebook. Don't lose it. Nurse Joy, still smiling, gave advice. And took out a guidebook and handed it to Xiaolong. Thank you. Then I'll go challenge the gym first. If there's a girl named Serena looking for me, please ask her to wait for a moment, Nurse Joy. After saying that, Xiaolong put away the guidebook, and went to the direction of Qinghong Gym pointed by Nurse Joy. Really? You left without waiting for my response? You're really careless. Nurse Joy didn't expect Xiaolong to be so careless. She looked at the direction where the other party left and was a little helpless, but she secretly remembered Xiaolong's words in her heart. She didn't mean to not help. On the other side, Xiaolong, who was rushing to Qinghong Gym, was looking for the traces of the gym everywhere. Finally, he found the gym 15 minutes later. Is there anyone? Xiaolong shouted loudly as he stepped into the gym. Because he found that there was no one in his sight. Are you the challenger who came to challenge the gym? After about 20 seconds, just as Xiaolong was about to shout again, a voice came from behind him, which scared Xiaolong. Sorry. I accidentally scared you. Seeing that Xiaolong was frightened by his sudden voice, he quickly apologized. It's okay. But I suggest you make some noise when you walk next time. This way, others won't be caught off guard like me and get scared. Xiaolong waved his hand and gave his suggestion, saying that he was fine. I will. The other party humbly accepted Xiaolong's suggestion. He then said, I'm Ahong, the owner of Qinghong Gym. Hello. I'm Xiaolong, from Sino region Sanjem town. Xiaolong shook hands with the other party and briefly introduced himself. From the looks of you, you should be here to challenge the gym. Come with me. As he said that, Ahong pulled the other party into the gym with an even more impatient mood than Xiaolong, which made Xiaolong himself confused. There are too few gym owners who are more eager than the challengers. How could this not make Xiaolong confused? 3 Pokemon are used in the game. Is that okay, Xiaolong? After both sides stood up and came to their senses, Ahong asked loudly. No problem. Xiaolong, who had come to his senses, nodded. Ahong also signaled the referee of the gym to announce the rules. Now the gym match between challenger Xiaolong and gym owner Ahong begins. The rules of the game are 1-on-1. 3 Pokemon can be used, and there is no time limit. Now, the game begins. The referee immediately announced the start of the game after receiving the signal. My first one is this. After that, Ahong released the first Pokemon, Slugma. Name, Slugma. Attribute, Fire. Gender, Male. Ability, Lava Armor. Qualification, Green. Strength, Level 15, Intermediate. Skills, Omitted. Is it for testing? Xiaolong thought after checking Slugma's information with his insight eyes, then took out Eevee's Pokeball and released it. Name, Eevee. Attribute, Normal. Gender, Female. Ability, Adaptability. Qualification, Orange. Strength, Level 45, Elite. Skills, Omitted. You attack first. Ahong, who raised his eyebrows because of Eevee's appearance, let Xiaolong attack first. Eevee, Quick Attack. The unceremonious Xiaolong ordered Eevee to use Quick Attack at a very fast speed, which surprised Ahong. However, he did not forget that this was a battle and quickly said, Slugma, Flamethrower. However, Slugma's reaction was normal, and the attack was slow, and the fast Eevee easily dodged it. Then he rushed towards Slugma at lightning speed. Slugma, who did not react in time, was directly knocked away and seriously injured. Don't give it a chance. Use Shadow Ball. Before Ahong could open his mouth to command Slugma, Xiaolong ordered Eevee to use Shadow Ball. The always prepared Eevee condensed a black energy ball in his mouth, spit it out directly, and hit Slugma, who had no time to get up, at a very fast speed. Slugma loses his ability to fight, and Evie wins. The referee next to him saw Slugma with circles in his eyes and immediately announced the result. "You're quite capable. But the real game is coming. My second Pokemon is this one." Seemingly surprised by the strength of the Dragonite Eevee, Ahong, full of fighting spirit, immediately released the second Pokemon, Houndour, after taking back Slugma. Name, Houndour. Attribute, Evil, Fire. Gender, Male. Ability, Early Rising. Qualification, Blue. Strength, 22, Advanced. Skills, Omitted. EV, Continue. Swift. The Dragonite, who had no intention of exchanging Pokemon, asked Eevee to use Shadow Ball again. Houndour, Flamethrower. At the same time, Ahong commanded Houndour to use Flamethrower. The moment countless saffron-colored stars collided with a 10-centimeter thick flame, Flamethrower was cut apart by countless saffron-colored stars. Houndour, get out of the way. When Richie saw the Flamethrower being cut by Swift and hitting Houndour, he quickly asked him to dodge. However, due to the normal speed and the large number of stars, Houndour was still hit by the attack and flew backwards, and finally fell to the ground. Before Hong could say anything and Houndour could get up, the voice of the little dragon reached the ears of the man and the Pokemon. Eevee, quick attack, give Houndour the final blow. Houndour, get out of the way. Hong asked Houndour to dodge as a reflex. Eevee, who could use quick attack, was like a stream of light, and knocked Houndour, who had just gotten up, away at a faster speed, and fell to the ground again, struggling to get up. But the injuries he suffered were still quite serious, and after struggling for a while, his eyes were completely lit up. Well done, Eevee. The little dragon praised Eevee, who was very satisfied with his performance. Eevee also showed a proud expression and called Eevee Eevee in response. P.S. Please give flowers in collections. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 11 Badge and Goodbye Serena asking for flowers, collection. Houndour loses the ability to fight, Eevee wins. Just as Eevee was interacting with Xiaolong, the referee's voice rang out. Ahong also took back the fallen Houndour. Xiaolong, you are very strong. But I am not weak either. My last partner is it. After taking back Houndour, Ahong looked serious and released the last Pokemon, the Fire Pokemon. Name, Fire Pokemon. Attribute, Fire. Gender, Female. Ability, Flash Fire. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 40, Elite. Skills, Omitted. EV, come back. Xiaolong, who had read the information of Ahong's Fire Pokemon, used the Pokeball to take EV back. After all, the two battles still consumed a lot of physical strength, although it was not hurt, and its level was raised by 1 level. But Xiaolong still chose to take it back. Caesar, go. After taking back EV, whose stamina was seriously depleted, Dragon thought for a while and decided to let Caesar go. Name, Caesar, carrying Mega Evolution Stone. Attribute, Bug, Steel. Gender, Male. Ability, Technical Expert. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 82, Elite. Skills, Omitted. Isn't this a crushing battle? After looking at Caesar's current strength, Dragon couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Caesar is very unusual. Be sure to be careful. Ahong, who was a little confused about Dragon sending Caesar, after carefully looking at it, he knew that the Caesar in front of him should not be underestimated. Fire Pokemon, Flamethrower. Ahong, with alarm bells ringing in his heart, took the lead in letting the fire Pokemon use Flamethrower. Scizor. Use Sword Dance to cut Flamethrower. Facing the 20-centimeter thick fire column, Xiaolong calmly let Scizor spin on the spot to perform Sword Dance and cut Flamethrower in half. What? Ahong didn't expect there was such a way to deal with it, and was also surprised to see the flame cut in half. This trick is quite useful. But be careful not to be attacked by fire Pokemon from the sky. Looking at the surprised Ahong on the opposite side, Xiaolong thought with a slight smile in his heart. This is the way he learned from Azalea Gym Master Bugsy's Scyther to deal with the fire trick. Who knew it would be so useful unexpectedly? Fire Pokemon, Flame Charge. After being shocked, Ahong quickly let the fire Pokemon change the move and use Flame Charge to launch a close attack. Approach it and use the Destruction Death Beam. Xiaolong calmly instructed Scizor how to act. Hearing this, Scizor turned into a red stream of light and appeared on the left side of the fire Pokemon, startling both Ahong and the fire Pokemon. Just as Ahong was about to ask the fire Pokemon to dodge, Scizor's two pincers suddenly fired yellow energy beams, knocking the fire Pokemon away, until it finally hit the wall behind Ahong and stopped. The fire Pokemon lost its ability to fight, and Scizor won. So the winner is the little dragon of Sandgem Town. The referee said the moment the result appeared. Thank you for your hard work, fire Pokemon. After taking back the fire Pokemon, Ahong walked to the little dragon. He first looked at the handsome Scizor. Then he took out a flame-shaped badge and said to the little dragon, "This is the fire badge, the proof of defeating me. Thank you." After receiving the badge and thanking Ahong, Xiaolong took back the Scizor, and then left the Qinghong Gym and went to the department store in Qinghong City. Half an hour later, Xiaolong came out of the department store cursing. You can tell from his appearance that he was in a bad mood. I didn't expect those people to be so wicked. Forget about buying the 3 evolution stones of Thunder, Fire, and Water for 9,000. Moonstone, Solrock, and Light and Dark stones are only 200,000. Aren't you trying to trick people by bullying me because I'm young? If I were really a child, I would have been fooled by you. What a pity. Thinking of this, Xiaolong came to the Pokemon Center with a feeling of dissatisfaction with those unscrupulous merchants, and found a place where there were not many people to sit down and rest. Does anyone have Ice Stone? I'm willing to buy it for 1 million. Less than half a minute after sitting down, a fat uncle appeared in the Pokemon Center and shouted loudly. Yet, Xiaolong, who didn't expect someone to come to the Pokemon Center to buy evolution stones, was stunned by this. By the time he realized what was happening, the uncle who didn't get a response and thought no one had the Ice Stone was very disappointed and was ready to leave the Pokemon Center. Uncle, wait a minute. I have one here. Seeing the uncle was about to leave, Xiaolong, who took out an ice stone from his backpack, called him out loudly. It's really an ice stone. Young man, do you want cash or deposit it into your account? After carefully looking at the uncle for a while, he found that it was really an ice stone and asked. Half cash and half deposited into your account? Xiaolong thought about it and said. The uncle didn't hesitate, and immediately asked the bodyguard in a black suit nearby to take out a box of money and put it at Xiaolong's feet. Then, the uncle asked someone to deposit the other money into the Pokédex that bound his identity and served as a bank card and left, which made Xiaolong stunned. So trademark arrogant. After a while, Xiaolong came back to his senses and said what was in his mind, and put the cash box into the space backpack. It's time to see what's in the mall today. After putting away his things, Xiaolong sat down to rest and thought, then he opened the mall. Potion *99. Antidote *99. Normal Pokeball *99. Ice Heal *99. Sacred Ash *1. Xiaolong. Forget it, I'll just buy Ice Heal and Sacred Ash. Xiaolong was silent for a while because of the mall items, and finally bought 2 medicines that he didn't have. He spent a total of 100 yuan. It just corresponds to 100 things. Time passed slowly like this. Xiaolong, who had lunch at noon and spent 50 yuan, continued to wait for SERENA. Finally, he saw SERENA appear at dusk. "SERENA, this way." Seeing SERENA looking for something everywhere, Xiaolong waved and shouted loudly, knowing that the other party was looking for him, and immediately attracted SERENA's attention. "Clang, Xiaolong, when did you come?" SERENA sat down next to Xiaolong and asked with a very familiar catchphrase. "It was around 8 o'clock this morning. I also registered for the Jodo Region Alliance competition. By the way, I also got the first fire badge at the Qinghong Gym in Qinghong City." After thinking for a while, Xiaolong told SERENA the time of his arrival and the badge he got. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and asked SERENA, "SERENA, what Pokemon did you get from Professor Blatano? Can you let me see it?" "Clang, okay." SERENA nodded without hesitation, took out a Pokeball, and released the Pokemon inside. Chapter 12, Encountering Gary on the Road Asking for Flowers, Collection. "Okay." SERENA nodded without hesitation, took out a Pokeball, and released the Pokemon inside. Name, Fennekin. Attribute, Fire. Gender, Female. Ability, Fierce Fire. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 10, Elementary. Skills, Omitted. Very cute Fennekin. Xiaolong praised after checking Fennekin's information with his inside eyes, which made Fennekin very happy. "Chiang, Xiaolong, where are your Pokemon?" SERENA, who was also happy because of Xiaolong's praise, suddenly thought of something and asked hurriedly. "I'm an orphan and I don't have money to pay for the Pokemon that the rookie trainer picked up. But Professor Rowan is very good to me. Yesterday, he let me choose a rookie Pokemon from the Sinnoh region." Xiaolong raised his eyebrows and said. SERENA, who was a little uncomfortable after hearing the first half of the sentence, felt much better. She was sincerely happy that Xiaolong could get the Pokemon that rookie received. "Clang, that's great." SERENA was happy for Xiaolong with a happy face. "Yes. I am very happy to get Pokemon. But all this is thanks to Professor Rowan. Otherwise, I would not have Pokemon for rookie. I can only use Scizor, Staraptor, and Eevee." Xiaolong nodded in agreement with SERENA's words. "Clang, Professor Rowan is really a good person. But he looks a little fierce." SERENA recalled Professor Rowan's appearance and said the most true evaluation in her heart. "Yes, a little." Xiaolong had to admit that it was indeed a little. Of course. Such an evaluation is only useful when you just met him. After getting familiar with him, you will find that Professor Rowan is no different from the professors in other regions. They are all very kind and amiable people. "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. It's getting late, let's go to the restaurant for dinner first." Xiaolong agreed, and then took SERENA to the restaurant in the Pokemon Center. Half an hour later, the 2 people who had finished dinner were heading to the department store. They were going to buy food and tents for the trip. "SERENA, can I leave the food and tents with you after I buy them?" Walking on the road, Xiaolong suddenly thought of something and asked. Chiang, yes, yes. But why do you have to put them with me?" SERENA was very confused as to why Xiaolong had to put these things with her, so she asked her doubts. "I have a lot of medicines, tree fruits, and pokeballs in my backpack. If I put tents and other things in there, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find them when I need them." Xiaolong did not hesitate and told her what he was worried about. Chiang, so that's it. Okay then." Knowing the reason, SERENA nodded. Then she and Xiaolong continued to rush to the department store. 2 hours later, The two bought the necessary food and daily necessities such as tents and returned to the Pokemon Center. Because it was still early, the two people who had not seen each other for a long time were talking about their lives. Although both of them knew about each other's affairs, Xiaolong and Serena still talked happily. The next morning, after washing and eating breakfast, the two set off on their way. Qiang, Xiaolong, where is our next city? As they walked on the road, Serena asked when she thought that they didn't have a goal yet. I don't know. Xiaolong, who really didn't know his current goal, shook his head. When Serena heard Xiaolong say that he didn't know where to go, she was undoubtedly confused. I'm going to the next city with a gym. But I don't know anything about the Jodo region, so I can only take it one step at a time. Xiaolong realized that he hadn't finished speaking clearly, and quickly added. Clang, so that's how it is. Why didn't you say so earlier? Serena suddenly realized and looked at him with a bit of reproach. Then she took out an electronic map similar to the Pokédex, and began to check which city the nearest gym was. It's really high-tech. Sinnoh doesn't sell such electronic maps. Otherwise I would definitely buy one. By the way, I'll give this guidebook to Serena for safekeeping. Xiaolong said, very curious about the electronic map in Serena's hand, and gave the guidebook to her. Okay. Serena looked at the guidebook and agreed, and knew that Xiaolong wanted her to be responsible for the route they should take and the city they should go to when they traveled. Clang, the nearest city with a gym is Shirakiri City. The next gym is Violet City. But it's far from Shirakiri City. Serena took the guidebook and said after reading the map. What are we waiting for? Let's set off to Shirakiri City. After knowing the next target, Xiaolong pulled Serena towards Shirakiri City. In the evening, the two came to a forest. At this time, the two had just finished dinner and were chatting there. Serena, do you want a Pokeball? Thinking of the large number of Pokeballs in his backpack, Xiaolong asked Serena, who was looking at the starry sky. Unable to get Serena to answer, he took out Ultra Ball, Great Ball, Luxury Ball, Time Ball, and other Pokeballs from his backpack and asked Serena to choose the one she liked. Clang, this one and this one are good. Serena, who didn't want them at first, found that the Ultra Ball and Luxury Ball were very beautiful. Immediately changed her attitude and said she wanted these two Pokeballs. Here. Come back to me if you run out. The little dragon took 10 of each and gave them to Serena, making Serena want to come back to him. Okay. Serena did not refuse, but nodded. Then, the two chatted for a while, and found that it was getting late, so they went to rest in the tent. Let's see what good things will appear in the mall today. The little dragon thought as he returned to the tent. Ultra Ball *99. Ordinary Pokeball *99. Master Ball *1. Sacred Ash *2. Bitterberry *99. Now that I have money, I'll buy them all. Originally, the little dragon only wanted to buy Master Ball, Sacred Ash, and Bitterberry, but when he saw that he had bought food, a tent, and a balance of more than 990,000 in his account, he decided to buy them all. After all, the things were so cheap. Rest. The moment he bought the things, the little dragon closed his eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, Serena and the little dragon had breakfast and continued on their journey. Until 2 days later, I met an acquaintance. That person was Gary. Gary. Xiaolong called out softly, looking at the lonely Gary in front of him. Who are you? Hearing someone calling him, Gary turned around quickly and found that it was Xiaolong and Serena, who didn't recognize him. I'm Xiaolong, the only one in the summer camp who has Pokemon. Seeing that the other party had forgotten him, Gary said his name because he only remembered Ash, the silly Xiaolong. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 13, Fighting Against Gary Asking for Flowers and Collection. I remember now. You were the only guy who had a girlfriend at that time. After Xiaolong introduced him, Gary, who remembered him, showed a look of realization. The girl next to you is the one from back then. After realizing it, Gary noticed SERENA and spoke again. That's right. Xiaolong replied with an aggressive tone. Gary was speechless. Not sure what had offended him. Are you wondering if you have offended me in any way? I'll tell you straight away, no. It's just that I'm very unhappy with your performance and that guy Ash at the Indigo Plateau conference. It was a game that both of you could have won, but you both lost. Especially you, Gary. You actually lost the game because you saved your strength and didn't use Earl Dervish Pokemon. Speaking of this, Xiaolong was getting angrier and angrier. And he almost went up to beat Gary up with 2 dabby. Then, I'm the one who lost the game. Why do you seem to be angrier than me? Gary was frightened by Xiaolong's appearance, and asked after swallowing his saliva. No? I still treated you as a rival. Xiaolong snorted coldly and said the reason for his anger. Of course, this is the truth. Xiaolong is indeed the most optimistic about Gary, including in the previous 2 lives. But Gary is really too disappointing. It's okay to lose the game, but it's because he didn't save his strength and lost to Blastoise, which made Xiaolong so angry. I see. Gary looked at Xiaolong, who was so angry in front of him, and finally understood why he was so angry. It would be the same for him. After all, it was not losing to a rival who was stronger than him, but losing the game due to other reasons. It is normal to make people who treat him as a rival angry. But normal is normal. Gary is still very depressed by being constantly criticized like this. The most important thing is that the other party is still doing it for his own good, which makes Gary feel bitter. Clang, okay, Xiaolong. I've been scolding you for so long, let's just forget it. I think Gary should know his mistake. 5 minutes later, SERENA saw that Xiaolong was still scolding Gary, and hurried to comfort him. Humph. This time, I'll let you go for SERENA's sake. If you lose the game again because of saving your strength next time, I'll give you 2 big pockets. After saying that, Xiaolong took out a sip of water. So I have to be beaten even if I lose the game. But this is a reminder for me that I can't save my strength like Solation at the Indigo Plateau conference in the future. Gary, who was stunned by Xiaolong, thought so. Okay. Now let's start the battle. Let me see how much strength you have improved in the past few months. Just when Gary was thinking about not saving his strength, Xiaolong's voice sounded in his ears. Hey. I haven't agreed to fight you yet. Don't make the decision on your own. Gary didn't refuse the proposal, though he said so. Xiaolong looked at Gary, who was saying something but doing something, and pouted his lips and said to SERENA, Serena, please be the referee for a while. Okay. Hearing this, SERENA nodded. How about 1 Pokemon? After finding a suitable place for the battle, Xiaolong asked Gary on the opposite side. I have no objection. Undoubtedly, Gary agreed to fight with only 1 Pokemon. The game begins. SERENA, who was acting as a temporary referee, saw that the 2 were ready and announced the start of the game directly. Caesar, you go. Without any hesitation, Xiaolong asked Caesar, who had performed brilliantly in the gym match yesterday, to play. Name, Caesar, with Mega Evolution Stone. Attribute, Bug, Steel. Gender, Male. Ability, Technical Expert. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 82, Elite. Skills, Omitted. Blastoise, Go. Seeing that Xiaolong took out the Pokemon he had had since the beginning of the summer camp, Gary kissed the pokeball and released his trump card Blastoise. Name, Blastoise. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Ability, torrent. Qualification, purple. Strength, level 56, gym. Skills, omitted. Hydro pump. Gary, who had changed a lot since the Indigo Plateau Conference, saw Caesar's extraordinariness at a glance, so he asked Blastoise to use Hydro Pump the moment Blastoise appeared. Caesar, dodge. Then use the Alloy Claw. Facing the intermittent Hydro Pump attack of the Cannonball normal, Xiaolong asked Caesar to dodge first, and then used the Alloy Claw to counterattack. Don't let Caesar get close, use it continuously. Knowing that it would be very bad if Caesar got close to him, Gary quickly asked Blastoise to attack with Hydro Pump continuously. But Caesar was too agile and fast. Blastoise's cannonball-like Hydro Pump was easily dodged. Not only that, Caesar took the opportunity to come to Blastoise. Blastoise, who did not expect Caesar to be so fast, was startled by the sudden appearance of Caesar. And even the Hydro Pump that was supposed to continue to be used by the muzzle was stopped because of astonish. So fast. No, now is not the time to worry about these. Thinking of this, before Gary, who was stunned for a moment, opened his mouth to command Blastoise to use Bite, Blastoise was hit by Caesar's Alloy Claws continuously. And because of the level difference and Caesar's technical master ability, Blastoise was directly knocked to the ground by these continuous Alloy Claws, with wounds all over, and looked miserable. The level gap is too big. Gary looked at his Blastoise, and he knew that the gap between the two Pokémon was really too big. But he did not complain. Nor was he unwilling. He just didn't expect the gap between the two to be so big. Destruction Ray. Just when Gary was shocked by the huge difference in strength between the two sides, Xiaolong's voice reached his ears, which made Gary come back to his senses and said, "Blastoise, use Hydro Pump." Although Gary reacted quickly, the already seriously injured Blastoise no longer had the same fast attack speed as before, which resulted in Blastoise's gun muzzle being hit by Caesar's Destruction Ray as soon as it was aimed at Caesar. Blastoise loses his ability to fight, Caesar wins, so the winner is Xiaolong. After a while, seeing that Blastoise could not stand up, SERENA announced the result. "Thank you for your hard work, Blastoise." After the battle, Gary took back Blastoise with a little helplessness. "I didn't expect you to be so strong now. But I will definitely not lose to you next time I meet you." After that, Gary slowly left under the gaze of the two. "Okay, it's time for us to go." After Gary completely disappeared, Xiaolong took SERENA to the nearby White Cut City. In the evening, the two finally arrived at Bakey City. As it was getting late, Xiaolong decided to challenge the Bakey Gym tomorrow. Have fun reading books every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 14 Staraptor's crushing battle asking for flowers and collection. At night, lying on the bed, Xiaolong found that there were no good things in the mall today, and was immediately disappointed. So he fell asleep without a moment's hesitation. The speed was amazing. As for yesterday's mall, only 3 sacred ash were opened. The rest were potion, antidote, panacea, and ice stone, and they were all in one piece. At that time, Xiaolong's eyes kept twitching and he was very angry. But he still forced himself to hold back his rage and bought all these things. There was no other reason. Just that I have money now. As long as I have something useful, I will buy it. The next day, after breakfast, SERENA and Xiaolong rested for an hour, and rushed to the White Cut Gym. "Are you here to challenge the gym? Please wait a moment, the gym is still cleaning." Just as he arrived at the door of the gym, an apprentice-like person said, "Oh. Okay." Hearing this, Xiaolong responded, Then he and Serena went to the gym to see what was going on. Are you all here to challenge? I'm so sorry. There's a problem with the venue, so please wait a moment. Also, let me introduce myself, my name is Aha. I'm the owner of the White Cut Gym. As soon as the two entered the gym owner Aha saw them and introduced himself, and also explained the problem with the gym venue. It's okay. *2. Xiaolong and Serena didn't mind waiting for a while. Mr. Aha. Xiaolong is the only one challenging, I'm accompanying. Then Serena told Aha that she was not the challenger. Oh, I see. After looking at the two, Aha said as if he suddenly realized something. The two were a little confused. 10 minutes later. The venue was cleared. Xiaolong and the owner of the White Cut Gym Aha stood up and looked at each other. Now we start the gym match with badges as the stakes. The challenger is Xiaolong from Sangem Town. You can use 3 Pokemon, and there is no time limit. The referee saw that Xiaolong and Aha were ready, and immediately explained the rules. My first Pokemon is this. Go, Guadud. Aha released the first Pokemon the moment the referee finished explaining the rules. Name, Guadud. Attribute, Rock, Ground. Gender, Male. Ability, Strong. Qualification, Green. Strength, Level 15, Intermediate. Skills, Omitted. Staraptor, you go. Xiaolong checked Guadud's information, thought about it and decided to let Staraptor, who had never been out of the station, go out. Name, Staraptor, Sharp Beak. Attribute, Normal, Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Sacrifice. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 84, Elite. Skills, Omitted. Staraptor. Want to win by level? With the momentum shown by this Staraptor in front of you, it can indeed be done. Feeling the strong momentum from Staraptor, Aha, who has rich experience in combat, guessed. Little did he know that Xiaolong simply wanted Staraptor to play in the game. Without so many thoughts. The game begins. The referee said the moment the two released Pokemon. Staraptor, use Steel Wing. Guadud, get out of the way. The moment the referee's voice fell, Xiaolong and Aha gave orders at the same time. Staraptor's wings turned into a metallic silver-white color, and it rushed towards Guadud at lightning speed. Aha knew that it would be uncomfortable to be hit by Steel Wing, so he shouted to Guadud to dodge. Think too much. It's impossible to dodge. Xiaolong couldn't help shaking his head at Aha's naive idea. Sure enough, before this idea fell, Guadud was knocked down by Staraptor's Steel Wing. If it weren't for the fact that Aha's Guadud's ability was strong, I'm afraid this move would kill it instantly. Guadud, use Rollout. Aha looked at Staraptor solemnly and chose to use Rollout to meet it head-on. Steel Wing. Xiaolong still let Staraptor use this move. In the blink of an eye, Staraptor's Steel Wing with metallic wings collided with Guadud, who used Rollout, but it was only a moment of collision. Guadud was knocked to the ground by Staraptor, and his eyes lit up. Guadud loses the ability to fight, Staraptor wins. Seeing Guadud fall, the referee immediately said. My second Pokemon is this. Haikyuu took back Guadud and released the second Pokemon, Onyx. Name, Onyx. Attribute, Rock, Ground. Gender, Male. Ability, Hard Head. Qualification, Blue. Strength, Level 31, Advanced. Skills, Omitted. Staraptor, continue. After checking Onyx's information with his insight eyes, the little dragon spoke slowly. Onyx, use Rock Throw. Haikyuu did not underestimate the little dragon, and made Onyx use Rock Throw without thinking. The moment Onyx heard Haikyuu's voice, he used his tail to pound a nearby rock and hit Staraptor in the air directly, but Staraptor was too fast and easily avoided rock throw. Steel Wing. The moment Staraptor dodged rock throw, Xiaolong asked it to attack with Steel Wing again. Onyx, use Dig to avoid it. Knowing that Onyx would be seriously injured if he was hit by this attack, Ahai quickly asked it to hide its Dig underground. It seems that the speed of Dig has been specially trained. Xiaolong seemed to be surprised that Onyx's Dig speed would be faster than Staraptor's flying. But he was not panicked at all, and said to Staraptor calmly, use Steel Wing to hit ground. Staraptor did not hesitate, and hit the ground with its metallic wings that were not retracted, causing a huge vibration. Such a powerful trick showed that its strength was also not low. Onyx, who had dodged Steel Wing with Dig before, was also forced to show up under this strong vibration. Close combat. The moment Onyx appeared, Xiaolong's eyes lit up and he immediately gave the order. Staraptor, who reacted quickly, appeared near Onyx a second later and beat it up, knocking it to the ground. Great! 2 consecutive wins. Victory is just around the corner. SERENA, who had been silent in the audience, was excited when she saw that Xiaolong had won 2 consecutive victories. At the same time, the referee also said, Onyx has lost its ability to fight, and Staraptor has won. Xiaolong, you are really strong. But what should you do with this Pokemon next? Aha said after taking back the fallen Onyx. He released his last Pokemon, Aerodactyl. Name, Aerodactyl, with Mega Evolution Stone. Attribute, Rock, Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Hard Head. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 77, Elite. Skills, Omitted. Are you serious? He must be the main force that he brought out because he lost so quickly. He might even be the strongest one. Xiaolong, who had an insightful eye, complained silently after reading Aerodactyl's information. Chapter 15, Elite Pokemon Battles. Are you serious? Do you believe me? I'll complain to the White Cut Gym. Xiaolong, who silently despised Ahai for not being able to lose, said confidently. You misunderstood. After this battle, you will get the stone badge regardless of whether you win or not. The reason why we let Aerodactyl play is because we haven't met a challenger as strong as you for a long time. Ahai noticed Xiaolong's contemptuous look. Not knowing that the other party had misunderstood, and hurriedly explained. This was indeed the reason why he let Aerodactyl with the Mega Evolution Stone play. And he did not lie to Xiaolong. I see. Looking at Ahai who did not seem to be lying, Xiaolong chose to believe him temporarily. You attack first. Ahai saw that the other party believed him. And he was very confident in Aerodactyl's strength and chose to let Xiaolong attack first. Staraptor, Steel Wing. Xiaolong, who was not polite at all, gave the order the moment Ahai finished speaking. As the words fell, Staraptor, with its metallic wings, rushed towards Aerodactyl at lightning speed. Aerodactyl, take down. Aha, who was extremely confident in Aerodactyl, faced the attacking Staraptor, chosen to let it collide head-on. Half a second later, the two Pokemon collided head-on, but the two sides were deadlocked. On the surface, Staraptor and Aerodactyl were tied, evenly matched. Staraptor, use your full strength, use Steel Wing. When the two were deadlocked, the voice of Xiaolong reached everyone's ears. What? When Ahai heard this at first, he didn't believe that Staraptor had any spare strength. But when he saw that Staraptor really began to explode, repelling and injuring his Aerodactyl, he realized that he had underestimated Xiaolong and his Staraptor. But even if he underestimated Xiaolong, it had nothing to do with Xiaolong, so Xiaolong saw that Staraptor had the advantage and loudly commanded it to continue attacking with Steel Wing. Aerodactyl, Giga Impact. Aha looked at the attacking Staraptor and asked Aerodactyl to use Giga Impact to counter it. Agility, Avoid it. Just when the two Pokemon were about to collide, Dragon's voice rang out. Staraptor, who had been with Dragon for so long and had a quick reaction, immediately used agility and Avid Aerodactyl's Giga Impact. Not good. Aha, who thought Dragon would attack head-on, was a little dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Who made his Aerodactyl not trained to ignore the weakness of Giga Impact that made it unable to move for a while. So after Staraptor dodged Giga Impact, Aha knew that things were serious. Good opportunity Staraptor, use Steel Wing continuously. Seeing Aerodactyl unable to move due to the side effects of Giga Impact, Dragon asked Staraptor to use Steel Wing to attack continuously. Staraptor, who was not far from Aerodactyl, heard the words and lit up its metallic wings. It slashed at the immobile Aerodactyl, causing it great damage. After a while, Aerodactyl was finally able to move. Noticing this, Aha hurriedly shouted, "Aerodactyl, Stone Edge!" Aerodactyl, who was hit by Staraptor's Steel Wing again, suffered the pain and used Stone Edge. He controlled the X-shaped gravel formed by Stone Edge around him to attack Staraptor. Since Staraptor had just finished attacking, Aerodactyl was left behind at this time. So it was hit all over by the gravel of Stone Edge without reacting. Staraptor, hold on. Use the Destruction Ray. Xiaolong looked at the seriously injured Staraptor in front of him and shouted loudly. Staraptor closed his eyes because of the pain. He opened his eyes the moment he heard Xiaolong's voice, and condensed yellow energy in his mouth. Aerodactyl, dodge! Aha, who knew that Aerodactyl would be doomed if hit by this destruction light, shouted loudly. But it was not so easy to remove Stone Edge and leave quickly. Not to mention that Xiaolong's Staraptor had specially trained the attack speed of the destruction light. Therefore, Aerodactyl still failed to dodge this move and was directly knocked to the ground by Staraptor's destruction light. What a strong willpower! Looking at Aerodactyl, who was struggling on the ground and refused to fall down and admit defeat, Xiaolong was very moved. Enough Aerodactyl, we lost. You don't have to hold on any longer. Ahai, who couldn't bear to see his partner fighting with injuries that could no longer move, stopped it from getting up. Aerodactyl, who was struggling to get up, when he heard Aha's words, his head fell to the ground and fainted. Aerodactyl lost his ability to fight. Staraptor won, so the winner is San Gem Town's Xiaolong. The referee said the moment the result came out. Thank you for your hard work, Staraptor, Aerodactyl. The gym match ended, and Hai and Xiaolong both took back their Pokemon at the same time. Serena also came to Xiaolong after the battle. Xiaolong, you are the strongest rookie trainer I have ever seen. This is the proof of defeating me, the stone badge. Hai came to Xiaolong and praised him and gave the badge to Xiaolong. Thank you. After taking the stone badge, Xiaolong thanked him and left with Serena, talking and laughing. What a youth! Looking at the man and woman leaving, Hai expressed such emotion, and then asked the apprentices of the gym to start cleaning up the venue that was messed up by the battle. Serena, will our food reach Violet City? On the way back to the Pokemon Center, Xiaolong asked when he thought of something. Clang, it shouldn't be enough. Serena replied after thinking about it. Then he took out the electronic map and looked at the distance between Whitecut City and Violet City, and added, it's definitely not enough. Then let's go replenish food first. Then go to the Pokemon Center to reply to Staraptor. By the way, train Chimchar and the others. The little dragon nodded and told the follow-up plan. Yet, Serena, who had no opinion, hummed. He went to the department store with the little dragon. At noon, the two had already had lunch at the Pokemon Center. And Staraptor was also receiving treatment at Nurse Joy. As for the little dragon, he was training his Scizor, Eevee, and Chimchar at the battle site of the Pokemon Center. He originally wanted to help Serena train Fennekin, but Serena herself was unwilling. The little dragon didn't say anything without forcing it. But let SERENA take Fennekin to watch how he trained. In this way, time passed slowly. The two had dinner and rested for a few hours before going to rest. Premier Ball *99. Charcoal *5. Sacred Ash *8. Smelling Salts *99. Full Points Potion *6. Normal. Before resting, Xiaolong thought of checking the flash sale mall, but he still bought everything. Who made him rich now? So he had the capital to be willful. Rest, rest. After buying things, Xiaolong fell asleep directly on the bed. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 16 Monferno and Chikorita Ask for Flowers, Collection. The next day, SERENA and the other two had breakfast and said goodbye to Nurse Joy before continuing their journey. Chimchar, Ember. As Xiaolong's voice fell, Chimchar immediately used Ember and knocked Beedrill, the insect catcher on the opposite side, to the ground and his eyes lit up. Beedrill lost his ability to fight, Chimchar won. SERENA said the moment the result came out. You are very strong. But I will not lose the next battle. After that, the insect catcher left. As soon as the man left, Xiaolong, who was about to take back Chimchar, saw it emit a dazzling white evolution light. A moment later, Chimchar evolved into Monferno in the eyes of SERENA and Xiaolong. As for the reason why Chimchar evolved so quickly, it was completely because he gained too much experience from winning the battle and evolved naturally. The experience gained from training was normal, because Xiaolong had not trained it for a few days. Name, Monferno. Attribute, Fire, Fighting. Gender, Male. Ability, Fierce Fire. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 21, Intermediate. Skills, Omitted. Clang, it evolved so quickly. Xiaolong, you are really amazing. Xiaolong had just finished reading Monferno's information with his inside eyes when SERENA's exclamation reached his ears. Because she knew that the other party had only obtained Chimchar not long ago. It evolved so quickly enough to show how powerful Xiaolong is. Originally, I planned to evolve Chimchar into Monferno within 3 weeks. But God didn't help me. Today I met so many trainers to fight at once. And they all use bug-type Pokemon. Doesn't this give Chimchar a chance to evolve into Monferno in advance? I would be a fool if I don't accept it. Xiaolong said in a slightly Versailles tone. Clang, indeed. I don't know why there are so many people in the forest near Beiki City. Although SERENA was a little speechless about Xiaolong's Versailles, she still had to admit that. The fact that there were so many people fighting Xiaolong near Beiki City was the most important reason why Chimchar evolved into Monferno. Let's take a break and have lunch before we continue. Xiaolong said, noticing that Monferno was already very tired from the previous dozen battles. Okay. SERENA, who was still wondering why there were so many people in the forest near Beiki City, nodded, and then went to make lunch. Come on. Everyone, come and eat. SERENA made lunch. And the idle Xiaolong took out the prepared Pokemon food and fed it to Monferno and the others. Chica. Just after pouring food for Monferno, Fennekin, Scizor, Staraptor, and Eevee, Xiaolong and the Pokemon around him saw a wounded Chikorita. The Chikorita looked at the Pokemon food with envy, wanting to come to Xiaolong, but afraid that the other Pokemon will attack him. That's right. Chikorita is afraid of Scizor and other Pokemon. Not Xiaolong and SERENA not far away. The reason is that Xiaolong has the power of Evergreen, and is naturally very friendly to wild Pokemon. Chikorita, come here. Don't be afraid of them, they won't attack you. Xiaolong said with a smile, noticing that Chikorita's fearful eyes were always on Scizor and Staraptor. He kept waving his hand to signal Chikorita to come to him. Chikorita hesitated for a moment because of Xiaolong's actions and words. Tentatively took a few steps forward. And found that Caesar and Staraptor had no intention of attacking, so he was bolder and slowly walked to Xiaolong. He also jumped into the arms of the squatting Xiaolong. Here. Touching Chikorita's head, Xiaolong took out Pokemon food and gave it to it. Xiaolong, it's time to eat. After the Pokemons finished lunch, Serena also prepared lunch and called Xiaolong to come over to eat. But when she saw Xiaolong spraying potion on a Chikorita, she was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "Clang, Xiaolong, did this Chikorita just appear?" "Yes. The injury should be left by fighting with other Pokemon." Xiaolong nodded in response, and explained the cause of Chikorita's injury. He was able to have such judgment on the injuries of wild Pokemon. Or learned it from Professor Rowan. It can be said that most of Xiaolong's skills were learned from Professor Rowan. Even the help brought by the system is not as great as that brought by Professor Rowan. Therefore, Xiaolong was very grateful to him. But he never showed it. "Okay, let's go to eat." Not long after answering Serena's question, Xiaolong, who had applied medicine to Chikorita, went to have lunch with Serena. What he didn't expect was that Chikorita was also following him at the same time. She stayed by Xiaolong's side when they were eating and refused to leave for a long time. "Chikorita, do you want to be my Pokemon?" Xiaolong, who had finished lunch, looked at Chikorita beside him and invited it. "Chica." Chikorita nodded, who had already meant this. "Then come into the Pokeball." Seeing that the other party agreed, Xiaolong took out an ordinary Pokeball and captured it. Name, Chikorita. Attribute, Grass. Gender, Female. Ability, Lush. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 19, Intermediate. Skills, omitted. Very good in all aspects. It's just that it didn't evolve at the evolution level, just like Chimchar. Xiaolong thought after capturing Chikorita and checking its information. "Clang, congratulations, Xiaolong. You have captured such a cute Chikorita." Serena gave her blessing the moment Xiaolong captured Chikorita. "Thank you." Xiaolong replied and took back the other Pokemon. He packed up with Serena and set off again. During the period, the two met many bug catchers in the forest closest to Baki City. Without exception, these people challenged Xiaolong after knowing his identity as a trainer. Xiaolong accepted the challenge without hesitation. The Pokemon used were Chikorita, Monferno, and Eevee. And except for Eevee, which only increased by 2 levels. The levels of other Pokemon increased by 6 levels. This was only because Chikorita and Monferno were not strong enough to increase so much, otherwise their levels would be at least level 30 with the double experience buff. After dinner in the forest at night, before resting, Xiaolong opened the 1 yuan flash sale mall as usual. Golden Pearl *2. Big Pearl *3. Sour Pear *99. Red Apple *99. Everstone *2. Buy all. Without any hesitation, Xiaolong bought all the things that might be useful. After buying, Xiaolong fell asleep as usual. The next morning, Xiaolong and Serena had breakfast and continued to go to the Violet Gym in Violet City. On the way, there were no many bug catchers like yesterday, which was undoubtedly a very smooth journey for the two. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 17, Shinji and Serena conquer Eevee. Ask for flowers, collection. The next morning, Xiaolong and Serena had breakfast and continued to go to the Violet Gym in Violet City. On the way, there were no many bug catchers like yesterday, which was undoubtedly a very smooth journey for the two. In this way, the two spent 10 days and finally arrived at the last forest before Violet City. Although Xiaolong bought things from the mall every day during these 10 days, it was a pity that those things were very ordinary. Most of them were luxury balls and ultra balls, which he gave to Serena. Therefore, Serena did not lack Pokeballs and did not need to go to the department store to buy them in the future. The remaining things in the mall were ordinary items such as Big Pearl and Golden Pearl. They were just one each time they appeared, otherwise these things would still be very good. After all, they could be sold for a lot of money, so that Xiaolong would no longer be short of money in the future. Unfortunately, the number was still too small. Serena, there's an EV over there, do you want to capture it? Abandoning the depression of not getting any good stuff from the mall in the past 10 days, the little dragon walking on the forest road found an EV not far away and quickly reminded Serena. Yes. Serena, who had been coveting EV for a long time, replied without thinking. Then, without waiting for the little dragon to speak, Serena released Fennekin and let it use Ember to launch a sneak attack on the EV who was resting not far away. Without any surprise, Ember directly hit the EV. Ember, encore Ember. Seeing that the attack worked, Serena let Fennekin continue to use Ember to pursue the victory. Poor EV did nothing, and was hit by Ember twice in a row and his eyes lit up. After EV fell, the rest was the regular operation of capturing Pokemon. Clang clang. I captured EV. Serena was very excited to capture EV with Luxury Ball. Congratulations, congratulations. Long looked at the happy Serena and gave her blessing without hesitation. That person over there seems to be Shinji. After giving his blessing, Long saw an acquaintance walking by him and Serena, and he immediately recognized that person as Shinji. Clang, Long, do you know that person just now? Seeing Long looking at Shinji going to Violet City, Serena asked the question in her heart. He is also from Sinnoh. He also received his own Pokemon from Professor Rowan last year. Long heard this and explained why he knew Shinji. Clang, so that's the case. Forget about it. Let's go to Violet City. After hearing the explanation, Serena suddenly understood, and at the same time did not forget to pull Long towards Violet City. And the reason why Serena was so anxious was undoubtedly the injured EV. Half an hour later, the two came to the Pokemon Center in Violet City. Serena and Xiaolong both handed their Pokemon to Nurse Joy for reply. Shinji. Do you want to fight with me later? Xiaolong noticed that Shinji was also here, and came to him and asked. It's you. Shinji looked up when he heard the voice, and was a little surprised to find that it was Xiaolong, who had left a deep impression on him. The reason why Shinji was deeply impressed by Xiaolong was entirely because he saw him defeat his brother who had just become a trainer in him. Otherwise, with Shinji's arrogant personality, how could he be so impressed by someone he had only met a few times? Okay. After being surprised, Shinji agreed to fight Xiaolong. Okay. See you later. Xiaolong saw that Shinji agreed, said hello and left. Clang, Xiaolong, what did you say to him? Seeing Xiaolong coming back after chatting with Shinji for a few words, Serena was a little curious about what the two talked about. Nothing, just asking Shinji if he wants to fight me later. Xiaolong slowly talked about what they talked about. Oh. Serena nodded and skipped this conversation, chatting with Xiaolong about other things. An hour later, both Pokemon had recovered, and so did Shinji's Pokemon. Let's go, Serena. It's your turn to be the referee. The moment the Pokemon was taken back, Xiaolong looked at Shinji, and then asked Serena to help referee. I knew it would be like this. Serena complained and went to the battle site of the Pokemon Center with the two sides. How about 3 Pokemon? When they arrived at the battle site, Xiaolong asked Shinji on the opposite side. Okay. Shinji nodded expressionlessly. Monferno, it's you. Xiaolong released the first Pokemon the moment Shinji agreed. Name, Monferno. Attribute, Fire, Fighting. Gender, Male. Ability, Fierce Fire. Qualification, Purple. Strength, level 29, advanced. Skills, omitted. Monferno? In that case, Charmeleon, prepare for battle. Seeing that the first Pokemon that Xiaolong caught was Monferno, he realized that he didn't have Shinji who could restrain Monferno, so he released Charmeleon to fight. Name, Charmeleon. Attribute, Fire. Gender, Male. Ability, Flame Body. Qualification, Blue. Strength, 34, Elite. Skills, omitted. The game begins. Seeing that both of them released Pokemon, Serena quickly announced the start of the battle. Flamethrower. *2. At the beginning of the battle, Xiaolong and Shinji said at the same time. Monferno and Charmeleon's two Pokemons also spit up flames at the same time. The former's flames were obviously one circle less than Charmeleon's. Therefore, soon after the two flames collided, Monferno's flame was swallowed up, and finally he was hit by the fire of the duck-billed dragon and suffered damage. The level difference is still a bit big. When Xiaolong saw Monferno falling into a disadvantage, he thought silently in his heart. Then he said loudly to Monferno, "Monferno, use Mach Punch." Although he knew that hitting the duck-billed dragon with a close attack would fall into the burn contest condition, Xiaolong had no good way to let it attack with Mach Punch. Duck-billed dragon, Fire Punch. Facing Monferno's super-fast punching attack, Shinji frowned and let the duck-billed dragon attack with Fire Punch. However, Monferno was too flexible and easily avoided the flaming fist of the duck-billed dragon. Then the fist hit the opponent at a faster speed, causing the duck-billed dragon to suffer a lot of damage. At the same time, Monferno was also burned because of the ability of the duck-billed Ragnarok's flame body. And the contest condition was not much better than that of the duck-billed Ragnarok. Now, duck-billed Ragnarok, Fire Spin. Shinji saw Monferno was burned and was forced to stop attacking because of the pain caused by the burns, and immediately asked it to attack with Fire Spin. Monferno, don't give up, use Mach Punch continuously. Knowing that Monferno could not dodge, the little dragon just asked it to hold on and continue to fight back with Mach Punch. In this way, when the 30-centimeter thick fire spin of the duck-billed Ragnarok hit Monferno and caused it considerable damage, Monferno, with amazing willpower, resisted the attack and used Mach Punch. The duck-billed Ragnarok was hurt and stopped the fire spin attack. Have fun reading every day during the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 18, Battle with Shinji Asking for Flowers, Collection. Just like that, when Charizard's 30-centimeter thick fire spin hit Monferno and caused him considerable damage, Monferno, who had amazing willpower, resisted the attack and used Mach Punch. Charizard was hurt and stopped the fire spin attack. As soon as the fire spin attack stopped, Monferno, who was not hurt by the fire spin, attacked more fiercely and continuously Mach Punched Charizard many times, until Charizard used its tail to beat it back under Shinji's command. After both Pokemon stopped attacking, they looked at each other. Xiaolong and Shinji did not say anything, but just watched the scene in front of them quietly, because they all knew that their Pokemon had reached their limits. And now was a critical moment, and they could not let Salation give orders. 5 seconds later, Monferno and Charizard looked at each other and smiled at the same time, and then fell to the ground and fainted. Monferno, Charmeleon has lost its ability to fight. Serena, who encountered this situation for the first time, was stunned for a moment, but she still announced the result of the first battle very quickly. "Come back, you've worked hard, Monferno, you did a good job." The little dragon, who thought Monferno did a good job, praised it. "Humph! Is that all? Just use it reluctantly." Shinji, who was dissatisfied with Charmeleon's performance, said coldly. "It's too harsh on Pokemon. SERENA, who was the referee on the side, heard Shinji's words and thought silently in her heart. But she quickly threw away the idea in her mind and looked at the two people who were ready to continue the battle. "Evie, you go." As if the little dragon had expected Shinji to be like this, he shook his head and let Evie out for the second battle. Name, Evie. Attribute, normal. Gender, female. Ability, adaptability. Qualification, orange. Strength, level 49, gym. Skills, omitted. Torterra, prepare for battle. Shinji looked at Evie and asked trump card Torterra to attend the second battle in order to force Dragonite to use Caesar, which had defeated him and his brother. Name, Torterra. Attribute, grass, ground. Gender, male. Ability, lush. Qualification, purple. Strength, level 51, gym. Skills, omitted. Torterra? It's really hard to deal with. Dragonite thought after reading Torterra's information with his insight eyes, because he didn't expect Torterra to be sent out so quickly. Evie, Shadow Ball. Although he felt that Torterra was a bit difficult to deal with, Dragonite still let Evie attack. Without the intention of exchanging Pokémon. Torterra, Leaf Storm. Facing the incoming Shadow Ball, Shinji expressionlessly ordered Torterra to use Leaf Storm. In the blink of an eye, the dark Shadow Ball was shattered by the storm of countless pointed leaves. And the remaining attack hit Evie. Evie, dodge and use quick attack. The little dragon, who had expected this scene, said lightly. Evie also dodged the incoming leaf storm with super high movement speed. Torterra, take it head on. Then use Stone Edge. Looking at the tiny Evie, Shinji, who didn't care at all, asked Torterra to take it head on. A moment later, the inconvenient Torterra was hit by Evie's quick attack. However, Torterra's defense was too high. And the difference in strength between the two was not big. So quick attack didn't cause much trouble to it. On the contrary, Evie was in danger at this moment. Because Torterra had already used Stone Edge, many pieces of rubble appeared around it, forming the shape of the letter X, and finally hit Evie, who had no time to dodge. Evie, Iron Tail. Knowing that he couldn't dodge, the little dragon focused his eyes and asked Evie to attack Torterra with Iron Tail. In this way, both sides, who were very close to each other, were hit by each other's attacks. First, the metallic-like Iron Tail hit Torterra, causing Torterra to suffer serious injuries. Similarly, Evie was also hit by countless pieces of rubble, and the injuries he suffered were much more serious than Torterra. Fortunately, Evie was strong-willed and did not fall down. Evie, Shadow Ball. Knowing that Evie was almost at his limit, the little dragon shouted loudly. Evie, who was barely holding on, condensed a dark energy ball in his mouth and hit Torterra, who was unprepared. On the other side, Torterra also used Plant Frenzy under Shinji's command and knocked down Evie, who was about to reach his limit. However, it was also hit by Evie's Shadow Ball before it fell and was seriously injured. That is, Torterra's defense is very high. Otherwise, if it was attacked by Evie like this, it would most likely fall down together. It's really tough. It's just an Evie that is less than a year old, but it's so powerful. Shinji didn't say anything about Evie's fall, but felt that the little dragon was very tough. Because he knew that Evie didn't have it when he received Pokémon more than a year ago. And now it can beat his Torterra to this extent. Shinji would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised. Evie lost his ability to fight, Torterra won. SERENA, who was used to seeing the little dragon win with a crushing advantage, was also surprised, but she still fulfilled her refereeing duties conscientiously and announced the result. Thank you for your hard work, Evie. You did a great job. After saying that, Xiaolong took out Caesar's Pokeball and released it. Name, Caesar, with Mega Evolution Stone. Attribute, Bug, Steel. Gender, Male. Ability, Technical Expert. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 82, Elite. Skills, Omitted. Finally appeared. Torterra, Plant Frenzy. Seeing that Xiaolong finally let Caesar appear, Shinji immediately asked Torterra to use Plant Frenzy with bright eyes. The moment Shinji's voice fell, Torterra used Plant Frenzy. In just a blink of an eye, many thorny plants appeared from the ground, and madly swept towards Caesar. Avoid it and use the alloy claws, Xiaolong said lightly with a big hand. Then, Shinji saw a very familiar scene. Caesar not only dodged the many thorns that appeared underground at a speed that was difficult for the human eye to see, but also appeared in front of Torterra, which surprised Torterra. It was this less than half a second of surprise that made it completely lose the ability to win, and was knocked down by Caesar with an alloy claw. Torterra loses the ability to fight, Caesar wins. The moment Torterra fell, Serena, who was acting as a temporary referee, spoke. On the other side, Shinji took it back half a second after Torterra fell. How is it? Do you want to fight again? Xiaolong saw Shinji was a little stunned and asked hurriedly. No need. After saying that, Shinji turned around and left the battle site of the Pokemon Center and went to Nurse Joy to treat Pokemon. This person is very cold. It was the first time that Serena saw someone so cold and couldn't help but be a little confused. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 19, Sprout Tower encounters Silver asking for flowers, collection. Clang, this guy is very cold. Serena was a little confused when she saw someone so cold for the first time. You'll get used to it. Long, who had known for a long time that Shinji was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, didn't care. He replied to Serena and went to Nurse Joy to treat his Pokemon. Bent Spoon *3. Light Ball *7. Normal Pokeball *5. Potion *5. Black Belt *5. By all. After handing Eevee, Caesar, and Monferno to Nurse Joy, Long rested his knees on Serena's legs, chatting with her while checking the $1 flash sale mall. But Long didn't think too much about it. After finding that the things inside were okay, he bought them all. Long, are we going to challenge Violet's gym today? Serena asked after looking at Long resting his knees on her legs. No, let's buy food for the trip today. By the way, we'll go to Sprout Tower. After a little thought, Xiaolong decided to challenge Violet Gym tomorrow. And go to Sprout Tower today. Okay. Serena, who knew from the guide that there was nothing fun in Violet City, agreed with Xiaolong. After deciding, they did it. The two took a short break. Then left the Pokemon Center and came to the department store. And spent 10,000 yuan to buy food. Then they headed towards Sprout Tower. It is also worth mentioning that Xiaolong paid for the food several times. Serena wanted to pay, but Xiaolong refused, which made her have no choice but to compromise. But she asked her to pay for things like tents. Otherwise she would not accept Xiaolong's money for buying food in the future. And she would go back to Kalos. Xiaolong, who also couldn't do anything to Serena, could only compromise. Not to mention, after the two bought food, it took about half an hour. And finally arrived at Sprout Tower. You are so self-righteous, and you still say you are an elder. As soon as they arrived at the door of Sprout Tower, Xiaolong and Serena heard this, and then a man with red hair appeared in front of them. What are you looking at? Get out of the way. The red-haired man noticed the two people's gazes. And after saying something to them, he asked them to get out of the way. I have never seen someone as power trip as you. Do you dare to say your name? It was the first time that Xiaolong saw someone so power trip, and he couldn't help but stand in front of this person and questioned him. Don't you see it now? As for my name? If you want to know, you have to fight with your strength. After saying that, the red-haired man took out a pokeball. From this look, it can be seen that he wants to fight with Xiaolong, otherwise he would not say his name. You are really power trip. It's your bad luck that I met you today. I will let you know what society is. I didn't expect this man to be so arrogant. Xiaolong accepted the request for a fight. Let's just go one-on-one. Otherwise you have no chance of winning. The red-haired man who didn't take Xiaolong seriously said confidently. Very good. I like spirited guys like you. Looking at the red-haired man who was still confident in front of him, Xiaolong showed a friendly smile. It's a pity that Professor Rowan and his assistant didn't see this smile, otherwise they would definitely mourn for the red-haired man, who made Xiaolong's smile appear abnormally, and someone would definitely be unlucky. Now it's needless to say who this unlucky person is. Humph. Let's get started quickly. And my name is Silver. The red-haired man saw Xiaolong smiling and snorted disdainfully, but still told his name. It turned out to be him. So, it is very likely that Xiang will show up, too. After listening to the introduction, Xiaolong looked at the familiar face and knew that the other party was a character in the comics. He also guessed that Xiang, Silver's rival, might be there. I just don't know why Xiaoqi and Midori are not here. Is it because of Ash and Gary? When Xiaolong thought that Xiang might show up, he couldn't help but think of Xiaoqi and Midori, the two ultimate perverts. Hey! What are you thinking about? The battle is about to start. Crocona, go! Just as Xiaolong was thinking about why Xiaoqi and Midori were not there, Silver's voice like a reminder sounded, and he also released his Pokemon. Name, Crocona. Attribute, Water. Gender, Male. Ability, Torrent. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 25, Advanced. Skills, Omitted. Not bad. After reading Silver Crocona's information, Xiaolong sighed and immediately released Chikorita. Name, Chikorita. Attribute, Grass. Gender, Female. Ability, Lush. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 28, Advanced. Skills, Omitted. Chikorita? In that case, Crocona, use Ice Fang. Silver looked at Chikorita and then asked Crocona to use Ice Fang, a special move, to attack. Chikorita, get out of the way. Xiaolong followed closely and gave the order. Then Serena outside the field saw Crocona using Ice Fang chasing Chikorita, but couldn't catch up no matter what, and she couldn't help laughing. Not only Serena, but Xiaolong, the instigator, couldn't help laughing. Only Silver didn't look so good. Crocona, use water gun. Feeling fooled, Silver, with a little rage, ordered Crocona to attack with water gun. As soon as he heard the order, Crocona stopped and spit up a stream of water as thick as an adult's fist from his mouth, directly hitting Chikorita, who couldn't dodge in time. As Chikorita was hit by the water gun, Silver's mood suddenly improved a lot. But the next scene made him feel not so good again. Chikorita, just use Razor Leaf. Just when water gun hit Chikorita, Dragon stopped playing around and let Chikorita attack seriously. Since water gun has a normal effect on grass-type Chikorita, even if Chikorita is hit by the attack, she can still counterattack and use Razor Leaf easily. The moment Razor Leaf was used, the star-like leaves hit Crocona, who was unprepared and a little proud, and injured him seriously. Chikorita, Encore Vine Whip. Before Silver could command Crocona to counterattack, Dragon's voice appeared again. Crocodile, who struggled to get up, was hit by Vine Whip again. Knocked to the ground and his eyes lit up. I remember you. I will never lose to you next time. Silver took back Crocodile, said something cruel and went to the Pokemon Center. Let's go. Let's go to the Sprout Tower and take a look. The little dragon also took back his Pokemon, greeted Serena, and went into my Sprout Tower, where the little dragon successfully met the elder that Silver mentioned. He fought and won and left. P.S. Ask for flowers and subscribe to various free tickets. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 20 Ash arrives seeking flowers, collection. After dinner and taking back the Pokemon, Xiaolong met several acquaintances at the Pokemon Center. They were the three people who were bad at finding their way, Ash, Xiaogang, and Misty. Long time no see, Ash. Xiaolong, who saw his acquaintance, came up to Ash and said hello. You are Xiaolong from the summer camp. I remember you. Ash, who was a little confused because Xiaolong said his name, looked at the familiar face in front of him and remembered who Xiaolong was, which surprised Xiaolong himself. I didn't expect you to still remember me. It's really rare. You know, when I met Gary more than 10 days ago, he didn't recognize me. Xiaolong said with surprise. Of course. You know, you were the only one who had Pokemon before you set out on a trip. How could I not remember? Ash said proudly. It seemed that he had defeated Gary Normal. You just remember others, me, simply because of Pokemon. Xiaogang, Misty, and Xiaolong, who knew Ash very well, thought at the same time. Serena didn't have any other ideas, because she wasn't familiar with Ash. After all, Xiaolong had snatched all the chances to meet Ash in the summer camp, so it was good to know that Ash was a partner in the summer camp. Ash, won't you introduce us? Xiaogang and Misty asked at the same time after complaining about Ash. Hello. My name is Xiaolong. I'm from Sandgem Town in Sinnoh region. I'm currently living in Professor Rowan's laboratory. Hearing this, Xiaolong briefly introduced himself to the two. Clang, I'm Serena. From Vonneville Town in Kalos region. At the same time, Serena on the side followed suit and introduced herself. Hello. I'm Xiaogang, from Nibi City in Kanto. I'm Misty, from Cerulean City in Kanto. After the two introduced themselves, Xiaogang and Misty also introduced themselves. Okay, stop talking, let's go have dinner first. I'm starving. Ash, who was already very hungry, touched his stomach and urged. Pika Pika. Pika on Ash's shoulder also urged the others. Xiaolong, Serena, do you want to come? After urging, Ash said to Xiaolong and the others. No, we just had dinner. You can go. After waving his hand, Xiaolong took Serena to the rest area. As for Ash's three people who were bad at finding their way, they knew that the two had dinner. So they went by themselves. Time passed slowly. Xiaolong, Serena, and Ash had breakfast and headed towards the Violet Gym early. Xiaolong, didn't you challenge the gym yesterday? Why did you come to the Violet Gym? Walking on the road, the honest Ash asked his doubts. No. I fought with others yesterday, and my Pokemon was injured. So I decided to challenge the gym today. Looking at Ash with a face full of honest curiosity, Xiaolong slowly explained the reason. So that's how it is. Then you don't have a single badge like me. Ash, who originally thought that Xiaolong was ahead, suddenly smiled foolishly. Sorry. I already got 2 badges. If I get the Zephyr badge from Violet Gym, that will be the 3rd one. Xiaolong, who didn't expect Ash to be so naive, chuckled and took out the badge he got. What? You already have 2. No, I have to get the Violet badge before you, otherwise I will fall far behind. After saying that, Ash, who was shocked by Xiaolong, hurriedly ran towards the direction of Violet City. Ash, wait for us. Xiaogang and Misty apologized to the two of them slightly. He hurriedly chased after them. Let's go slowly. No rush. Xiaolong, who had expected this, said softly. He was talking and laughing with Serena. And he didn't look like someone who was going to challenge a gym. While the two were talking and laughing, Ash's trio had already arrived at the Violet Gym. When the three were about to enter, they were snipe shot by the Rocket Trio, just like in the original story, and took away Pikachu. Xiaolong, there is a hot air balloon at the Violet Gym. But it's strange why there is an R logo on the hot air balloon. Don't you know it looks ugly? Not long after the Rocket Trio took away Pikachu, Serena, who was not far away, saw the hot air balloon in the air, and complained about it. Who knows? Xiaolong, who didn't care much about it, replied. He didn't care about the grudges between the Rocket Trio and the Ash Trio, because he knew that Ash and his group would be fine. As expected. Shortly after Xiaolong had this thought, the same situation as in the original novel occurred. Faulkner, the gym leader of Violet, took a glider to help Ash get back Pikachu, and let his Pidgeot break the air balloon, causing the three members of Team Rocket to fly directly into the air and disappear into the daylight. What a disgusting feeling! Asterisk 3. The three members of Team Rocket who flew out said this classic line as always. I really miss it. Xiaolong sighed after hearing the familiar lines. Clang, what do you miss? Serena on the side was a little confused. I miss my Serena, how cute she is. Xiaolong, who was in the mood to tease Serena, smiled. Nonsense, nonsense, what about yours? Serena, whose face was flushed by Xiaolong's words, even stuttered when she spoke. Yes, yes, yes. Xiaolong, who was patting Serena on the head, pulled her towards Ash and others who were about to enter the Violet Gym, and soon arrived at Ash and others. Faulkner. This is Xiaolong, and the one next to him is Serena. They are here to challenge the gym, too. Gon noticed that Faulkner was confused by Xiaolong and Serena, and briefly introduced the two. Chiang, I am here to accompany Xiaolong, not to challenge the gym. Serena, who did not expect Xiaolong to introduce herself like this, quickly explained. That's right. I will challenge. Xiaolong also gave a positive reply at the right time. Then you all follow. Knowing that only Xiaolong and Ash came to challenge the gym, Faulkner breathed a sigh of relief, greeted the two, and led a group of people to the Violet Gym. As for why Faulkner breathed a sigh of relief, the reason is very simple. That is, he does not have so many flying Pokémon for challengers to fight. Although he does have Pokémon with other attributes. But his gym is a flying gym after all, and the rules set by the Alliance do not allow the use of Pokémon that have nothing to do with the gym. Otherwise, Faulkner would not care about the number of challengers. In this way, under the leadership of Faulkner, the group took the elevator and quickly arrived at the Violet Gym where the battle was held, specifically on the roof. Ash, Xiaolong. Welcome to my Violet Gym. Faulkner welcomed them as soon as they arrived at the roof. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets from readers. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 21 Ash vs Faulkner asking for flowers, collection. Ash, Xiaolong. Welcome to my Violet Gym. Faulkner welcomed them the moment they reached the roof. The atmosphere here looks so tense. Facing the serious faces of the apprentices in the Violet Gym, Misty sighed. She also began to get nervous because of this atmosphere. No. It's okay. Serena beside Misty was not affected by the injury at all and thought it was okay. Ash, are you okay? Xiaogang, who didn't know what the two girls were talking about, spoke at this time. Leave it to me. When I encounter such a tense situation, I can't help but get excited. Ash, who was unlikely to be affected by the serious atmosphere, was full of confidence. Have you decided who will go first? Faulkner asked Ash, who looked confident, and Xiaolong, who looked indifferent. I'll go first, he'll go first. Ash, Xiaolong, spoke at the same time. But Ash was stunned. Because he thought Xiaolong would compete with him for the first place to fight Faulkner. Don't mind. I just want to know the Pokemon Faulkner uses so that I can target him. Dragon noticed Ash's expression and patted him on the shoulder. Then he went to the audience with Serena, Xiaogang, and Misty, who looked surprised. Then let's start the official match with badges between Faulkner, the gym trainer of Violet Gym, and Ash, the challenger from Pallet Town. There are 3 Pokemon that can be used. Are both players ready? 5 seconds later, the referee saw Ash Faulkner standing and asked hurriedly. Ready? Faulkner, let's duel. I must get your badge. She replied to the referee. And then said to Faulkner with confidence. I won't let you get it easily. This is related to the reputation of Violet Gym Trainer. I want to let you know the true power of bird Pokemon. First of all, my number 1 player, is it? Faulkner made a battle declaration expressionlessly. And then released his first Pokemon, Hoot Hoot. Name, Hoot Hoot. Attribute, normal, flying. Gender, male. Ability, sharp eyes. Qualification, green. Strength, level 23, advanced. Skills, omitted. It's Hoot Hoot. Okay, in that case. I will. Chikorita, it's decided to be you. Seeing this, Ash here let Chikorita, who he had captured, go on the field. Name, Chikorita. Attribute, grass. Gender, female. Ability, lush. Qualification, purple. Strength, level 19, intermediate. Skills, omitted. Not bad. I can only say it's normal. The little dragon thought after reading Chikorita's information with his insightful eyes. As soon as Ash released Chikorita, it jumped onto Ash's shoulder and rubbed his face intimately, which made Ash very helpless and kept saying don't do this. Hey! Shouldn't Ash let Pikachu play? Why use the grass-type Chikorita? Is it very strong? Serena was puzzled by Ash's use of Chikorita. Faulkner was also puzzled. He looked at Chikorita and said to Ash, you should know that the attributes of the grass type and the flying type are in conflict. I can't believe you have a bird Pokemon. The words were full of confusion about Ash's use of Chikorita. Humph. Attribute is nothing? I will prove it to you with our tacit understanding. Seeing Faulkner looking down on his Chikorita, Ash retorted without admitting defeat. In the audience, Xiaogang and Misty, who had already guessed Ash's purpose of using Chikorita, had already answered Serena's doubts about Ash's use of Chikorita. They just had to wait for Ash's next performance to confirm what Xiaogang and Misty said. Begin. When everyone's eyes were on the battlefield, the referee had already announced the result. Forget it, I think I'll let you make the first move. Faulkner, who looked down on Chikorita, said lightly. Okay. Chikorita, use Vine Whip. Ash, who didn't care, asked Chikorita to use Vine Whip without thinking. Hoot hoot, fly into the air. Faulkner said lightly with one hand on his waist. Hoot Hoot also flew into the air at the same time to avoid the 2 Vine Whips that were attacking. Don't think about escaping. Chikorita, use Vine Whip again. Ash looked at Hoot Hoot who had dodged in the air, and asked Chikorita to use Vine Whip again. Hoot Hoot, spin in the air and use the peck trick. Faulkner said calmly. Hoot Hoot, flying in the air, spun to avoid Vine Whip, and then quickly approached Chikorita and pecked it, causing Chikorita to suffer serious damage. Hoot Hoot, Keep using the peck trick like this. Without waiting for Ash to give the order, Faulkner's voice reached Hoot Hoot's ears again. Hoot Hoot, who was not far away from Chikorita, quickly approached it, and used peck continuously, making Chikorita, who was already seriously injured, even more seriously injured. Chikorita, avoid it and use Razor Leaf. Ash knew that he couldn't continue like this, and shouted when Chikorita was injured. Chikorita also threw out 2 leaves to form a blade at the same time, but Faulkner reacted very quickly and quickly let Hoot Hoot rise rapidly to avoid this move. Hoot Hoot, quickly descend and make a shock attack at the highest speed. Seeing that Hoot Hoot had narrowly avoided the Razor Leaf, Faulkner knew that this was a good opportunity and quickly let Hoot Hoot attack. Get out of the way, Chikorita. Ash did not hesitate to let Chikorita use the magic skill Get Out of the Way. Chikorita heard this and easily jumped to avoid Hoot Hoot's attack this time. Hoot Hoot, continue to attack. Faulkner shouted loudly, not ready to give Ash a chance to fight back. At this time, Hoot Hoot also fell rapidly from the air, and his target was Chikorita. Seeing this, Ash realized that Chikorita seemed to have no time to dodge, and shouted loudly for Chikorita to use Vine Whip to counterattack. But unfortunately, Vine Whip was easily dodged by Hoot Hoot. Not only that, Chikorita was knocked to the ground by Hoot Hoot's impact and her eyes lit up. Seeing this, Ash hurried forward and hugged Chikorita. When the referee came out, he said, Chikorita lost her ability to fight, and Hoot Hoot won. Ash. Misty seemed to be surprised that Ash would lose the first battle so quickly. It seems that no matter the disadvantage in attribute, even the level is different. Xiao Gang, who saw a lot from this battle, spoke slowly at this time. Thank you, Chikorita. Just have a good rest. Ash didn't know what Xiao Gang said, but just took back his Chikorita. Got it. It has no way to avoid attacks from the air. Faulkner, who knocked down Chikorita, said with a smug look on his face. Ash was a little unhappy. And Pikachu's expression suddenly became stern because of this. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 22, Pikachu 1 and 2 Asking for Flowers, Collection. It's your turn this time, Pikachu, it's up to you. With a little dissatisfaction, Ash asked Pikachu to fight Hoot Hoot. Pikachu. Pikachu nodded after hearing this, and came to the battlefield full of fighting spirit. Name, Pikachu. Attribute, electricity. Gender, male. Ability, static electricity. Qualification, orange. Strength. Randomly changes, no fixed strength. Skills, omitted. After reading Pikachu's information with his inside eyes, Xiaolong had question marks on his forehead, but when he thought about Pikachu's performance in the original work, he felt that there was no problem. After all, Pikachu is not a Pokémon without a fixed strength. On the upper ability, he can be killed by Alpaca. And on the lower ability, he can be killed by Caterpie and Rattata. This comment is really accurate. But in this case, the qualification is meaningless. Xiaolong thought that there was no problem with Pikachu's strength. Forget it, why bother about it? It doesn't matter to me. Thinking so, Xiaolong turned his eyes to the field again, waiting for the battle to begin. Begin. As everyone turned their eyes to the battlefield again, the referee's voice sounded at the same time. Without any hesitation, Faulkner took the initiative, letting Hoot Hoot do the same impact attack as before. But Ash, who had been fooled once, would never make the same mistake again, so he did not hesitate to let Pikachu use agility to disrupt Hoot Hoot's vision, so that he didn't know how to attack. Not good. Hoot Hoot, rise quickly. Faulkner saw that Pikachu not only disrupted Hoot Hoot's vision, but also quickly approached Hoot Hoot. Knowing that it was not good, he quickly let Hoot Hoot rise and dodge. Take advantage of now, Pikachu, use Thunderbolt. Ash, who saw that this was a good opportunity to attack, shouted loudly. Agility stopped in the air when approaching Pikachu, and yellow electric current appeared all over his body, then condensed and hit Hoot Hoot in the air directly. Hoot Hoot, who was hit by Thunderbolt, screamed. Then he fell to the ground. Ash found that Hoot Hoot seemed to have not lost his fighting ability, and continued to command Pikachu to attack with quick attack. Just like that, Hoot Hoot, who had not yet stood up, was knocked away by Pikachu with a thunderous quick attack and fell into Faulkner's hands. And his eyes lit up. Hoot Hoot lost his fighting ability, and Pikachu won. The referee said the moment Hoot Hoot fell. This Pikachu looks very strong. Serena, who was shocked by Pikachu's performance, sighed sincerely, but she didn't know that such performance was only temporary. There will be more outrageous operations in the future. However, Xiaolong didn't say anything about all this. Just quietly watched the gym competition that was about to unfold later. I wonder what Pokemon Faulkner will use next. After Serena sighed, Misty, who had been silent, spoke up at this time. If Pidgeot is the trump card, he should use Fearow next. But it's not certain yet. It depends on what Faulkner will do. Xiao Gang thought about it and expressed his judgment. Okay, I'll use you next. Let them see how powerful bird Pokemon are. As soon as he finished speaking, Faulkner, who had taken back Hoot Hoot, released the second Pokemon here, Dodrio. Name, Dodrio. Attribute, normal, flying. Gender, male. Ability, early rising. Qualification, blue. Strength, level 34, elite. Skills, omitted. Dodrio. Seeing that Faulkner was using Dodrio, Ash and Pikachu were both a little surprised. Who made them think that Faulkner would use a Pokemon like Fearow? For me, Dodrio is the starting point of bird Pokemon. My wish to fly to soaring in the sky one day is exactly the same as mine. Faulkner noticed Ash's expression and told him everything about himself and Dodrio. Hearing this, Dodrio followed suit. I see. *3. Misty, Xiaogang, and Serena all understood after hearing this explanation. But, can this Dodrio fly? Just as everyone was sighing, Ash asked a very stupid question. Faulkner snorted in surprise, and said with a confident smile, my Dodrio can fly. When these words came out, the silly Ash was shocked. And he really thought that Faulkner's Dodrio could fly. Begin. Just when Ash was shocked, the referee's voice rang out. Okay. Come on. Faulkner said to Ash at the moment when the battle continued, as if he was sure to win with a surprise. The honest Ash didn't hear the confidence in Faulkner's words, and directly asked Pikachu to use agility to disrupt the opponent's vision. However, Faulkner was prepared, and also commanded Dodrio to use agility to meet him. The two sides ran towards each other on the field, and the speed was very fast, but it can still be seen that the speed of both sides using agility was about the same, and there was no crushing power. Seeing this situation, Misty couldn't help but worry about Ash secretly. As for Ash, he confidently asked Pikachu to use Thunderbolt, aiming at the place where Dodrio would land. But who knew that this was what Faulkner wanted? He shouted loudly for Dodrio to fly and dodge. Dodrio, who was running, jumped up upon hearing this and successfully dodged Pikachu's powerful Thunderbolt, which surprised Ash, as well as Serena and Misty outside the field. They were not surprised because Dodrio dodged the attack, but because of what Faulkner meant by Dodrio flying. So this is what Faulkner meant by Dodrio flying. After being surprised, Serena murmured softly. Then she looked at Xiaolong, who had an expressionless face, and asked, Xiaolong, have you guessed that this is what Faulkner meant by Dodrio flying? Apart from this reason, is there anything else that can be called flying? Xiaolong said as a matter of course. This indifferent tone made Xiaogang and Misty stunned. Serena, who was already used to it, didn't think it was a big deal. This is a strong enemy. After looking at the calm little dragon for a while, Xiaogang and Misty thought silently, and then continued to look at the battlefield. When the two looked at the field, Faulkner had already asked Dodrio to use crazy attacks. Pikachu, who was unable to dodge, was directly hit by the crazy attacks of Dodrio's three heads, and suffered serious injuries. Without waiting for Ash to speak, Faulkner continued to issue an attack order, asking Dodrio to use the drill trick, trying to kill Ash's Pikachu in one go. Pikachu, who had just stood up, was hit by the drill again and was covered with scars. I will definitely win this game. Dodrio, use the triangle attack to give it the last blow. Looking at the scarred Pikachu, Faulkner was full of confidence and thought he would win. Dodrio also condensed purple, pink, and green dots of light from his three heads at the moment of the speed sound. And the three lights connected together just formed a triangle. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 23, Lao Peng appears asking for flowers and collection. I'm sure to win this match. Dodrio, use the triangle attack to give it the final blow. Looking at the wounded Pikachu, Faulkner was full of confidence and thought he was sure to win. At the moment when the speed sound fell, Dodrio also condensed purple, pink, and green dots of light from his three heads. And the three lights connected together to form a triangle. Don't give up, Pikachu. If it can jump, you can jump too. Seeing that the attack was about to fall, Ash used his unique skill, the rejuvenation roar. And the seriously injured Pikachu stood up directly and jumped to Dodrio's head, interrupting Dodrio's triangle attack. Faulkner was very shocked to see this scene, and kept saying it was impossible. Ash, who was not affected by Faulkner's surprised expression, let Pikachu, who jumped into the air, use the more powerful thunder, which was 50 centimeters thick. This move successfully hit Dodrio, killing him instantly. Dodrio loses his ability to fight, Pikachu wins. The referee said the moment the result came out. Great! Ash was so excited to see that he won the battle again. Pikachu was so tired from the battle that he sat on the ground to rest for a while. Ash is quite good. Serena was so surprised that she didn't expect Ash to win 2 games in a row. 2. The next one is the third Pokemon. Knowing that the next one was a tough battle, Xiaogang didn't pay attention to Serena's words, but looked at Faulkner with a serious face, because they both knew who the other party's last Pokemon was. Sure enough, Faulkner released his Pidgeot as the two thought. Name, Pidgeot. Attribute, normal, flying. Gender, male. Ability, sharp eyes. Qualification, purple. Strength, level 50, gym. Skills, omitted. The last one is Pidgeot. Ash looked at the Pidgeot who saved his Pikachu and was not surprised at all. Ash, Pikachu is already very tired. I think it's better to let it rest first. Gon and Misty noticed that Pikachu was already exhausted and said one after another. I know. Do you want to rest? Ash asked after noticing Pikachu's situation after the two reminded him. Pikachu. Pikachu shook his head and stood up forcibly. Begin. The referee on the side saw that Ash had no intention of exchanging Pokemon, so he announced the start of the battle. Quick battle, quick decision, finish it in one go. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash knew that Pikachu couldn't be delayed in its current condition, so he asked it to use Thunderbolt to make a quick decision. However, Pikachu was already very tired. Not only was his power not as strong as before, but his stockpile time was a little longer than before, allowing Pidgeot to dodge easily. The moment he dodged, Faulkner immediately let Pidgeot use his whirlwind trick, knocking the already exhausted Pikachu to the ground, making him lose his ability to fight. Pikachu loses his ability to fight, and Pidgeot wins. The referee's voice sounded at the right time. Ash went forward to pick up Pikachu and put him aside to rest. Pikachu has already lost. What should Ash do next? Misty said, who was very worried about Ash's current situation. This was also what Serena wanted to know. Okay, use it to decide the winner. Charizard, it's decided to be you. Under Serena's expectant eyes, Ash released the trump card Pokemon Charizard. Name, Charizard. Attribute, Fire. Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Fierce Fire. Qualification, Orange. Strength, Level 59, Gym. Skills, Slightly. Very good. It's a pity that I didn't listen to you at Kanto. Otherwise, Charizard would be even stronger now. Xiaolong thought silently after reading Charizard's information with his insightful eyes. Did you finally take out Charizard? It's indeed a heavyweight rival. Faulkner was undoubtedly very satisfied with Ash letting Charizard play. Because only in this way can they have a good time. Of course. Charizard and Pidgeot were also very satisfied with their rival. Staring at each other. Begin. The referee said as the two Pokemon stared at each other. As soon as the voice fell, Faulkner let Pidgeot fly into the air. And Ash also let Charizard fly up. As soon as he flew up to soaring in the sky, Ash couldn't wait to command Spitz to use Flamethrower. Unfortunately, Spitz's 40-centimeter thick flame was easily dodged by Pidgeot. Seeing this, Ash asked Spitz to use Flamethrower again, but Pidgeot under Faulkner's command easily dodged it with agility, and the flame couldn't keep up with Pidgeot's speed. So fast. Asterisk 4. Ash and Serena, who didn't expect Pidgeot to be so fast, were shocked by this scene. Pidgeot's flying speed can reach up to Mach 2. It is the Pokemon with the second fastest flying speed after Dragonite. It's normal to be so fast, nothing to be surprised about. The unconcerned Xiaolong said lightly. Of course, this is because he sent out a legendary Pokemon like Rayquaza, otherwise it's not certain who is the fastest. After all, there is also a Celestic Alpaca in space. Xiaolong is right. Faulkner, who was fighting with Ash, was confident when he heard this. I think this battle is already a sure thing. Ash, who was facing Faulkner, looked a little serious at the moment, but he still let the old spray continue to attack with Flamethrower. Pidgeot, use the whirlwind trick. Facing the incoming flames, Faulkner was very calm and asked Pidgeot to use the whirlwind to bounce the flames back. The defenseless old spray was hit by his own Flamethrower and fell to the ground with some injuries. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the old spray's wings were injured when it fell down. Therefore, facing Pidgeot's wing attack, he couldn't dodge at all and was hit directly, suffering more serious injuries. It looks like Ash is going to lose. Serena, who was outside the field, saw this situation and felt that Ash was likely to lose this gym match. Keep watching and you will know. Xiaolong knew that Ash would not lose, and after saying this, he continued to look at the old spray and Pidgeot who were fighting. I saw the old man stand up under Ash's rejuvenation roar, but what he faced was Faulkner's quick attack of Pidgeot, which made the old man even more injured. Give up. Charizard who can't fly is not Pidgeot's rival. For me, the victory won on the ground is not a real victory. Looking at Ash who looked solemn and didn't know what to do, Faulkner tried to persuade him to surrender. But there was no doubt that he failed. After all, Ash was not the kind of person who gave up halfway. There is no other way. Pidgeot uses the highest speed quick attack to give it the last blow. Faulkner saw that Ash was unwilling to give up, so he had to let Pidgeot continue to attack. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 24, Ash narrowly obtains the Zephyr badge asking for flowers and collection. In terms of courage, we will never lose. Fly, Charizard. Ash used the rejuvenating roar skill again, which undoubtedly made the old spur fly. But the speed was not as fast as Pidgeot, not even as fast as the normal speed before the wings were injured. Faulkner did not take the old spur seriously. But all this was not a problem for Ash. In his opinion, as long as the old spur could fly, there was hope of winning. This was the idea of Ash, who never gave up. Even if Charizard can fly, so what? The speed is not as fast as Pidgeot. Faulkner, who did not take the current old spur seriously, said with a little disdain. This made Ash come back to his senses, but it was too late. Although the old spur had already flown behind Pidgeot, Faulkner commanded Pidgeot to use agility to successfully bypass it, and then it was hit by Pidgeot's quick attack. Of course, Old Spear was not happy to be beaten like this. He survived the attack and chased after Pidgeot. The result was the same as before, and he was hit by quick attack used by Pidgeot. It's the same no matter how many times you come. Ash, don't you know? Faulkner, who was already a little exhausted by the one-sided battle, said lightly. Faulkner is right. It's the same no matter how many times you come. Ash said softly, knowing that Faulkner was right. Then, as if he thought of something, his eyes suddenly lit up. Speaking of the same, Pidgeot's previous actions were also the same. Thinking of this, Ash hurriedly asked Old Spear to take action to catch up with Pidgeot. Faulkner, who didn't know Ash's plan, criticized him for not learning his lesson, and asked Pidgeot to use agility to get behind Old Spear, but this time Ash was prepared. The moment Pidgeot went around behind Old Spear, he gave it the order to use Fire Spin. As expected, Faulkner, who didn't expect this move, was caught off guard, and Pidgeot was also surrounded by Fire Spin and couldn't get out. What? Faulkner was shocked when he saw Pidgeot surrounded by Fire Spin. He no longer had the idea of winning. Very good, Charizard. Catch that Pidgeot and use Seismic Toss. Seeing that his tactics were accomplished, Ash was full of confidence to let Old Spray use Seismic Toss. Not surprisingly, the captured Pidgeot was killed instantly by Charizard's Seismic Toss, which had killed countless Pokémon in seconds. Pidgeot lost its ability to fight, Charizard won. So the winner is Ash from Pallet Town. The referee also spoke at the moment the result appeared. I didn't expect you to use Pidgeot's speed in reverse. This tactic is really brilliant. This Zephyr badge is yours. Faulkner took back the Pidgeot. Praised Ash. And then took out the Zephyr badge and handed it to him. Thank you, Faulkner. I got the Zephyr badge. Ash thanked Faulkner first, and then posed in his classic pose of getting the badge. Okay, it's your gym match next, Xiaolong. Don't lose. After a burst of excitement, Ash said to Xiaolong, who came over. How can I lose if you can beat me? After saying that, Xiaolong went straight to where Ash was before, regardless of Ash, who was angry with him. Faulkner also returned to the position where he had fought before. Then let's start the official match with badges at stake between Faulkner, the gym trainer of Violet Gym, and Xiaolong, the challenger from Sandgem Town. There are 3 Pokémon that can be used. Are both players ready? The referee, who did not leave, asked after Lien Ren stood up. Yet. Xiaolong hummed to show that he was ready. That guy Xiaolong. It's so annoying. What do you mean I can beat him and he won't lose? Ash looked at the gym match that was about to start, stared at Xiaolong angrily, and said what he really thought. At the same time, Ash felt for the first time that someone was more annoying than Gary. First of all, my number 1 player, is it? Not to mention Ash, who was very angry. Faulkner, who saw Xiaolong ready, released the first Pokemon, Pidgeotto. Name, Pidgeotto. Attribute, normal, flying. Gender, male. Ability, sharp eyes. Qualification, blue. Strength, level 27, advanced. Skills, omitted. Monferno, Yugo. Xiaolong, who checked Pidgeotto's information with his insight eyes, sent Monferno to the field. Name, Monferno. Attribute, fire, fighting. Gender, male. Ability, fierce fire. Qualification, purple. Strength, level 29, advanced. Skills, omitted. No information. When Monferno appeared, Ash, who didn't know this Pokemon, took out the Pokédex to check the information, but there was no information. This made Ash a little confused. Monferno is a Pokemon from the Sinnoh region. The Pokédex that Professor Oak gave you should not have been upgraded to that level. That's why there is no information about Monferno. Xiao Gang, who knew some information about Monferno, explained the reason. I see. Ash suddenly understood after hearing this. Begin. Without mentioning what happened on Ash's side, the referee saw that both of them had released Pokemon and announced the start of the battle. You go first. Faulkner, who wanted to test Xiaolong's strength, let him attack first. Monferno, Mach Punch. Xiaolong didn't bother to be polite with Faulkner and asked Monferno to attack with Mach Punch. What? Less than 2 seconds after the order was issued, Faulkner and others were surprised because Monferno, who used Mach Punch, appeared in front of Pidgeotto at a speed that was almost like teleportation. Then came the lightning-fast Mach Punch, which fell hard on Pidgeotto, knocking him to the ground. But Pidgeotto had not lost his ability to fight. Pidgeotto, use Quick Attack. Faulkner, who was shocked by Monferno's speed, said the first time he reacted. Pidgeotto, who was very close to Monferno, immediately used Quick Attack, repelling Monferno, who couldn't dodge. Flamethrower. Before Faulkner could take advantage of the victory, Xiaolong's voice rang out. Then he saw his Pidgeotto being hit by Monferno's flamethrower, which was repelled, and he uttered a terrible growl, and finally his eyes lit up. Pidgeotto lost his ability to fight, and Monferno won. The referee, who had been paying attention to the situation in the field, said when the result came out. Is Xiaolong so powerful? Ash, who was shocked by Xiaolong's strength, said after swallowing his saliva. Yet, it's different from someone's hard-won victory. Xiaolong won the first battle very easily. Misty hit Ash at the right time. Okay, stop arguing. Now is not the time to argue. Ash, Xiaolong will be your rival in the future, you have to watch his game carefully. Maybe it will be useful in the future. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Xiao Gang first calmed them down, and then told Ash. After that, he continued to watch the game. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 25, The Crushing Gym Match, asking for flowers and collection. The two of them looked at each other without knowing what Ash and the others were thinking. After a while, Faulkner, who had taken back Pidgeotto, sent out the second Pokemon, Noctowl. Name, Noctowl. Attribute, normal, flying. Gender, male. Ability, sleepless. Qualification, blue. Strength, level 42, elite. Skills, omitted. Monferno, come back. Staraptor, go. After reading Noctowl's information, Xiaolong did not hesitate to replace Monferno and let Staraptor play. Name, Staraptor, sharp beak. Attribute, normal, flying. Gender, male. Ability, sacrifice. Qualification, purple. Strength, level 85, elite. Skills, omitted. What a powerful aura. Sharp eyes, strong body. This Staraptor breeder is very good. After carefully looking at Staraptor, Xiaogang exclaimed. That's right. Xiaolong's Staraptor is very powerful. It has never lost a battle, and has not even been injured much. Serena was excited to hear the praise and was proud of it. Is it so strong? Gon and Misty, who didn't think Serena would lie about such a thing, were also shocked when they heard it. After all, it is really difficult to have not been injured much. Compared to the two who knew the difficulty here. Ash, who knew nothing, looked at the surprised two with puzzled eyes, making Xiaolong and Misty feel a little helpless. Staraptor. Steel Wing. Noctowl, we also use Steel Wing. Just when the two wanted to explain the difficulty here, the battle between Xiaolong and Speed had already started. And the two just had to give up for the time being. As Faulkner and Xiaolong finished speaking, the wings of Staraptor and Noctowl turned into a metallic luster, and they fiercely tackled each other in front of everyone. But the result was not very good for Faulkner. The reason is that when Noctowl collided with Staraptor, it was knocked to the ground by the opponent, and its eyes lit up, and it lost its ability to fight. Noctowl lost its ability to fight, and Staraptor won. The referee, who didn't expect the winner to be decided so quickly, was stunned for a moment before announcing the result. 1 hit knocked Noctowl down. Xiaolong's Staraptor is so strong. Ash, Xiaogang, and Misty were very shocked that Noctowl was killed instantly. Violet's apprentices in the gym and Faulkner were also shocked. Faulkner was even more shocked than others. Thank you for your hard work, Noctowl, you have done a good job. My last Pokemon is it? Faulkner, who was stunned for a long time, sent out the last Pokemon. Name, Crobat. Attribute, Poison, Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Psychic. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 51, Gym. Skills, omitted. Crobat. It's also a very strong Pokemon. Gon looked at Crobat carefully for a while and exclaimed. Ash took out the Pokédex the moment Crobat appeared. Staraptor, continue. Dragon, who had no intention of exchanging Pokemon, let Staraptor continue to fight. Start. Seeing that Dragon did not exchange Pokemon, the referee immediately waved the flag in his hand. Crobat, wing attack. Staraptor, one-hit solution, Brave Bird. At the beginning of the game, Faulkner and Dragon gave the order to attack at the same time. What is Brave Bird's move? Ash, who heard about this move for the first time, looked at Xiaogang. Wing Bird is a special move that flying Pokemon can learn. But it will also hurt itself after attacking. Xiaogang, who expected this scene, slowly took on the special move of Wing Bird. Not to mention Xiaogang and others who explained the special move to Ash. After giving the order, Staraptor was wrapped in white energy light, and then rushed towards Crobat at a lightning speed. Crobat also used wing attack at the moment Faulkner gave the order, and faced Staraptor head-on. A second later, the two Pokemon clashed fiercely, but the result was indeed crushing. When Crobat collided with Staraptor, he was knocked to the ground by it, and finally struggled to get up. But he couldn't get up because of the serious injury. So his eyes lit up. Crobat lost his ability to fight, Staraptor won. So the winner is the little dragon of Sandgem Town. The referee said the moment the result came out. Total defeat. Faulkner, who took back Crobat, sighed. Then he came to Xiaolong and handed him the Zephyr badge. Thank you. After receiving the badge, Xiaolong thanked him and left with Serena to go to the Pokemon Center, preparing to restore the Pokemon's physical strength before continuing. Ash did the same. Hey, Xiaolong. Would you like to fight me when we return to the Pokemon Center? Since Ash had seen Xiaolong's strength, he looked at Xiaolong with burning eyes. Sure. I just want to know the strength of our Indigo Plateau Conference Top 16. Xiaolong, who had not planned to fight Ash, agreed to the request without thinking. Great. I will definitely beat you. Seeing that the other party agreed to fight him, Ash confidently said what was in his heart. Ah. *2. Xiaogang and Misty on the side were very helpless, but didn't say anything. I hope so. Xiaolong, who had a clear understanding of Ash's strength, smiled indifferently, and then chatted with Serena. Soon, the group returned to the Pokemon Center, handed the Pokemon they had fought to Nurse Joy, and then came to the battle site. The battle between Ash and Xiaolong is about to begin. There are 3 Pokemon that can be used, and there is no time limit. Xiaogang, who is the referee, said from the referee's position. Eevee, you go first. Xiaolong did not hesitate to let Eevee go first. Name, Eevee. Attribute, normal gender, female. Ability, adaptability. Qualification, orange. Strength, level 49, Gym, skills, omitted. Bulbasaur, it's you. Looking at the Eevee in front of him, Ash thought for half a second, and finally sent out Bulbasaur. Name, Bulbasaur. Attribute, grass, poison. Gender, male. Ability, lush. Qualification, purple. Strength, level 48, Gym. Skills, omitted. The battle begins. The moment the Pokemon of both sides appeared, Xiaogang's voice rang out. Bulbasaur, Razor Leaf. At the beginning of the battle, Ash unceremoniously asked Bulbasaur to use Razor Leaf. The flying leafage kept attacking Eevee as if to cut it apart. Eevee, double team. Faced with a large number of Razor Leaves, Xiaolong just asked Eevee to use double team to avoid this move. And there were many clones around that were not affected by Razor Leaves and disappeared, which undoubtedly brought a lot of challenges to Ash and his Bulbasaur. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 26 Duel. Ash asking for flowers, collection. Eevee, double team. Faced with a large number of Razor Leaves, Xiaolong just let Eevee use double team to avoid this move. And there are still many clones around that are not affected by Razor Leaves and disappear, which undoubtedly brings a lot of challenges to Ash and his Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur, don't be affected, use Vine Whip to destroy all the clones. Ash observed for a while and found that he didn't know which one was the real body, so he had to use this stupid but effective method. Now, Shadow Ball. Just as Ash finished speaking, Xiaolong's voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, Bulbasaur, who had just used Vine Whip, was hit by a sudden black energy ball and suffered serious injuries. Eevee, the last blow, quick attack. Without waiting for Bulbasaur to get up, Xiaolong gave another order. Bulbasaur, get out of the way. Seeing Bulbasaur about to be knocked away by Eevee's quick attack, Ash used his special move Get Out of the Way in a hurry. But it was still a little slow. Bulbasaur, who had just stood up, was knocked away by Eevee in agility as soon as he moved. After that, Eevee did not wait for Xiaolong to order a finishing blow, and took the initiative to spit out Black's energy ball, which was Shadow Ball. Knocked Bulbasaur to the ground before he landed in the air. And his eyes lit up. Bulbasaur loses the ability to fight, and Eevee wins. The referee Xiaogang said when the result came out. At the same time, he secretly smacked his lips. He didn't expect that even the experienced and powerful Bulbasaur would lose, and lose so miserably, without hitting Eevee. Thank you for your hard work, Bulbasaur, you have done very well. Ash, who also didn't expect to lose so quickly, silently took back his Bulbasaur. Heracross, it's you. After taking back Bulbasaur, Ash sent Heracross out. Name, Heracross. Attribute, bug, flying. Gender, male. Ability, perseverance. Qualification, purple. Strength, level 35, elite. Skills, omitted. EV, continue. After reading Heracross's information, Xiaolong decided to let EV continue to fight. Heracross, use horn attack. As Ash's words fell, Heracross flapped its wings and flew towards EV not far away. It was very fast and arrived in front of EV in a short while. Iron Tail. The well-prepared Xiaolong said lightly. EV, who was always ready. The tailberry immediately turned into a metallic luster, and collided directly with Heracross's horn attack, and was stalemated for a while and was repelled at the same time. Although Heracross is powerful, there are too many EVs of lower levels. Xiao Gang, who was the referee, knew that EV was of a high level when he saw that Heracross could only barely suppress EV. Otherwise, this situation would not have happened. Heracross, Mega Horn. Ash, who seemed to have not expected Xiaolong's EV to be so strong, was stunned for a moment before he came to his senses and gave the order. However, Xiaolong, who never dazed in battle, would not miss such a good opportunity. While Ash was stunned, he had already let EV use Shadow Ball. Get out of the way. Ash did not expect Xiaolong to be so good at seizing opportunities, and hurriedly let Heracross dodge, but he was still a little slow, and Heracross was hit by Shadow Ball. Fortunately, its defense was high enough. Otherwise it would have been seriously injured. Heracross, keep rushing over and use Mega Horn. Seeing that Heracross was fine, Ash breathed a sigh of relief and let it continue to attack. EV, double team. The little dragon didn't want EV to suffer more damage from Fearless, so he chose to dodge for the time being. As for Heracross, who was originally attacking with Mega Horn, he panicked when he found that EV and its clones were all around him. He looked around and didn't know what to do. Heracross, calm down and find EV by feeling. Ash noticed Heracross's situation and comforted him loudly and taught him how to do it. Hearing this, Heracross closed his eyes and tried to find EV's body by intuition. EV, just use Shadow Ball. The little dragon laughed at the scene in front of him and let EV attack at this time without thinking, catching Ash and Heracross off guard. Just like that, the unprepared Heracross was hit by Shadow Ball. And with the previous injuries, Heracross's condition was not very good. Ash. I'm not a gym leader. My main task is not to guide challengers to unleash their potential. I'm not obligated to wait for you to crack my tactics. Realizing that Ash was a little confused by his sudden attack, Xiaolong chuckled and said this. After being reminded by Xiaolong, Ash came back to his senses. But he was still more confused. But considering that Ash was still fighting, he decided to ask Xiaogang and Misty what Xiaolong meant by what he said just now. Thinking of this, Ash said to Heracross again, Heracross, Mega Horn. EV, face it head-on, Iron Tail. This time, Xiaolong didn't plan to use a routine again, and chose to let EV face it head-on. I saw the metallic Iron Tail collide with the green Mega Horn, and after a stalemate for a few seconds, EV and Heracross were repelled at the same time. The former was repelled farther, while the latter was only repelled a few steps. Heracross, take advantage of the victory and use horn attack continuously. When he saw Heracross had the upper hand, Ash let it rush forward with a bright look in his eyes. Shadow Ball. Xiaolong calmly let EV use Shadow Ball. Avoid an attack. Ash shouted loudly, knowing that it would not be easy to be hit by this move. Heracross, who was flying, dodged quickly upon hearing this, and easily dodged Shadow Ball. However, what was waiting for it was indeed a metallic tail, which knocked it to the ground and was severely injured. It struggled to get up but couldn't. Shadow Ball. Facing Heracross, who fell down and couldn't get up, Xiaolong asked Eevee to use Shadow Ball to end it. Heracross lost its ability to fight, and Eevee won. Xiaolong, the temporary referee, said the moment the result came out, and Xiaolong also took back Eevee, who was running out of energy. As for Ash on the opposite side, he had been stunned by Xiaolong, and at this moment he was a little skeptical about his life. After all, since his debut in Kanto, he has never lost such a thorough battle. Even when he faced Lorelei of the Elite Four in the Orange Islands, he injured the opponent's Pokémon to some extent. Unlike now, he failed to cause normal and effective damage to Xiaolong's Eevee. Ash! What are you doing? Are you going to ignore Heracross? Misty noticed Ash's doubtful expression and snarled. She woke Ash up. P.S. Please give me flowers, collections and various free tickets. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 27 Caesar's Absolute Power Seeking Flowers, Collection. Misty is right. What on earth am I doing? Thinking so, Ash directly gave himself a dabby poke, which made everyone present stunned. Come back, Heracross, you've done a good job. Ash praised Heracross after defeating Dabby Poke. Then he took out the last Pokeball and said, Squirtle, it's you. Name, Squirtle. Attribute, Water. Gender, Male. Ability, Torrent. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 48, Gym. Skills, Omitted. Caesar, you go. After checking Squirtle's information, Xiaolong hesitated between Chikorita and Caesar, and finally chose to let Caesar go for the final battle. Name, Caesar, with Mega Evolution Stone. Attribute, Bug, Steel. Gender, Male. Ability, Technical Expert. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 82, Elite. Skills, Omitted. The moment Caesar appeared, the dragon on the opposite side took out the Pokédex to check its information as if by reflex, and then put the Pokédex away after checking. Squirtle, use Water Gun. After knowing Caesar's information, Ash. Let Squirtle attack with Water Gun. Cut it. Facing Squirtle's 30 cm thick Water Gun attack, the dragon only said these two short words. The Caesar in front of the dragon was very cold. Just raised one of his pliers and placed it on the attack path of the water gun. When the water gun came over, it was cut in half by the pliers placed by Caesar. Without any damage. So strong. Much stronger than the previous Eevee. Almost as strong as Staraptor. Xiaogang saw that Caesar was very powerful and was shocked that the other party had two such strong Pokémon. So strong. Misty and Ash had the same idea as Xiaogang. Serena didn't say anything because she was used to it. After all, she had seen it too many times and was used to it. She thought that only Pokémon like Caesar were considered normal Pokémon. Squirtle, use Rocket Headbutt. Although he knew that Caesar was very strong, Ash did not give up hope at all and still let Squirtle attack. Caesar, Alloy Claw. The dragon was not panicked or timid at all. He let Caesar use the Alloy Claw to meet it. After a while, the two Pokémon clashed with each other. But the result was indeed crushing. The moment Squirtle clashed with Caesar, it was knocked away and finally fell to the ground with circles of eyes. Squirtle lost the ability to fight, Caesar won, so the winner is Xiaolong. The referee Xiaogang said when the result came out. Xiaolong, I will definitely beat you next time. Ash, who was not discouraged at all, reclaimed Squirtle and said something fierce. And then took his Pokeball to Nurse Joy. Let's go too. After saying that, Xiaolong took Serena's hand and walked towards Nurse Joy. Time ticked by. And it was time for rest in the evening. It's time to see what's in the mall today. I have a feeling that there must be something good waiting for me this time. Thinking of this, Xiaolong couldn't wait to check the mall. 1 top quality Pokemon Squirtle, with Pokeball. 1 Life Manor. Ordinary Pokeball *10. Golden Bead *9. Sharp Beak *9. Buy all. After seeing the things in the mall, Xiaolong's eyes lit up and he bought everything as usual. After buying the things, Xiaolong began to check what the Life Manor was. Life Manor refers to a small world containing life, which contains everything in the Pokemon world except living things, and can be connected to the Pokeball purchased by the system, allowing Pokemon to live and exercise in it. Isn't this a portable small world? But the name is quite interesting. I didn't know it and really thought it was an ordinary manor. Feeling the Life Manor integrated into his body, Xiaolong couldn't help but get excited. Name: Squirtle. Attribute: Water. Gender: Male. Ability: Torrent. Qualification: Orange. Strength: Level 10, Primary. Skills: Omitted. It seems that the top quality Pokemon in the system refers to the orange quality Pokemon. Xiaolong thought silently while checking Squirtle's information after the excitement. Then he lay on the bed and forced himself to rest. But he couldn't fall asleep anyway, because he was too excited. The next day, Xiaolong was a little tired when he got up in the morning. But he still cheered up and prepared to continue his journey. Of course. During the period, Ash invited Xiaolong and Serena to travel with them. But they both refused decisively. The former didn't want to be bothered by the Rocket Trio every day, and the latter hoped that it would be just Xiaolong and himself. So he decisively refused Ash's invitation. Serena, where is the nearest gym to us? Xiaolong, who rejected Ash's invitation and continued his journey, asked Serena beside him. Let me see. The nearest gym is the Azalea Gym in Azalea Town. Hearing this, Serena checked the information on the electronic map and said the location of the next gym. In that case, our next goal is Azalea Town. After saying this, Xiaolong started chatting and laughing with Serena. Xiaolong, there is a Heracross ahead, do you want to capture it? After walking for a while, Serena entered the forest and found a Heracross not far away, and hurriedly reminded Xiaolong. Forget it. Because of Serena's words, Xiaolong looked at the information of those Heracrosses, and found that the highest qualification among those Heracrosses was blue. So he had no intention of capturing them. Although I am not interested in Heracross, but I am still interested in capturing a Pidgey. Xiaolong, who said he did not want to capture Heracross, said again. But Serena was very confused by his lazy and motionless appearance. Is there no better Heracross and Pidgey? After a while of confusion, Serena asked after thinking of something. Well, there really aren't any good Pokemon among those. I don't want Solation to capture Pokemon. That would be irresponsible not only to Pokemon, but also to myself. The little dragon, who believed that he should be responsible for capturing Pokemon and should not leave them alone, explained the reason to Serena. So that's how it is. But there's a different color among those Pidgeys. After understanding the little dragon's plan, Serena suddenly realized, but still said that there was a Flash Pidgey not far away. Where? When he heard that there was a Flash Pidgey, the little dragon, who hadn't noticed it before, hurriedly looked in the direction Serena said, and finally saw the Flash Pidgey 10 seconds later. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 28 Flash Pidgey Asking for Flowers, Collection. I'll be right back. After discovering Flash Pidgey, Xiaolong's eyes lit up. Then he walked towards Flash Pidgey. Because he possessed the power of Evergreen, the wild Pokémon were not as vigilant as before when they saw Xiaolong, but felt a little close to him. In this way, Xiaolong quickly came to Flash Pidgey, who was eating food, which made Flash Pidgey look confused. Pidgey! Flash Pidgey called out to Xiaolong, who was sending a very friendly message. That meant asking Xiaolong what he wanted to see him for. Name: Flash Pidgey. Attribute: normal, flying. Gender: male. Ability: sharp eyes. Qualification: orange. Strength: level 21, advanced. Skills: omitted. Pidgey, do you want to travel with me? Be my partner. Xiaolong, who had read Flash Pidgey's message and knew what it just said, quickly invited him. Pidgey. It seemed that he didn't expect Xiaolong to invite him. Flash Pidgey shouted after being shocked. Is that true? It seemed that he was afraid that Xiaolong was just teasing him. That's right. It's what you understand. I won't abandon you. Xiaolong knew that Flash Pokémon didn't feel good in his own tribe, so of course he understood why the other party was so excited. Pidgey. Pidgey, who was touched on the head by Xiaolong, felt the other party's seriousness. Agreed to become Xiaolong's Pokémon. Come in. Seeing that the other party agreed, Xiaolong was very excited and took out the Ultra Ball to capture it. Clang! I envy Xiaolong that you can capture Pokémon so easily. Serena, who watched the whole process of capturing, was indescribably envious. No way. Pokémon's high affinity is so willful. Xiaolong said with a smile. Then he and Serena continued to rush to Azalea Town. On the way, they came to a forest. They decided to take a break and have lunch. Come out, everyone. During the break, Xiaolong released all his dragons. He also introduced Flash Pidgey and Squirtle obtained from the system. On the other side, Serena, who released Eevee and Fennekin, was stunned when she saw Xiaolong's Squirtle. She couldn't figure out when the other party had captured Squirtle. It was not her character to get to the bottom of it, so she didn't care too much. After a while of confusion, she went to make lunch and asked Xiaolong to prepare food for the Pokémon. Such a life is really comfortable. Looking at his Pokémon, and then looking at Serena, who was busy not far away, Xiaolong's heart gradually calmed down. In other words, this is the Pokémon world. Otherwise, with Xiaolong's current contest condition, he could easily enter enlightenment, and then improve his strength by a large margin. However, this is not a world like martial arts. Let's take a look at what's in the mall now. Xiaolong relaxed for a while, and remembered that he still had a flash sale mall, so he opened it. Sand of the Planet *8. Golden Pearl *3. Big Pearl *9. Metal Coat *9. Dragon Fang *1. Not bad. I bought them all. As soon as he finished buying things in the mall, Xiaolong closed it. 10 minutes later, Serena prepared lunch and asked Xiaolong to go over and eat. Another hour passed. Xiaolong and Serena had lunch, and they collected their Pokémon and continued to head towards Azalea Town. On the way, they encountered many wild Pokémon, such as Caterpie and its evolution, Tail Force, and Furret, and other Pokémon that are more common in Kanto and Jodo region. Unfortunately, none of these Pokémon were liked by the two, so even if there were occasionally 2 purple qualified ones, the two had no intention of catching them. Time passed slowly on the way, and 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. In these 2 days, Xiaolong only bought 10 bottles of full point potion from the mall. The rest were some living tools such as tents that he already had, so Xiaolong didn't care about them or buy them. After all, these living tools can be used for a long time, and there is no use buying them now. Rest here for a day before continuing. When they came to the edge of a lake, Xiaolong gave a suggestion. Okay. Serena nodded and agreed to rest here for a day. Then, the two released their Pokémon together and let them rest here. Of course, there were also those who didn't want to rest, that is, Staraptor, Scizor, and Flash Pidgey, who had just been captured not long ago. The three of them went to a nearby place to train, hoping to become stronger. Clang, Scizor, and the others are really working hard. Serena was used to seeing three Pokémon working hard, but she was still quite surprised. She thought they would take a break for a day and then continue. It's a good thing to be willing to become stronger. And they also know their limits, and won't train recklessly and damage their bodies. Xiaolong nodded, very satisfied with the three Pokémon. This is also the reason why he doesn't care much about Scizor and the others. Otherwise, if it was a Pokémon that didn't know the speed, Xiaolong would definitely not let it train so crazy. Clang. Xiaolong, how about we go fishing? Serena nodded in agreement and invited Xiaolong to go fishing. Okay. I haven't fished before. As she said that, she came to the lake with Serena. Serena, who was responsible for keeping these things, took out 2 fishing rods and started fishing with Xiaolong. Her leisurely look made ordinary people envious. Unfortunately, no one else could see this scene. Serena, do you want to capture Horsa? After a while, the little dragon that caught a Horsa asked Serena beside him. Yes. Serena looked carefully. And finally took the Horsa. Of course. Serena didn't have the little dragon's evergreen power. So she tried to capture Horsa by talking but failed. And she still defeated the opponent with Eevee's strength. Horsa, go play with Squirtle. Serena released Horsa and let it play with Squirtle. Name, Horsa. Attribute, water. Gender, female. Ability, leisurely. Qualification, purple. Strength, level 13, intermediate. Skills, omitted. Not bad. After reading the information about Horsa, the little dragon thought with his insightful eyes, and then began to fish for his own fish wholeheartedly, and caught a lot of Pokémon. For example, Magikarp, Goldeen, Poliwag, Horsa and other water Pokémon. But unfortunately, although many Pokémon were caught this time, there were no purple or higher level Pokémon. So Xiaolong didn't catch any. After all, these Pokémon were not what he wanted very much. Pidgey. Moog. Just as the two packed up their fishing rods and prepared to have a simple lunch, Flash Pidgey's growl and Staraptor's growl sounded at the same time, and then they flew to Xiaolong with a wounded Pokémon. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 29 Hunter J attacks. Put it here, I'll treat it. The little dragon looked at the injured Pokémon in front of him, and his pupils couldn't help shrinking. Nothing else. This Pokémon is really rare. Isn't this Zapdos? Who can beat it like this? Serena, who was shocked by the Pokémon brought by Staraptor and Flash Pidgey, exclaimed. That's right. The Pokémon brought by Staraptor and others. Is the legendary Pokémon Zapdos. Otherwise, Xiaolong wouldn't be so surprised. I don't know. But what can be confirmed is that this is caused by humans. After checking the injury of Zapdos, Xiaolong's tone was a little cold. He didn't need to think about it to know that it was definitely done by those poachers. Or an organization like Team Rocket. Because no one except them has the ability to create something that can hurt legendary Pokémon like Zapdos, although the Zapdos in front of him looks like a juvenile. Thinking of this, Xiaolong bandaged Zapdos while checking its information with his insight eyes. Name, Zapdos, young. Attribute, electricity, flying. Gender, male. Ability, oppression. Qualification, orange. Strength, level 60, gym. Skills, omitted. No wonder he was beaten like this by those poachers. After reading Zapdos' information, Xiaolong also knew why he was so seriously injured. Clang, those poachers are really abominable. Serena was undoubtedly very sympathetic to Zapdos, who looked very miserable, and at the same time, she was very dissatisfied with those who caused Zapdos injuries, that is, the poachers. It's not certain whether it was done by poachers. It might be done by a more powerful evil organization. Xiaolong said, knowing that there were many Team Rocket members in Kanto and Jodo regions. Clang, is there such an organization? Serena, who was not sure, was shocked by Xiaolong's words. Ah! Just when Serena was shocked, Zapdos, who had been bandaged and treated by Xiaolong with the power of Changpan, had already woken up. Xiaolong and Serena breathed a sigh of relief. As for Zapdos, when he woke up, he first looked at Xiaolong and Serena very vigilantly, and was stunned when he found the kind of familiar breath on Xiaolong. After carefully looking at Xiaolong for a while, and finding that he and Serena had no intention of attacking him, Zapdos lay on the ground and rested at ease. It must be said that the condition shown by this Zapdos made Xiaolong and Serena sigh that he was too careless. Little did they know that Zapdos was very clear about his own situation, and from the situation at the scene, he could see that it was Xiaolong and Serena who helped him, otherwise he would have attacked as soon as he woke up. Zapdos, eat a blue-orange. Sighing inwardly that Zapdos was careless, Xiaolong took out a blue-orange that could restore his physical strength from his backpack, and put it in front of Zapdos. As for Serena, after seeing that Zapdos was fine, she went to make lunch. Serena, judging from Zapdos' current situation, we may have to stay here for a while. Xiaolong, who was worried about Zapdos' situation, expressed his thoughts after lunch. Clang, I have no objection. Zapdos' safety is the first priority now. Serena, who knew what Xiaolong meant by this, nodded in agreement. Not far away, Zapdos listened to the conversation between the two, and compared it with the people who attacked him before, and couldn't help but have a lot more favorable feelings towards them. Especially for Xiaolong, who possesses the power of Evergreen, Zapdos has a better impression. Big sister. Zapdos has been found, but it is guarded by two trainers who look like rookies. Should we act immediately? In an invisible spaceship in the sky, the person who found Zapdos, Xiaolong, and Serena asked. Just two rookie trainers. It won't take long to clean them up. Start the action now. If it's too late, it will be troublesome if Du, the champion of Jodo region, catches up with us. The person called the big sister said. She was very afraid of Du, whom she mentioned. From the look of it, it was clear that he was beaten up by a red-haired person. Yes. After receiving a positive answer, the people immediately took action. Driving the spaceship to Xiaolong and others' sky, they attracted the attention of Xiaolong, Serena, and their Pokémon. Also attracted was Zapdos, who was seriously injured. It looked at the familiar rage in the sky and roared at him continuously, letting Xiaolong and Serena know that the culprit of Zapdos' injury was in the spaceship. Little devil! Hand over Zapdos! As Zapdos roared, a familiar person appeared in the spaceship, asking Xiaolong to hand over Zapdos to her. And there were many accomplices around this person. Are you Hunter J? Looking at the familiar dressed woman in front of him, Xiaolong asked, not too sure of her identity. You actually know me? It's really rare in the Jodo region. Hunter J was surprised that Xiaolong recognized him. I'm from Sinnoh region. I just came to Jodo region to challenge Alliance. Is it strange to know that you are a notorious existence in Sinnoh? Xiaolong asked back, pretending to be puzzled and mocking Hunter J. sharp-tongued. Do it. Hunter J, who didn't expect to be mocked by a little devil, asked his men to start acting immediately. Caesar, Staraptor, knock them down. Knowing that the battle was about to begin, Xiaolong shouted to Caesar. Then, the Pokémon released by Hunter J were killed instantly by Caesar and Staraptor. I forgot to tell you. Although I am a rookie trainer, but I started training my Pokémon when I was 5 years old. It has been 5 years now. Noticing the shocked Hunter J and his men, Xiaolong couldn't help but smile. But this smile made Hunter J and his men very unhappy. Serena, prepare to run away with Zapdos. Taunting Hunter J and others again, Xiaolong whispered in Serena's ear to let him run away with Zapdos without waiting for the other party to continue to capture Zapdos. Sharp-tongued kid. Drapion, you go. Hunter J, who was annoyed by Xiaolong, decided to deal with him himself. Name, Drapion. Attribute, poison, evil. Gender, male. Ability, combat armor. Qualification, purple. Strength, 71, quasi-elite. Skills, omitted. Caesar, you go. Staraptor, you and everyone protect Serena and Zapdos and retreat. After looking at Drapion's information, Xiaolong instructed Staraptor again. Then he commanded Caesar to fight with Drapion. Hurry up and chase Zapdos back. Also bring back the Pidgey of a different color. Hunter J, who was entangled by Xiaolong, said under rival. Then he commanded Drapion to fight with Caesar. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Chapter 30, Conquering Zapdos and Red Fairy. Hurry up and chase Zapdos back. Also bring back the Pidgey of a different color. Hunter J, who was entangled by the dragon, said under rival. Then he commanded Drapion to fight Caesar. You dare to steal my Pokémon? I give you face. Caesar, use the alloy claws continuously. Hunter J said with a little anger, not expecting the dragon to hit his head. Then, just as Hunter J was about to speak, he saw that Drapion was attacked continuously by the extremely fast Caesar. Drapion, catch Caesar. Knowing that he couldn't let it go like this, Hunter J asked Drapion to seize the opportunity to catch Caesar. However, the dragon Caesar was too fast. Drapion's pincers failed to catch Caesar once, but was beaten all over by the alloy claws that Caesar counterattacked. On the other side, Hunter J's subordinates were also beaten badly by Xiaolong's Pokémon, and they have begun to run back one after another. Big sister, there is a figure approaching quickly on soaring in the sky. It is expected to reach us in 10 seconds. After a while, Drapion was knocked down by Caesar. Hunter J was about to let trump card Salamence play, and heard the information given by his younger brother. Retreat. The only one who knew that there was such a speed was Drago Knight, so Hunter J did not hesitate to let his subordinates retreat. Before retreating, she looked at Xiaolong and shouted in a voice with a little rage, "Little ghost, it will not be like this next time we meet, you wait." After that, Hunter J and some of his subordinates who entered the spaceship disappeared in front of Xiaolong. As for the rest of them, they ran to other places. Clang clang, Xiaolong, did you beat Hunter J and the others away? After a while, Serena, who came back with Zapdos, asked after finding that Hunter J was gone. Should be. Xiaolong said in an uncertain tone. His intuition told him that Hunter J must have a reason to retreat so quickly. He might be being hunted by someone. Otherwise, he would not let go of the meat at his fingertips so easily. Clang, you are so amazing. Those people are hard to deal with. Serena, who did not hear anything wrong with Xiaolong's tone, praised. Not bad. Xiaolong, who did not think he had defeated the opponent, had a blank expression. You too. Have you met anyone here? As soon as the voice fell, a figure riding a dragonite appeared in front of the two and asked them, "Red-haired do?" Xiaolong looked at the familiar person in front of him and blurted out this sentence, which made Du next to Dragonite speechless, and his Dragonite laughed out loud. "Ahem! I am Du. But can you not add the word red-haired in front of it?" The first half of the sentence was quite serious, and the second half of the sentence was a little pleading. "Okay. Flying elite." Since Dodo was so pleading, Xiaolong would certainly not refuse. "Forget it, Usolation." Dodo, who did not expect Xiaolong to give him another nickname, suddenly felt bad, and had to let Xiaolong Solation call him. "Did you meet Hunter J?" Dodo, who was helpless for a while about Xiaolong's nickname, asked when he found Zapdos here. "Yeah. I beat him away." Xiaolong confirmed Dodo's statement without blushing at all. "Do you have the ability?" Hearing this, Dodo looked unconvinced. But when he took a closer look at Xiaolong's Pokémon, he had to admit that it was really possible. And the reason was Staraptor and Scizor. "You have two very good Pokémon. It is indeed possible to repel Hunter J. Since Zapdos is fine. I'll leave now." Dodo sighed. "I immediately boarded the Dragonite brand plane and left in front of SERENA and Xiaolong. Zapdos, it's not safe here anymore. Do you want to stay with me for a while?" After the fairy left completely, the dragon turned to look at Zapdos and asked it. "Ah." Zapdos shook his head first, and then nodded. The dragon, who has the power of evergreen, certainly knows what Zapdos means. So he was very excited and happy. "Zapdos, come in." After being excited for a while, the dragon took out an Ultra Ball and put Zapdos in it. "Clang, dragon, why are you so happy?" SERENA was puzzled by the excited dragon. "Zapdos is willing to be my Pokémon. How can I not be excited?" The very excited dragon said what Zapdos wanted to express before. "Clang, so that's it. No wonder you are so happy. But you are really lucky to be recognized by Zapdos. Envy, envy." After listening to the explanation, SERENA was very envious. "You will be able to do it in the future." Looking at SERENA with envy, Xiaolong comforted her. "Clang, I hope so." Knowing that Pokémon in the legend is not so easy to capture, SERENA has no confidence at all. But she doesn't care about this. She just wants to travel quietly with Xiaolong and capture a few cute Pokémon that she likes. Excited for a while, SERENA and Xiaolong went fishing again. But they didn't get much. Water Z Crystal, Mewtwo X Mega Evolution Stone, 1 top quality Beedrill, 1 top quality Charmander, 1 top quality Illichid. Damn! What day is today? All the good stuff. Even 3 top quality Pokémon appeared. Xiaolong, who was preparing to rest after dinner in the evening, after seeing the things that appeared in the mall, he was stunned. After half a minute, Xiaolong bought all these things, and then went to rest. The next day, the two continued their journey after breakfast, until they met many passers-by. Trainer, why do people here like to fight with others so much? The little dragon who commanded EV to knock down rival was puzzled. After all, there were more than 80 people fighting against him. Even if no one only fought one-on-one, there would be 80 games, not to mention that almost all of them were 3-on-3 battles. Clang, I'm not sure. But when did you capture Charmander, Illichid, and Beedrill of different colors? I don't know. SERENA replied, and asked her own doubts. That's right, because there were too many people to challenge. Not only did the little dragon use Squirtle and others, but also used Charmander and others who were bought yesterday. But it's not appropriate to call them Squirtle and Charmander now, because they have evolved. Flash Pidgey evolved into Flash Pidgeotto. Squirtle evolved into Wartortle. Charmander evolved into Charmeleon. And all of them were upgraded to level 23. which is really scary. Of course, the reason they were able to upgrade so quickly was not only because there were too many challengers and they gained a lot of experience, but also because of the double experience buff, otherwise they couldn't evolve at all. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Have fun reading books every day during the National Day holiday. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 31, New Blue Gymnasium Seeking Flowers for Collection. Of course, the reason why they can improve so quickly is not only because there are too many challengers and they get a lot of experience, but also because of the double experience buff, otherwise they can't evolve at all. After all, reality is not a game. You can evolve as long as you reach level 18, but it depends on whether the Pokemon is willing and its qualifications. The better the qualifications, the higher the level required for evolution. For example, Charmander, the orange qualifications require level 22 to evolve, while the purple qualifications are normal. The other qualifications of the Pokemon are also level 18. Forget it, don't worry about it. There is a city ahead, let's go there to rest for a day. By the way, reply to Pokemon. Xiaolong knew that he couldn't find out the reason, so he had to give up and went to the city not far away with SERENA. Have you heard? There seems to be a gym in our new blue city. But it's a water gym. I can't challenge it now, I will challenge it when there are electric Pokemon in the future. As soon as they entered the city, Xiaolong and SERENA heard such discussions. Clang, Little Dragon. When SERENA arrived at the Pokemon Center, she looked at Little Dragon, and the meaning was very clear. She was asking him if he wanted to challenge. Yes. Let's challenge this newly built gym after the Pokemon is restored. Knowing what SERENA meant, Little Dragon nodded. Then he left here. And went to the rest area to rest. And waited for Nurse Joy to restore her Pokemon. Clang, it really was just built not long ago. Sitting in the rest area, SERENA looked at the new blue city on the electronic map, and was undoubtedly surprised when she found that there was suddenly a gym sign. After all, there was none 2 days ago. It's fine as long as it exists. No matter when it was built. Little Dragon said without any concern. Then he rested his knees on SERENA's legs and chatted with her. At the same time, he also checked if there were any good things refreshed in the mall. They are all pots and pans. It seems that I was too lucky yesterday. Little Dragon, who didn't think there was anything unexpected about today's items, was very calm. It seemed that he had expected this scene a long time ago. Time passed by bit. After lunch, Xiaolong and SERENA took back their Pokeballs and went to rest. Of course, Xiaolong gave Nurse Joy 6 Pokemon. The remaining Pokemon, such as Scizor and Staraptor, were slightly tired. They were left to recover in the life manner. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous to take out too many Pokeballs at once. As for whether someone would find it strange, it was unlikely to happen. After all, the Alliance is limited to carrying 6 Pokemon at most, because ordinary people can't afford to carry more. It's better to deposit the remaining Pokemon in the place where the Pokédex is obtained. However, 6 Pokemon are the limit that the Alliance has tested, and ordinary people can afford. No matter how much money they have, they can't afford it and have to work on the road frequently. At that time, there were not many people participating in the Alliance competition, and it didn't look exciting. Didn't you see that SERENA didn't find it strange to see Xiaolong with so many Pokemon? It was because she knew this, or almost everyone knew this. As for why it was almost, but not all, it was because of the existence of a freak like Ash, otherwise it would be everyone. Not to mention that Xiaolong didn't want to bring out all the Pokemon to attract attention. At this time, the 2 people who had rested for half an hour were heading to the new blue gym. 10 minutes later, the 2 arrived at the new blue gym, and the gym inside was giving a lecture. I'm here to challenge the new blue gym. Who is the gym leader? Although he could see that the person who was giving the lecture was the gym leader, Xiaolong still asked this somewhat silly question. I'm the gym leader of the new blue gym, Ami. Are both of you going to challenge? Hearing this, the gym leader who was giving the lecture came to Xiaolong and SERENA and asked them. My name is Xiaolong, and I'm the only challenger. Also, can our gym match start? Xiaolong answered Ami's question and asked. Yes. After that, Ami took the two to the battle site. Then let's start the official match between the gym trainer Faulkner of the new blue gym and the challenger Xiaolong from Sand Gem Town with the badge as the stakes. There are 3 Pokemon that can be used. Are both players ready? Seeing the two standing up, the referee looked at them and asked. All right. Xiaolong replied with a slightly indifferent expression. My first Pokemon is this. As soon as Xiaolong was ready, Ami put the first Pokemon into the water field unique to the water gym. Name, Seal. Attribute, Water. Gender, Male. Ability, Thick Fat. Qualification, Blue. Strength, Level 19, Intermediate. Skill, Omitted. Illichid, you go. After reading Seal's information with his insightful eyes, Xiaolong released Illichid without any hesitation. Name, Illichid. Attribute, Electricity. Gender, Male. Ability, Static Electricity. Qualification, Orange. Strength, Level 25, Advanced. Skill, Omitted. Start. The moment the 2 Pokemon appeared, the referee's voice rang out. Illichid. Use Thunder Shock. Seal, Water Gun. As soon as the battle started, Xiaolong and Ami gave orders respectively. Illichid and Seal used Thunder Shock and Water Gun respectively. Then, everyone saw the yellow lightning and the blue water gun collided with each other, and the stalemate lasted for a few seconds. In the end, Illichid, who had a better attribute and level, won. That is, Seal dodged quickly. Otherwise he would have been hit by Thunder Shock. Use Thunderbolt on the water. As soon as Seal dodged, Xiaolong, who had expected this, shouted loudly. At the same time, a large amount of electricity was condensed on Illichid's body. And it was already 20 centimeters thick when it was released. Danger, Seal. Come out quickly and use the freezing ray to resist. ASI, who did not expect Illichid to release such a degree of electricity, shouted in shock. Seal, who was hiding under the water, heard this and immediately emerged from the bottom of the water to use the freezing ray. But this power is much weaker than Illichid's Thunderbolt, which is only about 10 centimeters. As expected, the moment the 2 attacks collided, Thunderbolt broke through the icy freezing light and hit Seal, who couldn't dodge in time, making him growl miserably. And finally his eyes lit up. Seal lost his ability to fight, Illichid won. The referee said the moment the result came out. Come on, Xiaolong, try to win this gym match quickly. SERENA cheered for Xiaolong when he won. Your girlfriend is really energetic. But I won't give you the badge easily. Ami looked at the 2 people full of youthful atmosphere and said with a smile. There is no worry about losing the battle. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 32, Elite Pokemon appears again. Please collect flowers. Your girlfriend is really energetic. But I won't give you the badge easily. Ami looked at the 2 people full of youthful spirit and said with a smile. There was no worry about losing the battle. I will definitely get it. Ignoring Ami's teasing, Xiaolong said confidently. I hope so. After that, Chuck, who took back Seal, released the second Pokemon. Name, Frog. Attribute, Water. Gender, Male. Ability, Moisture. Qualification, Blue. Strength, Level 33, Elite. Skill, Omitted. Illichid, continue, use Thunderbolt. After looking at Frog's information, Xiaolong decided to let Illichid continue to fight and use Thunderbolt. Frog, Freezing Ray. Ami calmly let Frog use Freezing Ray. This time, the yellow electric current and the icy Freezing Ray collided with each other. And after a stalemate for a while, the higher level Frog won. Fortunately, Illichid was smart and jumped onto the floating board of another water venue when he saw the situation was not good. Otherwise, he would be frozen by the powerful freezing light of the mosquito frog. At that time, Illichid would be in great danger. Illichid, Brick Break. Seeing that the long-range attack could not defeat the mosquito frog, Xiaolong asked it to fight close combat. Mosquito frog, hide in the water. I knew that if Illichid got close to him, he would not only get into the trouble of close combat, but also be attacked by thunder shock at any time, so he immediately ordered the mosquito frog to hide in the water. Now, Illichid, Thunderbolt. The moment the mosquito frog entered the water, Xiaolong's eyes lit up and ordered it to use Thunderbolt. As expected. This is your plan, Xiaolong. Si, who had expected this scene, didn't care. This situation made Xiaolong stunned for a moment, but he was not panicked at all. Mosquito frog, hold on, come out and use the freezing ray. Si, who praised Xiaolong for his calm performance, shouted to the already seriously injured mosquito frog. The mosquito frog in the water heard the words and swam up, avoiding the damage caused by Thunderbolt. The moment it appeared on the surface of the water, it hit Illichid with a freezing ray. Freezing Illichid. However, its own contest condition was not good, and it was covered with wounds, looking very miserable. Mosquito frog. Hydro pump. At the moment of freezing Illichid, Si, who did not give Xiaolong a chance to speak, let mosquito frog use hydro pump to knock Illichid, who could not dodge, against the wall. When its appearance was fully revealed, its eyes were already lit up. Illichid lost his ability to fight, and mosquito frog won. The referee said the moment the result came out. Thank you for your hard work, Illichid. You did a good job. Xiaolong, who took back Illichid, thanked it. Then he took out the second Pokeball and released the Pokemon inside. Name, Wartortle. Attribute, Water. Gender, Male. Ability, Torrent. Qualification, Orange. Strength, Level 23, Advanced. Skills, Omitted. It's Wartortle. Frog, use Hydro Pump. As if he didn't expect that Xiaolong's second Pokemon was a water type, Ami's expression was slightly surprised, but he still let Frog use the 25 cm Hydro Pump. However, the power of this seemed insufficient. Not as powerful as the normal water gun. Use Rocket Headbutt after dodging. Adhering to the idea of not letting Pokemon get hurt if possible, Dragon quickly asked Wartortle to dodge, and commanded it to use Rocket Headbutt. Mosquito, dodge. Ami saw Wartortle dodging and attacking, and asked Mosquito to dodge quickly. Wartortle's speed with Rocket Headbutt was faster than in the water. Just as Mosquito was about to jump into the water to dodge, it was knocked away by Wartortle's headbutt. When it landed, its eyes were already lit up. Mosquito loses its ability to fight, and Wartortle wins. The moment the result appeared, the referee's voice sounded. Dragon's Wartortle also upgraded a level because of this victory. Not bad. My last contestant is it. Ami, who took back Mosquito, praised Dragon and then released the last Pokemon, the Water Pokemon. Name, Water Pokemon. Attribute, Water. Gender, Female. Ability, Water Storage. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 76, Elite. Skills, Omitted. By the way, this Water Pokemon is my first partner. So no matter whether you can win the next battle or not, the new Blue Gym's Wave Badge is yours. The moment Xiaolong checked the water Pokemon's information, Ami spoke again. Wartortle, come back. Caesar, go. Nodding to Ami, Xiaolong took back Wartortle, who was definitely not going to win, and let Caesar go up to fight this battle. Name, Caesar, with Mega Evolution Stone. Attribute, Bug, Steel. Gender, Male. Ability, Technical Expert. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 84, Elite. Skills, Omitted. I didn't expect you to have such a strong Pokemon. I shouldn't have made the promise to you. Shocked by Caesar's obviously abnormal strength, ASI was undoubtedly regretting his promise. No way. Who told you to make it? Knowing that the other party was joking, Xiaolong said with a smile. Okay, no more jokes. Let's start this last battle. ASI, who didn't expect Xiaolong to be so good at making trouble, laughed and became serious. Water Pokemon, Hydro Pump. Caesar, destroy the Death Light. The two looked at each other and issued an attack order at the same time. The Hydro Pump, which was as thick as a baby, collided with a yellow light with concentrated energy. After a stalemate for a while, the stronger Caesar won. The water Pokemon was hit by the Destruction Ray and was seriously injured. Good opportunity, water Pokemon. Use the Freezing Ray now. Although the water Pokemon was seriously injured, ASI was not discouraged at all. But let the water Pokemon seize the opportunity to use the Freezing Ray. Of course. ASI didn't know that Xiaolong's Caesar did not have the disadvantage of being unable to move after using the Destruction Ray. Otherwise he would not be so excited. Avoid it and use the Alloy Claw to knock the water Pokemon into the air. Looking at ASI, who was excited and thought he had won, Xiaolong smiled and let Caesar dodge and counterattack with the Alloy Claw. What? ASI, who did not expect Caesar to be able to move after the Destruction Ray, was undoubtedly very confused at this moment. Sorry. I forgot to tell you. My Caesar has overcome the disadvantage of being unable to move after the Destruction Ray. Although it can't use the Destruction Ray continuously. Xiaolong, who did not expect the opponent to have such a confused expression, explained the reason. P.S. Please give me flowers, collections and various free tickets. Have fun reading during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 33, Getting the 4th badge. Please collect flowers. At the same time, Caesar, who had dodged the freezing beam of the water Pokemon, had already come to the opponent. A powerful Alloy Claw knocked the opponent into the air. Destruction Beam. Water Pokemon, Freezing Beam. The moment the water Pokemon flew into the sky, Xiaolong and Ami's voices rang out at the same time, and the yellow Destruction Beam and the blue Icy Freezing Beam also collided. Unfortunately, the contest conditions of the two sides were too different. In addition, the strength of the two sides was also different. So the water Pokemon lost in the final battle. Directly hit by the yellow beam of the Destruction Beam. It made a miserable growl. Give it the last blow, quick attack. Not sure whether the water Pokemon was a dragon without combat ability. Chose to finish off. Caesar, who landed on the floating board, immediately finished off the water Pokemon with a very fast quick attack. The water Pokemon loses its ability to fight, Caesar wins. So the winner is Xiaolong. The referee said the moment the result came out. Thank you for your hard work, water Pokemon. If it weren't for my mistake, maybe we wouldn't have lost at all. After the battle, Ami was undoubtedly a little self-blaming. He thought that if it weren't for his misjudgment, with the strength of the water Pokemon and the convenience of the water field, he might have been able to beat Caesar. Although Ami did blame himself, he knew that now was not the right time. So he took back the water Pokemon and came to Xiaolong. This is the Wave Badge, the proof of defeating me. He took out a badge from his arms and gave it to Xiaolong. And then Ami continued to blame himself. Xiaolong was stunned when he saw this scene, and chose to leave directly. He didn't thank the other party as usual. Now I only need 4 badges to get the ticket to the Jodo Region Alliance. Xiaolong was undoubtedly happier when he returned to the Pokemon Center. After all, he didn't expect that the badges would be collected so smoothly and quickly. It should be that Ash, the idiot, often gets lost. That's why the speed is so slow. Thinking of the speed of Ash collecting badges in the original book, Xiaolong thought about it for a while and understood. At the same time, somewhere, Ash's trio got lost again. It's a pity that Xiaolong didn't know all this. Otherwise he wouldn't know how to complain about the other party. Serena, what are you looking at? After a while of fun, Xiaolong noticed that Serena seemed to be looking at something with the guide, and became curious. Clang, let's see if there's anything fun in New Blue City and other cities on the way. Serena replied without raising her head, and then continued to read the guide. Doesn't it say that there is a Charizard Valley nearby? Or we don't take the main road. Take this road with Charizard Valley. Seeing Charizard Valley on the guide, Xiaolong's eyes lit up, and madly suggested Serena to take this road. In fact, he just wanted to try his luck, to see if he could encounter the scene where the old Spray was beaten by the Charizard in Charizard Valley. Clang, I don't care. It's just that you are so excited when you see Charizard Valley, Xiaolong. I always feel a little weird. Serena stared at Xiaolong and said something that made him feel guilty. I just want to see if there are really Charizards in Charizard Valley. Xiaolong laughed and lied without blushing. Clang, it's up to you. Anyway, the main road and Charizard Valley can both lead to Azalea Town. It's just a matter of speed. But this is not the most important thing for us now. It's that we don't have much food left, we need to replenish it quickly. After saying that, Serena and Xiaolong left the Pokemon Center and headed for the department store. 2 hours later, the two returned to the Pokemon Center. Is Mr. Xiaolong here? Your Pokemon has been restored. If you are, please take back your Pokeball. Nurse Joy's voice rang out as soon as they arrived at the Pokemon Center. I'll go get the Pokeball. After that, Xiaolong left Serena. A minute later, Xiaolong came back again. Clang, Xiaolong. Should we go to Charizard Valley now, or tomorrow? Seeing Xiaolong returning, Serena asked. Well, let's go now. Xiaolong looked at the time and decided to go now. Clang, let's go. Serena nodded and said she didn't mind and left the Pokemon Center with Xiaolong. A day later, the two came to the road to Charizard Valley, where they met Ash's lost trio and a girl, GK. When they met Ash and his group, they were preparing to go to Charizard Valley. Are you friends of Ash and his group? If so, follow them. But my little Lisa Sarah's shopping cart can only carry one more person. Who wants to go up? Seeing that Xiaolong and the others knew Ash and his group, GK said this without waiting for them to speak. Serena, you go up. I'll let Staraptor carry me. After that, Xiaolong released his Staraptor. I didn't think it was anything without comparison. Now that Miss GK's little Lisa is here, I realize that your Staraptor is really big, Xiaolong. Xiaogang was undoubtedly shocked when he saw the Staraptor, which was only slightly larger than Lisa Arnold. Is there anything wrong, Xiaogang? Asterisk 2. Seeing that Xiaogang seemed very surprised, Misty and Ash, who were not very clear about the information of Staraptor, looked at him with confusion. Don't you know? A normal Staraptor stands at a height of about 1.2 m to 1.5 m on the ground. My Staraptor is just over 1.8 m under the same circumstances. Xiaolong pretended to be surprised and explained the reason to the two. Xiaolong is right. Xiaogang then confirmed his statement. It's really big. Ash and Misty nodded with a look of surprise. Then what should I do? After the sudden realization, Ash thought that GK had missed him and thought that the other party wanted him to run to Charizard Valley, and he panicked. Just ride your Charizard and catch up. After all, you are Charizard's trainer. What if you can't even control Charizard? GK said without thinking. After that, he let Xiao Lisa take off, and didn't care about Ash, who was thinking on the ground. GK is right. Ash, you take your time. Patting the other party on the shoulder, Xiao Long rode the Staraptor and followed GK in front. That's right. Moved by what GK said, Ash felt that he was right. Silently, he took out Lao Peng's Pokeball, released the other party, and let it carry him. Unfortunately, he was still unwilling to do it in the beginning. After seeing this scene, GK found out that it was not working, and the stimulated Lao Peng asked Ash to come over without thinking. However, the situation kept happening. First, he accidentally dropped Ash and Pikachu on his back. And then there were various unstable flying, which made Ash and Pikachu one Pokemon and one person suffer. It was Xiao Long and Xiao Gang who were in front of him who didn't see this scene. Otherwise they would have laughed to death. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 to get 500 VIP points. Chapter 34, Ash and Lao Peng who are not convinced, please collect flowers. However, the situation kept happening. First, he accidentally dropped Ash and Pikachu on his back. Then he was unstable in various ways. Ash and Pikachu were in a lot of trouble. It was only because Xiao Long and Xiao Gang in front of him didn't see this scene. Otherwise they would have laughed to death. Welcome, this is Charizard Valley. In our place, Charizard is regarded as the guardian of luck. It is a recognized auspicious Pokemon, said GK, who brought Xiao Long and others to Charizard Valley. Especially without training. The wildest Charizard is respected by everyone. After landing, GK turned around and told Xiao Long and others about this. Untrained. *2. Misty and Serena were undoubtedly confused when they heard this for the first time. Yes, the Charizards here are all strong without relying on human power. And they constantly compete with each other to improve their strength. Charizard Valley is a valley where Charizards who aim to become the strongest Charizards train themselves and learn from their companions. GK first affirmed her own statement, and then explained the meaning of the existence of Charizard Valley. Learn from each other, Pokemon of the same type. Encourage each other. Improve yourself to a higher level. Xiao Gang on the side suddenly understood after hearing the explanation. Ash's Charizard may be a bit reluctant. Thinking of the previous performance of the old spray, Misty really didn't know what to say, so she could only tell the truth. Well, even my little Lisa can't keep up, I'm afraid. GK didn't expect Ash's old spray. Needless to say, Xiao Long and others understood what was going on. I'm catching up. As soon as GK finished speaking, Ash's voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone looked in the direction where the voice came from. I saw Pokemon running towards them with Ash on its back. That's right. It was running. Not flying and soaring in the sky. Everyone was stunned. Not knowing how to evaluate Ash and Pokemon. Listen carefully. Even if it can't fly. But it caught up. Ash, who didn't like others looking down on his Pokemon, refuted what GK and others said before after getting off Pokemon. But such a rebuttal made everyone ashamed. Who made Pokemon in a bad condition now? And still panting. Ash, this is really too arrogant. After staring at the exhausted Pokemon for a long time, Misty still told the truth. It's really amazing. My Charizard is definitely not worse than other Charizards. Ash, who had never seen what reality was, still refuted it. Anyway, he just didn't admit that Pokemon was not as good as other Charizards. The old spray behind Ash heard this and was very excited. He spit up flames to show his strength. However, GK's little Lisa didn't give him face. She looked down on the old spray's behavior and felt that it was a disgrace to the Charizards. GK, who also looked down on the old spray's behavior, said helplessly, "The weaker the Charizard, the more likely it is to eruption. Young people should not play with fire casually, or they will get burned." "What are you talking about?" Ash, who was dissatisfied with GK's words, just opened his mouth, and the old spray behind him used flamethrower to set his butt on fire. Ash was so hot. He hurried to the pool below Charizard Valley to put out the fire. Alas! He is really immature. He is not as mature as he was when he was 5 or 6 years old in summer camp. Xiaolong, who was helpless with Ash's frequent accidents, sighed. "Stop talking nonsense. No matter what, my Charizard has caught up." Listening to everyone's comments on him and Lao Peng, Ash was mega unhappy. If it's just the ability to walk here, normal Charizard can do it. But ordinary Charizard can't beat Charizard in Charizard Valley. GK, who was a little disappointed with Ash Charizard's performance, sighed and reminded and explained. "What are you talking about? Do you mean, my Charizard is weaker than the Charizard in this place? That's absolutely impossible." Ash, who has never seen a truly powerful Charizard, loudly refuted GK's words. "Do you want to give it a try? The level of Charizard here is very high. I don't think you have a chance of winning." GK, who knew very well how strong the Charizards in Charizard Valley were, kindly reminded Ash. "Let's fight. Go ahead, Charizard, it's your rival." Ash, who mistakenly thought the enemy was little Lisa, pointed at little Lisa and said. After this, little Lisa was stunned and looked at Ash in surprise. Serena and the others also looked at little Lisa at the same time, wanting to know the opponent's strength. Like Ash, Lao Peng, who didn't understand the situation, saw that the target Ash mentioned was little Lisa. Looked at her with great momentum. Prepared to fight her. "Wait a minute. Little Lisa is my little Lisa. It's not wild, it's my Charizard, my cute pet." Seeing that Ash had misunderstood, GK quickly explained to him, who was very excited. As for Ash, he was silent for a few seconds. Then he danced with his hands and feet, loudly and excitedly said, "Okay, it doesn't matter who comes, I must fight. Come out, come out, come out." Old Spray, who has a personality similar to Ash, also danced with his hands and feet, wanting to show his powerful strength to GK, proving that GK's previous views of him were wrong. Okay, I understand. I'll open the door now." GK, who was very helpless about Ash's behavior, took out the control device for opening the gate of Charizard Valley. Pressed the button and the gate opened, revealing the situation inside Charizard Valley. There were many Charizards doing various things inside, but without exception, these Charizards were very tall. The lowest strength was the strength of a quasi-elite of level 63, which made Xiaolong stunned. Although there are Pokemon with champion strength, but there is no orange Charizard. I always feel that the Charizards in Charizard Valley are a bit off. After reading the information about Charizard in Charizard Valley, Xiaolong thought so. It is really strange that the strength is stronger than the qualifications. It is very rare outside, but it is everywhere in Charizard Valley. Everyone is so strong. Just when Xiaolong was wondering about the comparison between the qualifications and strength of the Charizards in Charizard Valley, Ash, who was stunned by these strong Charizards, spoke up. The old man beside him was also stunned. After all, this was the first time he saw so many Charizards, and each of them was stronger than himself. "These are all wild Charizards," GK reminded. "P.S. ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 35, The Old Man Who Was Beaten from All Directions. Please collect flowers. These are all wild Charizards. GK reminded. Hey! What do you think of this one? If you can beat it. I think it can probably survive in Charizard Valley. GK looked at the Charizards in Charizard Valley and found a Charizard that was usually lazy but of average strength, so he gave Ash this advice. This one is suitable. Do you want to try it, Charizard? Ash said to Old Spray after looking at the lazy Charizard and thinking it was okay. Roar! Old Spray shouted, and then strode towards the lazy Charizard. He patted the other party first, and when the other party looked over without knowing what was going on, he directly launched a flamethrower, which made Ash, who was next to Xiaolong and others, cover his mouth. It was because Old Spray's direct sneak attack without any martial ethics made him feel ashamed. Ash, your Charizard is really a character. He can even do sneak attacks. Serena was stunned when she didn't expect the situation to turn out like this. Yet. Asterisk 3. GK, Xiaogang, and Misty all agreed with this statement. Don't ask me, I don't know why Charizard did a sneak attack. Ash, who felt that Old Spray's behavior was very embarrassing, was embarrassed for the first time. Even though he had been slapped in the face many times before, he didn't feel like this. But now he felt like this under Old Spray's unethical sneak attack. Not to mention Ash, who was embarrassed by Old Spray's behavior. Old Spray, who was doing the sneak attack, was already stunned at this time. Because its flamethrower was sucked into the stomach of the Charizard, who looked very lazy. And from the nauseous expression on the other side's face, it can be seen that this Charizard in Charizard Valley disliked Old Spray's flamethrower. Of course, this scene was also seen clearly by Ash, Xiaolong, and others, but except for Xiaolong, who had a normal expression, everyone else was stunned. That's all the power. It's really a headache. But he can fight back. GK, who was originally interested in the flamethrower, was speechless when he saw that it had only this much power. Especially when he thought of Ash's flamethrower's sneak attack. He couldn't stop shaking his head in his heart. Sure enough. As soon as GK finished speaking, the lazy Charizard suddenly became energetic. He then used the flamethrower, which was 3 times more powerful than the flamethrower, to knock down the still stunned flamethrower, and the whole dragon was pitch black. It was like burnt coal normal. Of course, this only looked dangerous and scary. In fact, the flamethrower was only slightly injured. The reason for this was that it was more of a mental blow. Charizard. Ash, who didn't expect the flamethrower to be killed instantly, shouted the moment it fell. Sorry, I think I chose a too strong rival. GK appeared beside Ash at the right time and expressed his apology. But from Xiaolong's perspective, he didn't see any apology, but rather the helplessness and a little bit of disgust towards Ash. After all, the sneak attack was really shameless. As soon as GK finished speaking, the heart-wrenching old pen stood up, which surprised GK a little. Charizard is indeed worthy of being my good Charizard. The moment the old pen stood up, Ash was undoubtedly excited. You work so hard. But the style of showing off won't work for the Charizard here. What do you think? Maybe you can beat that Charizard. GK, who was surprised by the spirit of the old pen who refused to give up, pointed to the even bigger Charizard lying on the ground behind the old pen and gave such advice. Why do I have a bad feeling? I always feel that if Miss GK says this, Ash's Charizard will be beaten. Serena saw that Ash didn't notice this, and said her inner thoughts. I have this feeling too. Misty, who also had this feeling, spoke up. It shouldn't be that bad. Although that Charizard is bigger, It's obvious that its strength is not as good as the previous one. Gon, who can roughly distinguish the strength of the two Charizards, thought about it and said. At the same time, Ash learned that the Charizard lying on the ground was the gentlest. First he was startled. Then he looked at Old Spray, letting it make its own choice. Needless to say, Old Spray's personality is of course the kind of person who never admits defeat. So he shouted at the Charizard without thinking, as a greeting before the battle. When the other party stood up, Old Spray used Flamethrower again, directly hitting the Charizard who just stood up and seemed to be asleep, causing some damage to the other party. Haha! Did you win? Seeing that Charizard was injured, Ash was very excited and asked hurriedly. GK shook his head when he heard it. The Charizard who was still asleep took a few steps first. Just when Ash thought that the other party was going to run away, the Charizard whipped the Old Spray with its tail, and beat the Old Spray very miserably. Charizard, cheer up! Ash shouted loudly when he saw the Old Spray being blown away. Sure enough, with its current strength, it is impossible to deal with the Charizard in Charizard Valley. GK shook his head and said, as if he had expected this scene a long time ago. The Old Spray that was blown away wanted to stand up with his tenacious will. However, the injury was still a bit serious, so he had to get up slowly. Charizard, don't be stubborn. You are the best Charizard to me. Let's fight together in the future. Looking at the Old Spray that barely got up, Ash said at this time, knowing that it was unwilling. As soon as the words fell, the unconvinced Old Spray rushed directly to Charizard Valley, facing the gentle Charizard head-on. Unfortunately, the gap in strength was too big, and the power was also much different, so Old Spray was beaten by the opponent in all aspects, and was finally beaten out of Charizard Valley. Is this the most gentle? *2 Misty and Serena, who were shocked by the scene in front of them, said at the same time, and then Misty, Xiaogang and Ash ran outside to see the situation of Old Spray. Reality is very cruel. Xiaogang looked at Old Spray climbing up with his hands and couldn't help sighing. At the same time, it was also a persuasion for Old Spray. Don't be stubborn anymore. Go back quickly. After Old Spray climbed up, GK said so. Then he turned off the Charizard in Charizard Valley, leaving Ash's trio and Old Spray outside. But Old Spray still refused to give up and kept hammering on the gate of Charizard Valley with his hands. Miss GK. You forgot about us. We are still inside. Xiaolong, who had been silent, reminded her after hearing the noise outside. GK was startled by the sudden sound. She found that it was Xiaolong behind her. Serena was relieved immediately. But when she thought of what Xiaolong had just said, she couldn't help but smile awkwardly. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 36 The Miserable Old Spray. Please collect flowers. GK was startled by the sudden sound. He was relieved when he found out that it was Xiaolong and Serena behind him. But when he remembered what Xiaolong said just now, he couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Then I'll open the door. GK laughed dryly and had to open the door again. Why is the door open again? Ash and others outside were very confused when they saw the door of Charizard Valley opened, but they suddenly understood when they saw Xiaolong and Serena inside. You still look very unconvinced. If you really want to fight, my little Lisa is the worst at fighting. After Xiaolong and Serena came out of Charizard Valley, GK said to the Old Spray who refused to give up. Xiao Lisa had to stand up after hearing this. Seeing this, the Old Spray looked at the other party with full fighting spirit. However, the next scene was too cruel. Ash's Old Spray was thrown out by Xiao Lisa at a glance. Well, the difference in strength is too big. There is no way to fight. Seeing that Old Spray was killed again, Xiaolong could not help but mourn for it for 2 seconds. Charizard is usually afraid of water. Xiao Gang saw Charizard being thrown into the pool and reminded. Even if it is just an ordinary Charizard, as long as the flame of the tail has not disappeared, there will be no danger to life. Keep your mind calm. After that, GK returned to the interior of Charizard Valley again and closed the door. It's so miserable. Xiao Long looked at Old Spray, who was ridiculed and beaten up, and his heart was full of emotion. Ash, it looks like you can't leave for the time being. Then we will leave first. See you later. Xiao Long knew that Ash and his group could not leave for the time being, and said hello and left Charizard Valley with Serena. Goodbye. Misty and Xiao Gang waved goodbye to Xiao Long and Serena, and then continued to look at Old Spray, who was soaking in the pool, and Ash, who was staring at Old Spray. Without mentioning what Ash and the other two did in Charizard Valley, Xiao Long and Serena continued their journey and, after some time, arrived at a relatively large city. They were watching other people fight in the park of this city. Ah, Xiang? How interesting! Xiao Long looked at the familiar face and immediately recognized that person as Ah Xiang. As for the extra on the opposite side, Xiao Long did not know him, and had no interest in knowing him. You are using only one Pokemon. You must use the strongest Pokemon. As Xiao Long looked at Ah Xiang said to his rival. There were many people around who were watching the battle like Xiao Long and Serena. Very confident. But usually people who say that. The extra said proudly when he saw the confident Ah Xiang. There was no need to say the rest of the words. Everyone knew what it meant. Are you going to lose right away? Ah Xiang, who didn't care, took the initiative to say the rest of the words. Almost. I didn't expect Ah Xiang to be so calm, the extra replied. Then he took out the Pokeball and released his Pokemon Shaverin. Name, Shaverin. Attribute, Fighting. Gender, Male. Ability, Soft. Qualification, Blue. Strength, Level 45, Elite. Skills, Omitted. Shaverin. It's my captain. Xiang looked at Shaverin and sent out his trump card Typhlosion. Name, Typhlosion. Attribute, Fire. Gender, Male. Ability, Fierce Fire. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 59, Gym. Skills, Omitted. Typhlosion. Shaverin, Jump Kick Attack. Can you dodge it? The extra man saw that Ah Xiang's Pokemon was Typhlosion and sighed and asked Shaverin to use Jump Kick Attack. Dodge? What a joke! Ah Xiang replied with disdain for dodging. Then, Typhlosion took Shaverin's jump kick without dodging, which shocked the extra man on the opposite side. What a reckless person! Although she was surprised that Typhlosion could take Shaverin's attack head-on, Serena still thought that the other party was too reckless. Indeed, a person who is more reckless than Ash. Xiao Long agreed with this. While the two were talking, the extra man in the field saw that the situation was not good, and hurriedly ordered Shaverin to use Rolling Kick, kicking Typhlosion in the face. In this regard, neither Ah Xiang nor Typhlosion cared, and looked at Shaverin calmly after the attack. Longdenon looked at Typhlosion, who was fine, with an expression of indescribable shock. Ah Xiang looked at the shocked extra man and said that he had always rushed over with Typhlosion like this, which made Serena and Xiao Long stunned. Shaverin, use the million-ton flying kick. The extra man, who didn't expect the opponent to fight like this all the time, twitched his mouth and asked Shaverin to use the million-ton flying kick. Shaverin splashed high when he heard it, and somersaulted in the air like Leo in Ultra World, and then kicked Typhlosion. Typhlosion, Flamethrower. Facing the upcoming attack, Ah Xiang said calmly. Typhlosion lay on the ground, and used Flamethrower on Shaverin, who was unable to dodge in the air. Shaverin was hit head-on by the attack, and was severely injured. After falling to the ground, his eyes lit up. Okay, victory. After the victory, Xiang was extremely happy. Typhlosion was also very excited. Brother, do you want to fight with me? Xiaolong said to the very happy Xiang after the two finished fighting. No problem. I will not refuse any challenge. My name is Xiang, but who are you? Xiang, who did not expect that someone would challenge him, was stunned for a moment, and then asked Xiaolong's name. My name is Xiaolong. From Sinnoh region Sanjem town. The Pokemon I will use is this. Xiaolong briefly introduced himself and let Caesar play this battle. Name, Caesar, with Mega Evolution Stone. Attribute, Bug, Steel. Gender, Male. Ability, Technical Expert. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 84, Elite. Skills, Omitted. Are you sure you want to use Caesar? You know, the Pokemon I'm using is still Typhlosion. Xiang didn't expect Xiaolong to use Caesar to deal with his Typhlosion, and couldn't help but be stunned. Yes, it's it. Xiaolong said affirmatively. Seeing that Xiaolong still wanted to use Caesar, Xiang stopped persuading him, but stood ready with Typhlosion. As for the losing extra man, he decisively gave way, letting Xiaolong and Xiang fight. Just like before, there is only one Pokemon that can be used. You attack first. When the two stood still, Xiang said to the Xiaolong opposite. You will regret it. Xiaolong chuckled and said this to the extremely confident Xiang. P.S. Please give me flowers, collections and various free tickets. Have fun reading during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 37, Xiang was killed instantly. Please collect flowers. You'll regret it. Xiaolong chuckled and said to the extremely confident Xiang. Come on. Xiang, who didn't know why Xiaolong was so confident, didn't care. Clang, you underestimated Xiaolong. I'm afraid he'll be shocked. Serena, who knew the strength of Xiaolong Caesar, thought silently. Caesar, use quick attack continuously. As soon as the voice fell, Caesar turned into a red light and disappeared in the eyes of everyone. When Xiang and the spectators reacted, they heard Typhlosion's continuous miserable growl. After 5 seconds, they saw Caesar return to his position, and Xiang's Typhlosion was glowing with circles, and fell to the ground and lost its combat ability. Thank you for your hard work, Typhlosion, have a good rest. After a long time, Xiang reacted and took back Typhlosion. The crowd who reacted couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Such a fast and strong Caesar. This is the strongest Caesar I have ever seen. No other, said the people around who had reacted. Others also talked about Xiaolong Caesar with their companions. Xiaolong, right. I'll remember you. I won't lose to you next time we meet. Also, what is your Pokemon gear number? I'll add you, so it's convenient to contact you next time. Retaliate. After taking back Typhlosion, Xiang came to Xiaolong and asked Xiaolong for the Pokemon gear number. Although I'm a little embarrassed. But I don't have Pokemon gear. So there is no number or no number. Xiaolong was stunned for a moment and said that he didn't have Pokemon gear. It's really strange. Now there are people who don't have Pokemon gear. Xiang, who didn't doubt the truth of Xiaolong's words, felt very strange about this. Forget it, if there is no Pokemon gear, there is no Pokemon gear. We will meet again in the future if there is a chance. After saying that, Xiang went to the direction of the Pokemon Center. He didn't bother about the Pokemon gear. Let's go to Serena. Xiaolong came to Serena and took her hand to the Pokemon Center. Take a break before we continue. After a while, Xiaolong handed the Pokemon to Nurse Joy and said to Serena. Okay. Serena agreed with Xiaolong's words. Just like that. The two began to chat. Of course, Xiaolong looked at the items in the mall. But compared to the previous few days, there were no good things. So he didn't buy much. But even so, Xiaolong spent several thousand yuan in the past few days, but most of it was spent on food, and the things he bought from the flash sale mall were few and far between. Who made the things in the flash sale mall? These days, 90% of them were tableware. The rest were either ordinary pokeballs or medicines. Although Xiaolong didn't use them much, he still bought them, and spent a total of 40 yuan. Time passed by little. Xiaolong and SERENA rested for a long time in the Pokemon Center. They didn't pay much attention to the sudden lightning and dark clouds outside. But when the dark clouds kept appearing, the lightning kept appearing, but it didn't rain, they finally felt very strange. So the two decided to go to the dark clouds to see what was going on. On the way, they found that many electric Pokemon went to the dark clouds and thunder. They knew something was wrong and hurried to follow. Soon, the two arrived at the destination, and saw Xiang and a girl here. Xiaolong, you are here too. Who is next to you? Xiang, who noticed Xiaolong's arrival, greeted him and then looked at SERENA next to Xiaolong. She is SERENA. My girlfriend. Isn't she beautiful? Xiaolong introduced SERENA as he pulled her into his arms. This action and this word, while Xiang and the girl next to him were stunned, also made SERENA blush, but she didn't refute. I am Marina. Hello. After a while, the girl next to Xiang introduced herself. Let's not talk about anything else, let's see what's going on. I always feel that those people are not good people. After both parties got to know each other, Xiang pointed to the person wearing R-shaped clothes who was using machines to injure electric Pokemon and capture them not far away and reminded them. They are from Team Rocket. Xiaolong clearly saw the two people's logo and immediately recognized their identities as Team Rocket. Team Rocket? I didn't expect to meet them here. This is going to be a problem. When they heard that the other party was from Team Rocket, Xiang and Marina, who grew up in the Jodo region, knew about this organization, so they looked very serious. I wonder what their goal is? It doesn't look like they want to capture these electric Pokemon. Xiang, who looked a little serious, was very confused about the purpose of the two. Whoa! Before Xiaolong and the other two could speak, soaring in the sky roared. The dark clouds turned into golden thunderclouds. And a roar came from it, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. The roar disappeared after a while, and then the legendary Pokemon, Raikou, appeared. Name, Raikou. Attribute, electricity. Gender, male. Ability, oppression. Qualification, orange. Strength, level 95, quasi-champion. Skills, omitted. Very strong. Unfortunately, such strength is not enough to destroy the things designed to deal with you. Xiaolong thought after checking Raikou's information with his insightful eyes. SERENA and Marina, who were standing by, were undoubtedly very shocked when Raikou appeared. At the same time, the two girls did not forget to record Raikou's information in Pokédex. When everyone was looking at Raikou, Raikou jumped to the knocked-down electric Pokemon and told them to leave quickly. He would deal with the two people from Team Rocket. It seems that Raikou is here to deal with the two people from Team Rocket. SERENA, who saw Raikou's actions clearly, said. Yeah. *2. Xiang and Marina nodded when they heard it. The Rockets are probably targeting Raikou. Did you see the device that hasn't been activated yet? It should be used to deal with Raikou. The electric Pokemon that was injured just now should be used to attract Raikou out. After looking at the situation on the field, Xiaolong made such a judgment. Then we can't just sit there and do nothing. When he heard that the Rocket's target might be Raikou, Xiang's face changed and said. That's right. *2. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Marina and Serena nodded at the same time. We must take care of it. But if we go out now, we don't know if Raikou will think we are enemies. Let's wait and see. Knowing that the legendary Pokémon are very vigilant, Xiaolong reminded, and Serena and the other two calmed down and looked at Raikou and the rockets. One of the two rockets controlled the robot to attack Raikou. But he failed to hit the fast-moving Raikou. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Have fun reading every day on the 11th. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 38 Raikou seeking flowers for collection. One of the two members of Team Rocket controlled the robot to attack Raikou. However, he failed to hit the fast-moving Raikou. Instead, when Raikou dodged the attack, he used Thunder on Team Rocket, but the attack failed to hit the two and was absorbed by the device next to him. Sure enough, these people are targeting Raikou. Seeing this, Serena and the other two were sure that Team Rocket was targeting Raikou. Otherwise, there would be no device that absorbs lightning. At the same time, Raikou, who landed, saw that his thunder was absorbed by an unknown device, and he couldn't help but look at the device. Because he knew that if this device was not destroyed, then those electric Pokémon would still be attracted here, so in order to protect those wild electric Pokémon, Raikou was already planning to destroy the device. That crystal can absorb all electrical energy. No matter how strong the electricity is, it's useless. One of the two members of Team Rocket said after noticing Raikou's gaze. Raikou, who didn't believe in evil, of course didn't believe the other party, but chose to respond with a stronger current. But unfortunately, the current was still absorbed by the crystal in the device. Moreover, the device that absorbed enough electricity this time also put Raikou in it. Very good, it's covered. Seeing Raikou being trapped, the two rockets were undoubtedly excited. However, Raikou himself still didn't believe in evil and used thunder again, which was absorbed by the protective shield formed by the device and finally rebounded to himself, causing some injuries. Seeing that attacking the shield was useless, Raikou turned around and attacked the core crystal of the device. But he did get a bigger counterattack. Thunder was doubled back by the crystal, making Raikou, who was already injured, even more serious. In this way, Raikou, who didn't believe in evil, kept using thunder, but the result was the same as before normal, which caused the other of the two rockets to complain about Raikou's stupidity. Xiang, Marina, Serena, help me stop the rockets, I'll go save Raikou. Xiaolong couldn't bear to watch and decided to act immediately. Yet. *3. The three who couldn't wait nodded. Then. The four of them appeared in front of the rockets and Raikou. Scizor, Alloy Claws. Without even looking at the two rockets, Xiaolong released Scizor and let it attack the shield with Alloy Claws. But unfortunately it was not strong enough to break it. You little brats who don't know where you came from. I advise you to leave now, otherwise I won't let you go so easily. Seeing that Xiaolong and the other four were going to save Raikou, one of the rockets reminded them. What a self-righteous guy. If it was Giovanni who said this, it would be fine. How dare you say such cruel words? Xiaolong, who was disdainful of the two, mocked them. You little brat. The two who were originally extremely calm suddenly became serious when they heard the name spoken by Xiaolong. At the same time, they decided to keep four people who were planning to let Xiaolong go. Even if they couldn't keep everyone, at least they had to keep Xiaolong, who knew their rocket team's boss. This was what the two rocket team members were thinking at the moment. They did it as soon as they thought of it. The two looked at each other and released their Pokémon. Steelix and Skarmory. Both of which were level 60 gym level. Go, Typhlosion. Fennekin, you come and help too. Crocodile, you go too. Seeing this, Xiang, Serena, and Marina released their Pokemon together. Staraptor, you go and take care of that Skarmory. Knowing that Osyang and the other two could take care of Steelix's dragon, they released Staraptor to deal with Skarmory, which was also an air unit. A bunch of ignorant brats. I'll take care of you right away. The two members of Team Rocket, who were extremely confident in their Pokemon's strength, said this and ignored the dragon that was attacking the shield. But the next scene made them doubt their lives. Their Pokemon were not the rival of the four dragons. Especially when Skarmory faced Staraptor alone, he was almost killed by the opponent and was now lying on the ground knocked unconscious by Staraptor. Steelix was not much better. Attacked by Typhlosion, Fennekin, and Croconaw at the same time. It soon followed Skarmory's footsteps. Catch them, Typhlosion! After knocking down the opponent's Pokemon, Osyang's eyes lit up and asked Typhlosion to catch the two Team Rocket members. A bunch of tough little brats. Pisson, use the machine to attack. When he saw that the Pokemon battle was no match for the opponent, the man who took back his Pokemon said to the man who controlled the machine. Then several claws hit Serena and the other two and their Pokemon. There was no free time to catch the two Team Rocket members. At the same time, the little dragon saw that Scizor's attack could not directly break the shield. So he asked it to use Sword Dance, and then attack again after increasing the attack power to the maximum. After hitting the shield for nearly a minute, the shield was finally broken, and Raikou was able to see the light of day again. However, Raikou was hurt too much by his own attack counterattack, so he could not move for the time being. Scizor, smash that crystal! The little dragon came to Raikou and used the power of Changpan to heal it, and asked the Scizor next to him to destroy the crystal. Staraptor, attack the person who controls the robot. After commanding Scizor, Xiaolong, who noticed the situation of Serena and the other two, said again. This brat. Bashu, who was attracted by Xiaolong's voice, changed his expression. But before he could say anything, Staraptor attacked Puzen, who was controlling the robot, making the other party focus on dealing with Staraptor and forgetting Serena and the other two and their Pokemon. In this way, Bashu, who had no robot and no Pokemon, fell into a dangerous situation. This is why Bashu's face changed. After all, if he was caught, he would be locked up, and he didn't want to be caught. So he just left Puzen behind and slipped away alone, which made Osyang, Marina, and Serena stunned. Even Puzen was the same. However, Puzen, who knew that it was impossible, did not entangle, and controlled the machine to slip away at a faster speed than Bashu, and ignored Xiaolong and the others. Okay. Just take a day off. Dragon, who didn't know that the two Team Rockets had already run away, said after using the Viridian Force to heal Raikou. The crystal device was also shattered by Scizor at the same time. No longer have to worry about the safety of electric Pokemon and such incidents. Roar! Raikou, who felt his own physical condition, roared softly to show his gratitude to Dragon. Don't thank me. This is what I should do. Dragon, who has the Viridian Force, of course knows what Raikou meant by roaring growl, but he doesn't care much. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 39 Raikou was subdued. Please collect flowers. Don't thank me. This is what I should do. The little dragon, who has the power of Evergreen, of course knows what Raikou meant by roaring growl. But he doesn't care much. Okay, now you're fine, you can go back. After saying this, the little dragon and Serena left here together without looking back. Although he wanted to capture these legendary Pokemon, but knowing his own strength, the little dragon still failed to invite Raikou. As for Zapdos being captured, it was a complete accident. After all, the other party was only in his infancy. and had never seen the complexity of the hearts of people in society. Otherwise, it would not be possible to capture it without absolute strength. Of course, the little dragon could also defeat Rei Cao with his strength and capture it. But he didn't want to take advantage of the situation. So he didn't send a battle request now. Roar! Looking at the direction where the little dragon and his group left, Rei Cao roared softly, then slowly left here, and no one knew where he went. Ah Xiang, Marina, we say goodbye now. See you later. After arriving at the Pokemon Center and replying to the Pokemon, Xiao Long said to the two. After that, he left the city with Serena and walked towards Azalea Town. After Ah Xiang and Marina saw them off, they left here separately, without traveling with Serena and Xiao Long normal. Roar! Not to mention Ah Xiang and Marina, Xiao Long and the others had been walking on the road for a while when they heard such a familiar roar growl, and then Rei Cao appeared in front of them. Rei Cao, is there something wrong with you? When Xiao Long saw Rei Cao appear, this was his first reaction. But when he saw the other party shaking his head, he realized that he had misunderstood. Roar! Seeing that Xiao Long was stupid and didn't understand what he meant, Rei Cao roared again, telling Xiao Long something. Are you serious? Xiao Long, who understood Rei Cao's meaning, was shocked and asked repeatedly. Clang, Xiao Long, what did Rei Cao say? Please translate it for me, I don't understand. Serena, who was confused, urged Xiao Long. Rei Cao said that as long as I can beat it, it will be willing to follow me. Xiao Long, who was awakened by Serena's words and confirmed that he was not dreaming, explained the meaning of what Rei Cao just said. Clang, Xiao Long, you are really lucky. I didn't expect Rei Cao to be willing to give Xiao Long a chance to capture it. Serena was indescribably envious and shocked. Thinking of Xiaolong's previous capture of Zapdos, she was envious. But it was only envy. Who made Xiao Long so lucky? Would she be a normal person if she didn't envy him? It's not certain whether I can capture it. Although she said so, Xiao Long was still quite confident. She took out Caesar's Pokeball without hesitation and had a big battle with Rei Cao. Normally, Caesar commanded by Xiao Long would certainly not be rival. After all, there is a huge difference in strength. Not to mention that the legendary Pokemon has plenty of stamina. But the key is that Xiao Long is not a normal person. He has been with Caesar for 5 years. Plus there is the Mega Evolution Stone. So Caesar, who entered the Mega Evolution contest condition, can still fight with Rei Cao. Not to mention that Rei Cao wanted to be with Xiao Long and even let him win during the battle, which made this battle look like a crushing contest condition. Xiao Long captured Rei Cao without much effort. Clang, is this the treatment of being recognized by the legendary Pokemon? He let him win in the battle too obviously, even I, who am not good at fighting, can see it. Serena looked at Xiao Long with an excited face, and thought silently in her heart. Rei Cao was too obvious. Serena, let's go. After a long while of excitement, Xiao Long said to Serena, who was speechless beside him. Oh. Okay. Serena nodded and went to Azalea Town with Xiao Long. A day later, the two came to Gligar Town, where there were rumors about the Gligar people. But neither of them was interested. They just bought food for the trip in this city, and replied to Pokemon by the way. When the two were about to leave, they met 3 acquaintances here, that is, Ash, Xiao Gang, and Misty. Xiao Long, let's duel. I will definitely beat you this time. Ash found Xiao Long in Gligar Town, and he challenged him without thinking. Although I really want you to know the gap between us, Ash, please forgive me for not being able to do it. After saying that, Xiao Long rested his knees on Serena's legs. Xiao Gang was envious of him, because what Xiao Long was doing now was what he had always dreamed of. Of course, the target is not Serena, but a mature big sister like Nurse Joy. Why? Ash asked hurriedly without knowing the reason. It can be seen from his appearance that he is very eager to avenge his loss to Xiaolong. This is the Pokemon Center. Do you think I will stay in the rest area for no reason? Xiaolong said, who was a little speechless about Ash's IQ. However, Ash still didn't understand. He looked at Xiaogang, Misty, and Serena with a confused face, wanting to get an answer from them. Xiaolong means that he is waiting here for Nurse Joy to recover his Pokemon. In other words, Xiaolong has no Pokemon on him. Xiaogang and Misty didn't know what to say about Ash's IQ, but they still gave an explanation. So that's it, it would be better to just say that the Pokemon went to be treated. It's so complicated that I didn't understand. Now Ash completely understood what was going on, but he didn't like this way of speaking in a hidden way. If you can think a little bit, you won't be confused. Xiaolong, who was speechless to Ash, ignored Ash after saying this, leaving him alone to think about what he just said. That's right. Ash didn't understand what Xiaolong meant just now, and was still a little confused. But he didn't think much about it. And Xiaogang came to Nurse Joy to restore Pokemon, and went to other rest areas with seats to rest. Bending Spoon *3. Dragon Fang *4. Prism Scale *5. Silver Powder *3. Spell Tag *5. Buy all. After Ash and the other two left, Xiaolong opened the flash sale mall and bought everything after looking at the items inside. An hour later, Xiaolong, Serena, and Ash had dinner together and went to rest. The next day, the two groups had breakfast and started their respective journeys. The environment here is good. Let's rest here for a day before continuing the journey. Xiaolong and Serena, who continued their journey, came to a lake near a grassland that day. Decided to rest here for a day. Okay. Then I'll go make lunch first. Serena released Eevee and Fennekin and started to get busy. Xiaolong was no exception. He had to feed the two Pokemon, and put out tableware and other daily necessities. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 40, Pokemon Conquest. Okay, go and rest after lunch. No one is allowed to train secretly this time. Xiaolong, who was doing his job well, warned. He focused on Scizor, Staraptor, Charmander, and Flash Pidgey. Because among all Pokemon, only they have the most training. Especially since he got the Life Manor. These four Pokemon have not rested much except for rest and eating. Otherwise Xiaolong would not have stared at them. The four guys stared at by Xiaolong felt guilty and pretended to look elsewhere as if nothing had happened, but they did not dare to look at Xiaolong, which made Xiaolong laugh. Time passed little by little. Xiaolong and Serena also had lunch, and were fishing in the lake at this time. They are all Magikarp, so there are no other Pokemon. After fishing out Magikarp for the 10th time, Xiaolong's forehead could not help but emerge with a black line. Clang, there are too many Magikarps in this lake. Serena, who also felt very strange, echoed. But the two of them surprisingly didn't think too much. Just quietly fishing. After a while, the two fishing rods moved at the same time. Xiaolong and Serena looked at each other, quickly pulled up the fishing rod, and found that it was not a Magikarp, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Goldeen. Not so lucky. Xiaolong looked at the information of his Pokemon and found that it was just an ordinary green, thinking silently. As for why he didn't say it out loud, it was because he was afraid of being beaten. After all, Pokemon have tempers, and no one likes others to dislike them. Clang, Xiaolong, I caught Steryu here, do you want it? Just when Xiaolong sighed, Serena's voice reached his ears. Name, Steryu. Attribute, water. Gender, none. Ability, natural recovery. Qualification, purple. Strength, level 31, elite. Skills, omitted. Yes. After reading Steryu's information, Xiaolong said decisively, and then came to SERENA and began to use his mouth and the affinity of the power of Changpan to launch a friendly mouth. After a minute of mouth, Steryu, who was fooled, went into the pokeball that Xiaolong took out. Clang, Xiaolong, your way of catching Pokemon is really special. SERENA, who had never thought that catching Pokemon could be done with just her mouth, couldn't help but twitch her mouth. No way, as an orphan, you always have a skill. Otherwise, you have to go to Officer Jenny or Nurse Joy every day to eat. Xiaolong, who didn't care much, recounted what happened in the past. But it was not what happened in this life, but the days of being an orphan in the previous 2 lives. He had to call his aunt's sister every day, and then he could get a bite of food. Otherwise, he would be hungry like other orphans. I'm sorry. SERENA, who was speechless about Xiaolong's way of catching Pokemon, apologized quickly after hearing his indifferent words. It's okay. The past is in the past. It's right to cherish the present. Xiaolong gave SERENA a head pat, making her face red. Keep fishing, keep fishing. Xiaolong teased SERENA for a while, smiled and continued to fish. It's a pity that the 2 people behind were not lucky. Neither of them caught the Pokemon they liked or the Pokemon with high qualifications. Roar! Just as Xiaolong threw down the fishing rod again, Ray Cow, who was resting, roared growl, attracting Xiaolong and SERENA who were fishing to look over. The Pokemon of the 2 also looked over. This is Piku. It's badly injured. I don't know who did it. But judging by the injuries, it looks like an attack from a Pokemon. After arriving at Ray Cow and picking up the injured Piku, Xiaolong checked the other party's condition and made such a judgment. Afterwards, Xiaolong, in front of all the Pokemon and SERENA, first applied medicine to Piku, and then used the power of Evergreen to treat the other party. In a short time, Piku's injuries were cured by 70%, and the rest only needed to be treated with 2 more medicines. SERENA, Piku will be in your care. After the treatment, Xiaolong handed the Piku, who had not yet woken up, to SERENA, who had a covet on her face. Okay. SERENA nodded and took Piku, waiting for the other party to wake up. Name, Piku. Attribute, electricity. Gender, female. Ability, static electricity. Qualification, purple. Strength, level 9, primary. Skills, omitted. Very good little guy. SERENA will try to capture it. After saying that, Xiaolong returned to the lake and started his fishing career, but unfortunately his luck was still not good. On the contrary, SERENA, after Piku woke up, used the small part of the trickery she learned from Xiaolong to trick Piku, who had only spoken for a short time, into finally being conquered by SERENA and becoming her partner. In this way, it was night in a flash. Xiaolong and SERENA had dinner, packed up their things and prepared to rest. Soft sand 5 Everstone 5 Dawn Stone 5 Shiny Stone 5 Ice Stone *10 I bought it. Before falling asleep, Xiaolong looked at the flash sale mall and bought everything in it. After buying things, Xiaolong looked at the starry sky outside through the screen window of the tent and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, after breakfast, the 2 walked in the grassland and passed by marieps raised by the people living there. One of the marieps had a purple qualification. Xiaolong was so greedy at that time. It was because he reacted in time. Otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself. Sigh. After watching Mariep, the 2 continued to walk. And then saw Ponyta passing by them quickly and stopping beside them. Clang, is this Ponyta? Why does it look a little strange? SERENA looked at the Ponyta that stopped beside them with a puzzled look. After all, normal Ponytas have flames on their bodies. But the Ponyta in front of her had no flames on her body. and a horn that only Rapidash had on its head. The places on its body that should have been flames had colorful manes, especially the tail and the head had the most manes, so Serena thought that this Ponyta was very strange. Name, Galar Ponyta. Attribute, psychic. Gender, female. Ability, pastel curtain. Qualification, orange. Strength, level 35, elite. Skills, omitted. Clang, this is not right. After getting over her doubts, Serena used Pokédex to check the information of this Ponyta, but the information obtained was indeed the information of a normal fire-type Ponyta, and she was stunned. This is a Ponyta from the Galar region. It is a psychic-type Pokémon. It is like this because the environment in the Galar region is different. As for why it appears here, I don't know. Seeing this, Xiaolong, who knew that the information in front of him was very different from that of an ordinary Ponyta, introduced this Ponyta to Serena. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Chapter 41 Galar Ponyta and Uncle Muramasa seeking flowers collection. This is a Ponyta from the Galar region. It's a psychic Pokemon. It looks like this because of the different environment in the Galar region. As for why it appears here, I don't know. Knowing that the Ponyta in front of him was very different from the ordinary Ponyta, the little dragon introduced this Ponyta to Serena. Clang, it turns out to be a Ponyta from another region. After hearing the explanation, Serena suddenly realized and stopped worrying about why the Ponyta was different from what she knew. Ponyta, what do you want to see us for? Seeing that Serena understood, the little dragon turned around and asked Ponyta if he had something to see them for. Hi, hi, hi. Ponyta looked at the little dragon, and then kept rubbing his head against him. You said you felt a very intimate breath on me. So you want to follow me? Knowing what Ponyta meant, the little dragon was stunned after translating this. It was not just Xiaolong. Serena beside her was the same. She had never thought that there would be Pokemon begging to be captured on the road. Especially this Pokemon was very handsome and cute. Then let's go in with the Pokeball. Seeing that Ponyta really wanted to go with him, Xiaolong, who had intended to capture it, took out a luxury ball and successfully captured it. I never thought that one day I could get a Pokemon for free on the road. After successfully capturing Galar Ponyta, Xiaolong expressed such emotion, and gave Serena beside him a critical hit. Clang, you are really lucky. Serena, who didn't know that Xiaolong had the power of Evergreen, could only attribute it to luck. In this way, Xiaolong took in the Galar Ponyta he met on the road, and continued their journey. At noon, the two came to a forest, and at this moment they were having lunch and resting in the forest. Silk Scarf *5. Sacred Ash *5. Rare Candy *1. Silver Powder *3. Charcoal *1. Buy all. During the break, Xiaolong looked at the items in the flash sale mall and bought them directly. There are 29 rare candies. But it's not time to use them. Looking at the column of rare candies, Xiaolong thought silently. This is what he planned to save for when the Pokemon's strength is not really improved. Now he can only keep it like a treasure. Okay, let's continue on our way. After resting for about half an hour, Xiaolong stood up and said to Serena beside him. Yet. Serena nodded and continued walking beside Xiaolong. I always feel like someone is watching us. After walking in the forest for about 5 minutes, Xiaolong, who has the power of Evergreen and is very sensitive to changes in the natural environment, felt that the situation around him was very wrong. Clang, is there? Serena, who was next to Xiaolong, was no different. But she still chose to believe Xiaolong's words. She looked around as vigilantly as Xiaolong. As the two began to be vigilant, small sounds appeared in the forest one after another. And then SERENA realized that they seemed to be targeted by someone or some Pokemon. Caesar. Xiaolong didn't want to sit and wait for death, and released his Pokemon before the other party appeared. Hey! The moment Caesar appeared, a surprised voice came from the forest, and people were surprised that Xiaolong actually subdued Caesar. Who? As soon as the voice was heard, Xiaolong heard it, and his eyes were fixed on the place where the voice came from. SERENA, who reacted a little later, followed closely and looked at the place where the voice came from. Caesar even moved at the moment the voice sounded. The target was the direction where the voice came from. Just when Caesar was about to catch the person who made the voice, a figure blocked that direction. However, Caesar was not afraid at all. He attacked with an alloy claw and repelled and injured the figure who suddenly appeared to stop Caesar. When the figure completely appeared in front of Xiaolong and SERENA, they were very surprised, because that figure was also Caesar. Stop! Just when Xiaolong's Caesar was about to take advantage of the victory and knock down the opponent, an uncle stopped Xiaolong's Caesar and prevented it from continuing to attack. Seeing this, Xiaolong and SERENA knew that the Caesar belonged to the uncle in front of them, but they were both very unhappy. After all, they were walking peacefully on the road and being peeped at. There must be something wrong with them to be happy. Go, uncle, don't you know it's rude to peep at us? SERENA, who was a little unhappy, spoke before Xiaolong. I just wanted to test your strength. Please forgive me. The uncle, knowing that he was in the wrong, hurriedly apologized. As for the Caesar attacked by Xiaolong's Caesar, it returned to the uncle in time, but the contest condition was not very good and the injury was quite serious. Clang, forget it. Looking at the seriously injured Caesar, SERENA thought about it and let it go. Xiaolong didn't mean to pursue it further. After all, his Caesar didn't suffer any loss, right? My name is Muramasa, it's my Caesar, I named it Masamune. Seeing that Xiaolong and the others didn't mean to pursue them, the uncle breathed a sigh of relief and introduced himself and his Caesar. Clang clang, Uncle Muramasa, what do you mean by testing our strength? After knowing the other party's name, SERENA remembered what the other party had said before, and asked hurriedly. Come with me. I'll tell you the reason when we get to the destination. Without explaining immediately, Uncle Muramasa said this and led the way for the two. After a while, the three of them arrived at a Pokemon gym. This is the Pokemon gym I opened, Muramasa said as he led Xiaolong and SERENA to the destination. The apprentice-like people in the gym were accompanying their Pokemon training here, such as Machoke and Scyther's sparring, or Golem's weightlifting training. In short, there were many things. Young trainers are training themselves here. Gather here to train Pokemon. My dream is to let these disciples win the championship in competitions around the world one day in the future. After saying that, Uncle Muramasa's disciples hurriedly bowed to him and welcomed him back to the gym. On the other side, on the second floor of the dojo, a young man with a laptop was looking for information about Xiaolong and SERENA below. Unfortunately, he couldn't find it no matter how hard he looked. Interesting. A trainer who can hurt Dad's authentic and has no information. It seems that Dad has found a very interesting rival this time. As he said this, the young man installed his laptop and prepared to go down to see Xiaolong and SERENA. Everyone, welcome. Xiaolong said this when he and Uncle Muramasa entered the house to rest. Don't be so polite. Xiaolong and SERENA said at the same time, who didn't expect the other party to be so polite. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 42, Shingo is so angry that he is almost dead. Please collect flowers. Everyone, welcome. When Xiaolong and Uncle Muramasa entered the house to rest, a disciple said so. Don't be so polite. Asterisk 2. Xiaolong and SERENA said at the same time, not expecting the other party to be so polite. Clang clang, Uncle Muramasa is very respected by the disciples here. SERENA sighed after replying to the disciple, noticing that the disciples outside respected Muramasa very much. Of course. Our master is a trainer with many champion experiences. He founded this gym to pass on his experience to rookie trainers, so that they can become Pokemon masters. The disciple who received Xiaolong and the others was proud when he said this. Without waiting for Xiaolong and SERENA to speak, the disciple said again, especially teachers Caesar Masamune, also known as the Red Flash, it has made a great contribution to Master's Champion and is a very powerful Pokemon. Haha. Looking at the proud disciples, Xiaolong and SERENA could only laugh. Nothing else. I just want to laugh. It's definitely not because Masamune was injured by Xiaolong's Caesar before. Absolutely not. It's just an old story. No big deal. Just when Xiaolong and SERENA laughed dryly and didn't know what to say, a voice reached everyone's ears. Xiaolong and SERENA looked over quickly. Young master. The disciple who heard the voice said without thinking. This is my son Shingo. Xiaolong, can you fight Shingo? Uncle Muramasa also spoke at the same time. Fight him? I don't mind, after all, there is an experience pack that can improve my Pokemon. Xiaolong said indifferently. You are so arrogant. You are just a person who doesn't even have any information. How dare you say this? Shingo, who had already checked Xiaolong's information on the computer, said. There was no intention of looking down on the other party in his words. So what? Are you the Elite Four or the champion of the Jodo region with the data? Or have you won the championship of any alliance competition? Or do you have an undefeated record against the Elite Four or the champion? If not, don't say these nonsense. After all, I dare to say that based on my strength. And your words are probably based on your useless computer. Xiaolong, who didn't know how to be polite at all, scolded Shingo fiercely, which made Uncle Muramasa, SERENA, and the apprentices present stunned. It was the first time they saw someone who spoke so sharply. You. Shingo, who was originally very interested in Xiaolong, was scolded like this. And his face couldn't help but look ugly. But he didn't refute it. The reason was that Shingo didn't get any of the achievements and honors that Xiaolong mentioned. Humph. Although I haven't achieved any achievements or honors yet. But as long as I have the information in my computer, I will get those things sooner or later. I can win any rival with the information. Shingo, who was speechless after being refuted, was still confident in the information he had in his hands. No one really believes that the information recorded by Alliance is all about this person, right? No way, no way. No one is really that naive, right? Xiaolong, who was very speechless about Shingo, said these sarcastic words, with the purpose of stimulating Shingo and making him fight against himself. SERENA, who was very familiar with Xiaolong, could judge this. And Uncle Muramasa, who was watching outside the field, could also see it. So Uncle Muramasa just watched this scene silently and didn't say anything. I have to say, Xiaolong is really good. He's so sharp-tongued. It seems that he has found the right person. I just hope that Shingo will not lose confidence after fighting with Xiaolong. Uncle Muramasa, who had a brief fight with Xiaolong, thought to himself. You guy. It really makes me angry. Shingo, who could have been able to hold back, was so sarcastic by Xiaolong that he couldn't help it. Shingo, with his eyes full of rage, looked at Xiaolong and said, then let me see what you can do. As he said that, he took the laptop and went to the direction of the battle site. Awesome! Uncle Muramasa saw this scene and gave Xiaolong a thumbs up. Not bad. But he might be taught a lesson later. I hope Uncle Muramasa, don't blame me. Xiaolong, who gave a thumbs up in return, came to Uncle Muramasa and said softly. It's okay. Just do it. A miserable failure is the best medicine for Shingo. Uncle Muramasa, who knew very well what Shingo lacked, didn't care at all that Shingo was beaten badly by Xiaolong. Instead, he wished Xiaolong would do so. That's good. After saying that, he followed Shingo to the battlefield. Serena and the apprentices did the same. Only one Pokemon was used. Shingo used Bray. Xiaolong. Uncle Muramasa, who came to the battlefield and served as a temporary referee, said. He looked at Xiaolong on the side. As for why he was sure that Shingo would definitely use Bray from the original book. It was because Shingo, who had never been out, only had one Pokemon, Bray, the Scizor. I used it. Like a magic trick, normal. A Pokeball suddenly appeared in Xiaolong's hand. And released the Pokemon inside. Name, Scizor, with Mega Evolution Stone. Attribute, Bug, Steel. Gender, Male. Ability, Technical Expert. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 84, Elite. Skills, Omitted. Use Scizor? No one knows Scizor better than me. I will definitely win this battle. Bray, come out. Shinged at the Pokemon used by Xiaolong, Shingo was full of confidence. But he still pointed his laptop at Xiaolong's Scizor. In case something unexpected happened. Name, Scizor, Bray. Attribute, Bug, Steel. Gender, Male. Ability, Technical Expert. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 54, Gym. Skills, Omitted. Start. Uncle Muramasa shook his head helplessly at Shingo's move and immediately announced the start of the battle. Bray, quick attack. Shingo, who was sitting on the ground using a laptop, gave the attack order without even looking up. Can we really win the battle just by giving instructions on the computer? Serena was very confused about Shingo's attitude of giving instructions without even looking at the battlefield. Scizor, let's use quick attack too. Xiaolong, who was completely disappointed with Shingo, told Scizor to use quick attack. Then, Shingo's Bray was knocked to the ground by a red light, and where Bray moved, another Scizor appeared, which was Xiaolong's. Impossible. The speed is 3 times that of Bray, and the instruction reaction is twice that of Bray. There is no way that a Scizor is stronger than Bray, and so much stronger. Shingo, who analyzed Xiaolong's Scizor information on a laptop, stood up from the ground in shock. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Read books every day on the 11th. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 43, Shingo and Cyndaquil are shocked. Please collect flowers. Impossible. The speed is 3 times that of Bray, and the indication reaction is twice that of Bray. There is no way that a Scizor is stronger than Bray, and so much stronger. Shingo, who used a laptop to analyze Xiaolong's Scizor information, stood up from the ground in shock. Nothing is impossible. In the face of absolute strength. Your so-called information is a joke. Not to mention that your Bray's strength is only average. It's just faster than a normal Scizor. To the shocked Shingo, Xiaolong said lightly. Without waiting for Shingo to say anything in rebuttal, Xiaolong said again, besides, do you think my Scizor is only this strength shown? You are shocked too early. What? Shingo, who was frightened by Xiaolong's words, changed his expression. Scizor, give Bray the last blow. Quick attack. Ignoring the startled Shingo, Xiaolong calmly gave the order. Bray, don't give up. Use the alloy claws. Knowing that the laptop had been used a lot, Shingo shouted to Bray. However, the gap between the two sides in terms of hard power was too big, and so was their speed. This caused Bray's alloy claws to hit Caesar's phantom, and when his attack smackdown was empty, Bray was knocked away by Caesar's quick attack. He fell to the ground with his eyes lit up. Bray lost his ability to fight, Caesar won, so the winner is Xiaolong. Uncle Muramasa said the moment the result came out. Shingo, what's wrong with your computer? Uncle Muramasa came to Shingo after announcing the result and asked. Xiaolong's Caesar is too strong. The data is useless. Even if he didn't look at the data, Bray might not have lost the battle so quickly. Shingo, who already knew that he was overly dependent on the data, looked a little frustrated. Bray, you've done a good job. It's my fault that we lost this battle. Shingo, who knew that he was the one who lost the battle, said to Bray, who had woken up. Huzzah! Bray shouted to show that he also had a problem. Shingo seems to have found his original passion. That's great, isn't it, Masamune? Uncle Muramasa was indescribably relieved to see Shingo, who had a goal and a closer relationship with Bray. At the same time, he was very satisfied and happy that he had found Xiaolong as a rival. Uncle Muramasa, the task you asked us to do has been completed. Then we'll leave first. After that, Xiaolong took SERENA and walked away from Uncle Muramasa's house. Dad, where is Xiaolong? Not long after Xiaolong and the other left, Shingo, who had come to his senses and wanted to say something harsh to him, asked hurriedly after finding that the other party was not there. We have embarked on the journey. After that, Uncle Muramasa asked his apprentice to train Pokemon. And Shingo followed behind. On the other side, Xiaolong and SERENA, who left, continued to go to Azalea Town. On the way, they had dinner in the forest. Knowing that they still had a long way to go to reach the next city, they were resting in the tent. The next morning, SERENA and Xiaolong came to the town after breakfast. They heard that there was Cyndaquil in the forest not far away, so they went there decisively. Clang, Xiaolong, is there really Cyndaquil in this place? Is it fake news? SERENA said tiredly after searching in the forest for about 2 hours. The reason why she said this was because they found nothing in the forest. Let's look for it. It's good if we can find it, but if we can't, we'll leave here tomorrow. Xiaolong replied with the attitude of I'm lucky if I get it, I'll die if I lose it. Clang, okay then. SERENA thought Xiaolong was right. So she had to continue looking for Cyndaquil. Hey, you two. Have you met Cyndaquil here? Just as the two were looking for Cyndaquil, a very power trip voice came. Didn't you see we're looking for it too? Xiaolong, who was very unhappy with the man's attitude, retorted. After retorting, he ignored the other party. Power trip kid. Let me make it clear first. You can't do anything, just stay here obediently. I didn't expect Xiaolong to be so power trip, and ordered loudly. Are you teaching me how to do things? Xiaolong, who was looking for Cyndaquil, looked at the other party unkindly after hearing the words. Clang, clang, why are you like this? Anyone can tame a wild Cyndaquil. SERENA, who didn't expect there were such people in the world, loudly refuted the other party. Stop talking nonsense. Anyway, you should stay here less. And you are not allowed to attack Cyndaquil if you meet one. Do you know that? After saying that, the man was about to leave. But he was stopped by Xiaolong. What I hate most is people like you who are arrogant and self-righteous. If I don't give you a good beating, you still think I'm a sick cat. Salation can bully me. As he said that, Xiaolong picked up the dragon suit with one hand and used a set of Bajiquan on him. Of course, Xiaolong held back his strength. Otherwise, with his natural divine power, and the Bajiquan in the god-level fighting, the dragon suit would definitely be beaten to death. Remember this. I, Koji, will not let you go. The extra who was beaten up by Xiaolong, after saying the harsh words, noticed Xiaolong's unfriendly eyes and immediately ran away in shame. The speed of his escape shocked SERENA beside him. You deserve to be beaten up. You dare to power trip in front of me. You don't even go to Sandgem Town to ask how I got the title of King of Children. After poo-pooing the extra named Koji, Xiaolong said something that made SERENA dumbfounded. SERENA, let's continue to look for Cyndaquil. Noticing SERENA, who was a little dumbfounded, Xiaolong, who pretended to be serious, pretended to be nothing, and pulled her to continue looking for Cyndaquil. No. Not long after they continued to look for Cyndaquil, the two saw a Cyndaquil passing by them and called out to them cutely. Then the Cyndaquil seemed to sense something, and walked in front of the little dragon with small steps, and kept looking at the little dragon, which made SERENA beside her a little confused. Clang, this Cyndaquil won't come to me like Ponyta before, right? SERENA was confused for a while, thinking so in her heart, but her eyes were always on this Cyndaquil. Cyndaquil, do you want to be my Pokemon? The little dragon knew that Cyndaquil was so close to him because of the power of Evergreen, so he squatted down and touched its head, inviting it. No. Hearing this, Cyndaquil nodded to the little dragon, who was close to her. Come in the Pokeball. Seeing that the other party agreed, the little dragon was very happy and took out a Pokeball to capture Cyndaquil. Clang, I knew it would be like this. SERENA, who had anticipated this scene, could not help but sigh and followed the happy little dragon, leaving the forest with their goal achieved. P.S. Please give me flowers, collections and various free tickets. Happy reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 44, Team Rocket of Azalea Town. Rest in this town for a day, then we'll set off for Azalea Town. After returning to the town where Cyndaquil had received the news, Xiaolong said to SERENA. Okay. SERENA nodded in agreement. Then they rested in the Pokemon Center. Red Apple *99. Sweet Persimmon *99. Mum *99. Pomelo *99. Spicy Fruit *99. Tree Fruit Set? Forget it, I'll buy them all. During the rest, Xiaolong was stunned for a moment after seeing what was in the mall, but finally bought everything. The next day, Xiaolong and the others continued their journey. After 3 days, they finally arrived at the gate of Azalea Town. Outside Azalea Town, they were looking at the newcomers with a serious look on their faces. It was because they were wearing Team Rocket's clothes, so they looked so serious. You are the one who defeated those two useless guys, Pisan and Bashu, and caused us to fail in our attempt to capture Ray Cow. Although the Rockets used honorifics, Xiaolong and SERENA could not hear any respect in them. Fan thought that the man in front of him was a smiling tiger. It's me. What do you want? Do you want to fight? Although his expression was a little solemn, Xiaolong was not afraid of the other party. After all, it was not Giovanni, the freak who could beat Dragonite with Beedrill, who came. He had nothing to be afraid of. You're right. This time, they really came to fight you and teach you a lesson. Go, Crobat. The member of the Rockets nodded and released his Pokemon. Name, Crobat. Attribute, Poison, Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Psychic Power. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 81, Elite. Skills, Omitted. SERENA, Caesar is for you, and the rest of Team Rocket is up to you. After saying that, Xiaolong also released his own Pokemon, Staraptor. Name, Staraptor, with sharp beak. Attribute, Normal, Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Self-Sacrifice. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 86, Elite. Skills, Omitted. Staraptor from Sinnoh region. You are from Sinnoh region. The leader of Team Rocket, who recognized Staraptor at a glance, said with a very firm tone. So what? Xiaolong said without rebuttal. Nothing. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Proton. I think you know who I am, considering where you got the information about our Team Rocket. Proton narrowed his eyes and said lightly. Proton, Team Rocket executive. Giovanni's subordinate. I wonder why you and other executives were not there when Giovanni was exposed. Xiaolong pouted and revealed Proton's identity. Sure enough. This kid probably knows the information of everyone in our Team Rocket. Proton thought to himself as he looked at Xiaolong, who looked calm. Crobat, supersonic. After judging that Xiaolong knew a lot about their Team Rocket, Proton commanded Crobat to attack without hesitation. Staraptor, get out of the way. Xiaolong, who was not panicked at all, asked Staraptor to dodge, and then asked Staraptor to attack with Steel Wing. Face it head-on, use Wing attack. Facing Staraptor who used Steel Wing, Proton said without any hesitation. After a while, the two Pokémons fiercely tackled in the air. However, there was still a little difference in strength between the two sides, and Staraptor was much stronger than Crobat, so Crobat was defeated by Staraptor and fell into a disadvantage in this confrontation. Suffering minor injuries. Captain Proton. We found the young master. He seemed to have heard the noise. He walked towards you from Azalea Town. Just as Proton was about to let Crobat launch the attack, he heard the voice of the rocket team members who were monitoring everything from a distant plane, which made him pause when he was supposed to issue the attack order. Retreat. Knowing that their young master did not like their rocket team, Proton decisively asked the subordinates around who were beaten up by Serena's command Caesar to leave. Yes. Hearing this, the rocket team members who were beaten up immediately left. Of course, in order to prevent accidents during the retreat, the rocket team used smoke bombs, so it was impossible for Xiaolong to chase them. Clang, Xiaolong. Why did Team Rocket suddenly withdraw? When Staraptor blew away the smoke. Serena, who came to his side, looked puzzled. Wanted to know what was going on. I don't know. Maybe there was some mission. This time Xiaolong was not lying. He really didn't know why Proton retreated. Who did you fight just now? Just when Serena and Xiaolong couldn't figure out why the other party retreated, a figure appeared in front of them. It was Silver who had fought with Xiaolong before. Could it be because of Silver? Thinking of the confirmation of Silver's identity in the game and the special episode, Xiaolong thought that Proton's sudden retreat was most likely because of Silver. Clang, we just fought against Team Rocket. Before Xiaolong could speak, she recognized that the other party was Serena, who had met him once, and said who had fought against them before. It was those guys. When Silver heard that it was Team Rocket, he couldn't help but show an expression of expectedness. Who was the leader? Who could fight you like this? Silver suddenly realized something and asked Xiaolong. According to his understanding, the one who could fight Xiaolong with such momentum must be a certain executive, and the other minions of Team Rocket could never be Xiaolong's rival. It's a man named Proton. Xiaolong raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and then said Proton's name. It's that guy. Thinking of Proton's bad character, Silver felt unhappy. Clang, Silver, do you know that man named Proton? Serena noticed Silver's expression and asked out of curiosity. If possible. I really don't want to know that kind of person. By the way, this is for you. If Proton or others come to trouble you, show them this. They won't embarrass you after seeing it. Silver answered Serena's question with a little bit of unhappiness, and handed a strange thing to Xiaolong, which made Xiaolong and Serena stunned for a moment. Let's not talk about Proton and others. Since I met you, let's have a battle now. Giving Xiaolong something that can solve Team Rocket's troubles. Silver directly issued a challenge. Okay. But this is not a suitable place for a battle. Let's go to the Pokemon Center in Azalea Town. Knowing that Silver would not give up unless he fought him, Xiaolong agreed to the battle. 3 Pokemon can be used, and there is no time limit. Now the game begins. 10 minutes later, the 3 people who came to the Pokemon Center went directly to the battle site, and SERENA, the referee, also announced the rules at the same time. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now. Event time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 45, Fighting Silver again. Please collect flowers. 3 Pokemon can be used, no time limit. The game begins now. 10 minutes later, the 3 people who came to the Pokemon Center went directly to the battle site, and SERENA, the referee, also announced the rules at the same time. Charmeleon, you go. As soon as SERENA finished speaking, Xiaolong sent out the first Pokemon. Name, Charmeleon, carrying charcoal. Attribute, fire. Gender, male. Ability, fierce fire. Qualification, orange. Strength, level 27, advanced. Skills, omitted. Croconaw, you go. Silver, who wanted to send other Pokemon to the field, saw that Xiaolong's Pokemon was Charmeleon, and chose to let Croconaw fight the first battle. Name, Croconaw. Attribute, water. Gender, male. Ability, torrent. Qualification, purple. Strength, level 29, advanced. Skills, omitted. You attack first. After looking at the information of Silver Croconaw, Xiaolong let the opponent attack first. Croconaw, water gun. Silver was not polite and directly asked Croconaw to use water gun. Avoid it. Then use flamethrower to counterattack. Xiaolong waved his hand and let Charmeleon dodge first, and then counterattack. Croconaw, take it head on. Then use water gun to counterattack. Silver frowned, thought for a second and decided to let Croconaw take flamethrower. Trade injury for injury? It is indeed suitable for this kind of battle. Seeing Croconaw hit by flamethrower, and Charmeleon hit by Croconaw carrying flamethrower and using water gun, Xiaolong couldn't help but sigh that Silver was too decisive. Go and use the impact. Just when the water gun caused great damage to Charmeleon, Silver let Croconaw take advantage of the victory and used the impact trick. Croconaw, who reacted quickly, rushed towards Charmeleon at its maximum speed. The white airflow formed by the amazing momentum was its impact trick. Charmeleon, take it. Knowing that Charmeleon, who was in poor contest condition at this time, could not dodge, the little dragon let it take it head on. Charmeleon, who had just stood up, opened his hands upon hearing this, and used Croconaw, who was tackled to it half a second later, to hold it back. But its injuries were still quite serious. Although it barely took the impact of Croconaw, Charmeleon itself was also pushed back more than 10 meters and was seriously injured. Charmeleon, Dragon Rage. Looking at the seriously injured Charmeleon, the little dragon knew that it had reached its limit. Let it use its hidden big trick, Dragon Rage. Croconaw, use water gun. Silver, who did not expect Charmeleon to use Dragon Rage, changed his expression and shouted loudly. Croconaw, who was caught and locked by Charmeleon with both hands, heard this and used water gun on Charmeleon who was close to him, but Charmeleon resisted with his will. After that, Croconaw was hit by Dragon Rage condensed from Charmeleon's mouth. Because the distance was too close, not only Croconaw suffered this move, but Charmeleon himself also suffered it. Smoke formed in the field because of the attack of Dragon Rage. When the smoke dissipated, Charmeleon and Croconaw fell to the ground at the same time with circles of eyes. Charmeleon and Croconaw lost their fighting ability at the same time. SERENA, who saw the situation clearly, was indescribably surprised, but still announced the result. "Thank you for your hard work, Charmeleon, Croconaw." Dragon and Silver looked at each other and took back their Pokémon at the same time. "Golbat, you go." Silver, who didn't want to take advantage of the little dragon, released the second Pokémon, Golbat. Name, Golbat. Attribute, Poison, Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Psychic Power. Qualification, Blue. Strength, Level 27, Advanced. Skills, Omitted. Pidgeotto, you go this time. Seeing that Silver's second Pokémon was a flying type, Xiaolong let Flash Pidgeotto go without any hesitation. Name, Flash Pidgeotto, with sharp beak. Attribute, Normal, Flying. Gender, Male. Ability, Sharp Eyes. Qualification, Orange. Strength, Level 28, Advanced. Skills, Omitted. Golbat, Air Slash. Pidgeotto, Hurricane. The moment the two Pokémon appeared, Xiaolong and Silver issued orders at the same time. The air blade formed by Golbat flapping his wings collided with the strong wind blown by Flash Pidgeotto's wings, and the stalemate lasted for a long time. The two attacks disappeared at the same time. This long-range attack collision ended in a draw. Wing Attack. *2. After the long-range attack collision, Dragon and Silver tacitly let their Pokémon use this move. Flash Pidgeotto and Golbat heard this, lit up the white wing attack and rushed towards each other. And soon they collided with each other. After less than half a second of stalemate, the two Pokémon circled in the air and continued to collide. In this way, the two Pokémon collided with wing attack more than a dozen times. And each time ended in a tie. Neither could do anything to the other. 10 minutes later, Flash Pidgeotto and Golbat finished the second battle, and the winner was Dragon's Flash Pidgeotto, because its physical strength was a little better than Golbat. Otherwise, this time it would have ended in a tie again. Flash Pidgeotto's current situation is not much better. At least he can't think of fighting the next battle. Which is no different from losing the ability to fight directly. Golbat loses his ability to fight, Pidgeotto wins. SERENA, who didn't expect the second match to last so long, said the moment the result came out. "Thank you for your hard work, Golbat. My last partner is it." Silver took back Golbat and released the last Pokémon Haunter. Name, Haunter. Attribute, Ghost, Poison. Gender, Male. Ability, Float. Qualification, Purple. Strength, Level 26, Advanced. Skills, Omitted. Ponyta, you go. After checking Haunter's information, he took back Flash Pidgeotto's dragon and let Ponyta from the Galar region, who he had obtained, go on the field to fight this final battle. Name, Galar Ponyta, carrying a curved spoon. Attribute, Psychic. Gender, Female. Ability, Barrage Protection. Qualification, Orange. Strength, Level 36, Elite. Skills, Omitted. What kind of Ponyta is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Silver, who saw the Galar region Ponyta for the first time, couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. This is a Ponyta unique to the Galar region. It's a psychic Pokémon. Seeing Silver's puzzled expression, Dragon explained the origin of this Ponyta. I see. After listening to the explanation, Silver suddenly understood. Let's start. After understanding, Silver asked Dragon to start their battle. Hypnosis. *2. After calming down, Dragon and Silver simultaneously let their Pokémon use hypnosis. The eyes of the Galar Ponyta and Haunter lit up white at the same time. And then the invisible hypnosis confusion collided with each other. P.S. Please give me flowers, collections and various free tickets. Have fun reading during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 46, Battle against Azalea Gym Leader Bugsy requesting flowers and collection. Hypnosis. Asterisk 2. After calming down, Dragonite and Silver simultaneously used hypnosis on their Pokémon. The eyes of Galar Ponyta and Haunter lit up white at the same time. And then two invisible hypnosis confusions collided with each other. Because it was invisible, the three of them didn't know what was going on. It wasn't until Silver's Haunter fell to the ground and fell asleep that Dragonite, Silver, and Serena realized that Galar Ponyta had won the hypnosis duel. Ponyta, use Psybeam now. Knowing that this was a good opportunity, Dragonite shouted loudly. Ponyta immediately used colorful magical rays of light and hit Haunter directly. Haunter, wake up! Silver shouted when Psybeam hit Haunter. Unfortunately, Haunter still didn't wake up. Ponyta, encore Psybeam! Dragonite said lightly, taking advantage of the victory. Ponyta also used colored light again to knock down the already seriously injured Haunter. Haunter lost his ability to fight, Ponyta won, so the winner is Xiaolong. Serena said the moment the result came out. Thank you for your hard work, Haunter. Although a little disappointed, Silver still took back his Haunter. Ponyta, well done. I'll leave the next gym match to you. Coming to Ponyta, who was not injured but had just consumed a little energy, Xiaolong said happily. Ponyta nodded after hearing this, which was considered a response to Xiaolong. Let's go to Nurse Joy to recover Pokémon. After saying that, Xiaolong took Serena's hand and went to Nurse Joy. Ah! Seeing that Xiaolong had forgotten about him, Silver could only sigh helplessly, and then followed behind to recover his Pokémon at Nurse Joy. Since there were already a lot of Pokémon, there was no need for Dragonite to wait for the Pokémon Center to be fully restored. After giving the Pokeballs of Flash Pidgeotto and Charmeleon to Nurse Joy, Serena and Dragonite went to the Azalea Gym. Is anyone there? I'm Dragonite from Sandgem Town. When he arrived at the Azalea Gym, he found that there seemed to be no one inside, and shouted loudly. I'm coming, I'm coming. Soon after he shouted, Bugsy, the gym leader of Azalea, appeared with a pair of scissors in his hand. I'm Bugsy, the gym leader of Azalea. Sorry. I was just pruning trees. Bugsy first introduced himself, then explained the reason, and led Serena and Dragonite to the direction of the battle site. Are you two challenging the Azalea Gym? As they walked on the road, Bugsy asked. No, I'm the only one challenging. Serena is the accompanying person. Dragonite shook his head and said. Is that so? That's great. If you all want to challenge me, I don't have enough Pokémon. Bugsy couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard that only Xiaolong was challenging. But when he noticed the strange expressions of the two people, he realized that they had misunderstood. So Bugsy explained, 3 people have challenged the gym before, and the remaining Pokémon are not enough to deal with 2 challengers. I see. After hearing the explanation, Xiaolong and Serena suddenly understood. Just like that. While chatting, they went to the battle site with Bugsy, and finally arrived at the destination soon. Then Azalea Gym trainer Bugsy and challenger Xiaolong from Sandgem Town will start the official competition with badges as the stakes. Use 3 Pokémon. You two, are you ready? After the two stood up, the gym referee asked after explaining the rules. Anytime. No problem for me. Long and Bugsy spoke one after another. Long, whoever conquers bug Pokémon is equivalent to conquering the whole world. Have you ever heard of this? Bugsy said before the game started. Did the Elite Four or the champion say this? I haven't heard any of them say this. Serena, who was watching the game, was stunned for a moment and looked at Bugsy with a puzzled expression. That's what I said, Bugsy said proudly. Serena and Long were shocked. The first bug-type Pokemon I'm going to take out is the silent warrior among bug-type Pokemon. Go, String Ball. Just when the two were shocked by Bugsy's words, Bugsy released the first Pokemon. Name, String Ball. Attribute, Bug. Gender, Male, Poison. Ability, Bug Premonition. Qualification, Green. Strength, Level 19, Intermediate. Skills, Omitted. String Ball? In that case, Cyndaquil, you play this game. After reading the information about the string ball with his insightful eyes, the little dragon thought about letting Cyndaquil, who had just been captured, play. Name, Cyndaquil. Attribute, Fire. Gender, Male. Ability, Fierce Fire. Qualification, Orange. Strength, Level 25, Advanced. Skills, Omitted. It's already level 25? In that case, Cyndaquil can evolve at any time. I just don't know why it didn't evolve before I captured it. The little dragon thought when he saw Cyndaquil's information for the first time. Start. When the referee saw both of them release Pokemon, he immediately announced the start of the game. String Ball, String Shot. Bugsy looked at Cyndaquil and chose to strike first. Cyndaquil, Flamethrower. Facing the silk thread spitted by the string ball, Xiaolong said lightly. Cyndaquil, who originally had no fighting spirit flame on her back, had flames on her back the moment Xiaolong gave the order, and used Flamethrower. All the silk threads of the string ball were burned. The attack was even more unreserved. Danger, String Ball. Use String Shot to avoid it. Bugsy, who had expected this scene, looked at the flamethrower that came along, and quickly let the string ball stick to the surrounding trees with String Shot, catching the inertia to avoid it. Cyndaquil, use flamethrower continuously. From the original book, we know that the thread ball has this trick. The dragon asked Cyndaquil to use flamethrower to burn the silk thread stuck to the tree next to it, and then use flamethrower to attack the thread ball that was about to fall to the ground. It is conceivable that the thread-absorbed bulb in the air could not dodge and was hit by Cyndaquil's flamethrower. Quick attack. The dragon was not sure whether the thread ball had fallen completely, and issued an attack order to Cyndaquil. Poor Bugsy's thread ball. Not only was it burned by the flames, but it was also hit by Cyndaquil's quick attack, which caused the thread ball that could have been resistant to fail to hold on and fell to the ground with circles of eyes. The string ball loses its ability to fight, Cyndaquil wins. The referee said the moment the result came out, and Xiaolong's Cyndaquil gained enough experience to level up after defeating the string ball, and her body also emitted white light. Evolved. Seeing this scene, whether it was Bugsy who took back the string ball, Serena, or Xiaolong, they were all stunned. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 47, Battle between Bug-type Pokemon. Please collect flowers. Evolved. Seeing this, Bugsy, Serena, and Xiaolong were all stunned. Because they never thought that Cyndaquil would evolve at this time, especially Serena, who knew that Xiaolong had just captured Cyndaquil not long ago. Name, Quilava. Attribute, Fire. Gender, Male. Ability, Fierce Fire. Qualification, Orange. Strength, Level 26, Advanced. Skills, Slightly. I didn't expect your Cyndaquil to evolve at this time. When Cyndaquil was completely evolved, Bugsy was indescribably surprised. You may not believe it. It's been less than a week since I captured Cyndaquil. I really didn't expect it to evolve into Quilava now. Xiaolong, who didn't intend to let Quilava continue to fight, took it back and told him about it. What? Bugsy, who knew that the other party had no need to lie to him about such things, was even more shocked when he heard it. Forget it, let's continue the gym battle. My second Pokemon is this. After being shocked, I remembered that Bugsy was still in the gym battle, and released the second Pokemon, Butterfree. Name, Butterfree. Attribute, Bug, Flying. Gender, Female. Ability, Compound Eyes. Qualification, Blue. Strength, Level 31, Elite. Skills, Omitted. Butterfree? Then I'll use it. I wanted to use Monferno or Galar Ponyta's dragon, but when I saw that it was Butterfree, I quickly replaced it with Flash Beedrill. Name, Flash Beedrill, with silver powder. Attribute, Insect, Poison. Gender, Male. Ability, Snipe Shot. Qualification, Orange. Strength, Level 35, Elite. Skills, Omitted. Xiaolong, where did you capture this Beedrill of a different color? Bugsy, who was very envious of Xiaolong Flash Beedrill, looked at him with a sharp gaze. I just met him. After all, it's a different colored Beedrill, it's impossible for them to appear in groups. Unexpectedly, Bugsy would ask such a silly question. Xiaolong shook his head with a little helplessness and gave such an ambiguous answer. That's right. I'm too persistent. After being reminded by Xiaolong, Bugsy suddenly realized that Flash Beedrill was not an ordinary Beedrill everywhere. Let's continue the battle. Butterfree, use the sleeping powder. Bugsy, who suddenly realized, asked Butterfree to use the sleeping powder without hesitation. Use Sword Dance. Facing the sleeping powder blown by Butterfree, Xiaolong calmly let Flash Beedrill perform Sword Dance on the spot. Flash Beedrill kept spinning on the spot, triggering the surrounding airflow, forming a small airflow, and deflected the sleeping powder. There is such a defensive method. Bugsy was surprised to see someone crack the sleeping powder in this way for the first time. Then he thought of his own sword dance that Scyther used to crack flamethrower and other special moves. And he didn't think the way to crack the sleeping powder was so strange. Beedrill, Poison Barb. The moment sword dance cracked the sleeping powder, Xiaolong's voice sounded. Flash Beedrill raised his Twineedle in the air, and fired countless purple poison barbs from it, and hit Bugsy's Butterfree. Butterfree, use Fierce Hurricane to resist. Bugsy shouted loudly without thinking. Butterfree, who reacted quickly, also used Fierce Hurricane at the same time, blowing all poison barb to the ground, successfully blocking Flash Beedrill's attack. But Bugsy didn't look happy at all. The reason was that poison barb was a feint by Flash Beedrill, and its real target was the subsequent poison jab. Because he didn't expect that Dragonite would be so good at using bug-type Pokemon, Bugsy, who was caught off guard, didn't react. After Butterfree used Fierce Hurricane, he was hit by Flash Beedrill's poison jab. Not only was he severely injured, he also fell into the contest condition of poisoning. The situation was not optimistic for Bugsy. Pin Missile. Noticing Bugsy's serious expression, Dragonite didn't give him a chance to counterattack, and let Flash Beedrill continue to attack with Pin Missile, trying to knock him down with one hit. Butterfree, dodge. Seeing that Butterfree was about to be hit by Pin Missile, Bugsy hurriedly asked him to dodge. But it was still a little too slow. Butterfree was hit by the flying Pin Missiles and the poison caused by Poison Jab, and had already fallen to the ground with circles of eyes. Butterfree lost the ability to fight. Beedrill won. The referee said the moment the result came out. Thank you for your hard work, Butterfree. My last Pokemon is it. Pinsir. After taking back the fallen Butterfree, Bugsy released the last Pokemon Pinsir. Name, Pinsir. Attribute, Bug. Gender, Male. Ability, exceptional. Qualification, blue. Strength, level 43, elite. Skills, omitted. Beedrill, come back. Monferno, you go. After looking at Pincer's information, Xiaolong thought about it and decided that Monferno should go on the field to fight it. Name, Monferno, with charcoal. Attribute, fire, fighting. Gender, male. Ability, fierce fire. Qualification, purple. Strength, level 37, elite. Skills, omitted. Monferno, flamethrower. Without being polite to Bugsy, the dragon made Monferno use flamethrower the moment it released it. Pincer, get out of the way. Bugsy didn't expect the dragon to do this, so he quickly made it dodge. Mach punch. At the critical moment, Pincer dodged the incoming flamethrower. But what he faced was indeed Monferno's Mach punch. Because Bugsy didn't expect this, Pincer was tragically knocked away by Mach punch. Flamethrower. The dragon commanded Monferno to pursue the victory without being polite. As a thick flame hit Pincer, who had just stood up and had no time to dodge, it was seriously injured and also let out a miserable growl. Pincer, hold on. Use the destruction ray. Hearing Pincer's miserable growl coming from the flame, Bugsy shouted anxiously. Hearing the words, Pincer, who was in great pain, condensed yellow energy in his mouth and finally fired it in the form of a beam, hitting Monferno, who continued to use flamethrower. It was seriously injured. But all this didn't matter. Because after Pincer's destruction ray, his eyes lit up and he fell down. Pincer lost his ability to fight, Monferno won, so the winner is Xiaolong. The referee said without thinking when the result came out. Thank you for your hard work, Pincer. After saying that, Bugsy came to Xiaolong and said to him, this is the hive badge, the proof of defeating me. Thank you. After thanking Bugsy, Xiaolong took Serena out of the Azalea Gym and headed towards the Pokemon Center. When the two arrived at the Pokemon Center, Silver had already taken back his Pokemon and left. P.S. Asking for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 48, Getting Xiaokai's Pikachu. Please collect flowers. Clang, Xiaolong, we don't have enough food. We have to go to the mall to replenish. Serena said after Xiaolong got back the Pokemon that had recovered. Then let's go. When Xiaolong heard that there was not enough food, he went to the store with Serena without any hesitation, bought about 7 days of food and left. It's getting late. Let's have dinner and rest for a day before continuing. Walking on the road, Xiaolong made such a suggestion after noticing the weather. Okay. Serena nodded without any objection. After having dinner with Xiaolong at the restaurant of the Pokemon Center, they went out for a walk. By the way, Serena, where is the next gym closest to us? After taking a walk, Xiaolong asked Serena beside him. Clang, according to the distance. The nearest gym is in Goldenrod City. But Chenglu City is only a little farther than Goldenrod City. It's just that the road is opposite to Goldenrod City. Otherwise, we can go to both gyms together. Serena said after checking the information on the electronic map. When talking about the latter part, I still felt sorry for Xiaolong. It's a pity indeed. But there's nothing we can do about it. You can't have it all. Xiaolong, who was also somewhat helpless, said this and stopped talking. Only Serena was left to ponder the philosophical words. Before going to bed at night, Xiaolong opened the mall as usual. Blue kiwi *99. Gan mango *99. Green liba *99. Sour papaya *99. Sacred ash *4. By all. Xiaolong, who was not satisfied with the refreshed items this time, shook his head, but still bought them all. After buying them, Xiaolong closed his eyes and rested. The next morning, Xiaolong and Serena headed towards the Goldenrod City, which was the closest to them. Clang, this is Ilex Forest. It is said that the food cooked with charcoal here is delicious. I don't know if it's true. Walking on the road, Serena talked about things related to Ilex Forest. You'll know after you use it. Anyway, how expensive can charcoal be? Xiaolong, who is not in a hurry to make money, speaks with confidence. Clang, that's not necessary. Serena, who is frugal, doesn't want to waste money on such things. It's really unnecessary. Okay then. But how about staying in Ilex Forest for 2 days? I also want to see if there are any rare and hard to see Pokemon here. Seeing that Serena didn't want to spend unnecessary money, Xiaolong had to give up. But he said that he wanted to stay here for a few more days. Clang, I have no objection. Serena nodded without any objection to this. Just like that, the two decided to walk around Ilex Forest. Although they encountered many Pokemon during the period, there were no rare ones. They were all common Pokemon such as Caterpie and Weedle that you can usually encounter. Although he saw a Farfetch'd on the way, he could not capture it. After all, this Farfetch'd had a trainer, which made Xiaolong very helpless. He had to go to the Pokemon Center in Ilex Forest with Serena to rest. Xiaokai's Pikachu. Premier Ball *100. Master Ball *1. Black Belt *3. Full Point Potion *15. I bought them all. Xiaolong, who was resting on Serena's lap, saw the items that appeared in the mall this time, and his face showed excitement. He bought the items directly. Name, former Xiaokai's Pikachu. Attribute, electric. Gender, male. Ability, static electricity. Qualification, red. Strength, 45, elite. Skills, omitted. I didn't expect that the first time I saw a red qualified Pokemon was actually my own. But I have to say that the qualifications of the red qualified Pokemon in the game are really high. I guess no Pokemon is lower than orange. There may be gold qualified Pokemon. After reading the information of the red qualified Pikachu, Xiaolong couldn't help but have such thoughts in his heart. Clang, Xiaolong, it's time for us to have lunch. It's getting late. Serena, who didn't know that Xiaolong had many thoughts in his heart, looked at the time and reminded him. Oh. Okay. Let's go. When he heard that it was time for lunch, Xiaolong quickly got up and went to the restaurant with Serena. After lunch, the two rested for an hour, and then continued to look for rare Pokemon in Ilex Forest. Piku. Perhaps it was God's blessing this time. The two had just been looking for Pokemon for a while when they heard the familiar Piku's growl. So they looked at each other and hurried to the direction where the sound came from. Soon they arrived at their destination, where they saw the Piku. This Piku's ears seemed different from the others. After observing for a while, Serena noticed that this Piku had piercing ears, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Name, Piku with piercing ears. Attribute, electricity. Gender, female. Ability, static electricity. Qualification, orange. Strength, level 30, advanced. Skills, omitted. Serena, you already have a Piku. Give this one to me. After reading the information about Piku with piercing ears, Xiaolong said to Serena, who looked surprised. Okay. Serena, who already had a Piku, had no intention of taming this Piku with piercing ears, even though it was different from other Piku. Piku. The Piku, who was curious about the two, started to scold them when he saw that Xiaolong and Serena had made such a hasty decision about their fate. But SERENA didn't understand at all. She just thought that the angry Pico was cute. As for Xiaolong, who could understand? He didn't care about the scolding at all. After all, he could get such a good Pokemon in all aspects. And being scolded wouldn't lose any meat. Xiaolong didn't care at all. Okay. I'll give you something good to eat. Can you stop being angry? Although he thought that the angry Pico was cute, Xiaolong didn't want to keep him angry, but chose to use food to captivate him. As he said that, Xiaolong gave SERENA a look, asking her to take out the ketchup that Pico usually liked to eat. Seeing what Xiaolong meant, SERENA took out the ketchup without hesitation and gave it to Xiaolong. Here. This is a good thing. Xiaolong opened the ketchup can and gave it to Pico. Pico, who didn't care at first, couldn't stop eating after taking a bite and ate all the ketchup in one go. Pico. After eating all the ketchup, Pico said that he was willing to follow Xiaolong. And it was definitely not for the ketchup. Of course, ketchup was one of the reasons why Pico was willing to follow. But it was more because of the friendly attitude of Xiaolong and SERENA. And more importantly, the affinity that Xiaolong had with the power of Changpan. Otherwise, Pico would not agree to follow Xiaolong so easily. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Have fun reading every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Chapter 49, Celebi suddenly appears. Please collect flowers. Of course, ketchup is indeed one of the reasons why Pico is willing to follow, but it is more about the friendly attitude of Xiaolong and SERENA, and more importantly, the affinity that comes with the power of evergreen that Xiaolong possesses. Otherwise, Pico would not agree to follow Xiaolong so easily. Come in the Pokeball. Seeing that Pico agreed to follow him, Xiaolong smiled and took out the Pokeball and successfully captured it. After capturing Pico, it may not want to be in the Pokeball, so it jumped out immediately. Pico Pico. The Pico that jumped out said to Xiaolong and SERENA while gesturing. Clang, Xiaolong, what does Pico mean? SERENA, who couldn't understand what Pico was going to say, asked Xiaolong. She knew that Xiaolong must understand. It asked us to follow it. Xiaolong, who understood what Pico meant, translated it for SERENA. Pico. When Pico saw that his trainer understood, his eyes lit up, and then he jumped to the ground, leading the two to a certain place. Follow me. After calling SERENA, Xiaolong chased after him. Seeing this, SERENA had to follow him with a little helplessness. About half an hour later, the two followed Pico to a temple, which made Xiaolong and SERENA look at each other, not knowing what to say. They didn't expect Pico to bring them to the temple. Pico, is there anything special here? You must bring us here. After looking at each other for a while, SERENA asked. Pico Pico. Pico heard SERENA's doubts and said something there. It asked us to wait a moment. We will know it naturally when the time comes. Knowing that SERENA didn't understand Pico's meaning, Xiaolong translated for her when it started to explain. Rabbi. As Xiaolong finished speaking, before SERENA could speak, a space-time wormhole suddenly appeared in front of them, and then a Celebi appeared from it, constantly talking to the two of them. And he looked very anxious. As if something big was going to happen. And Celebi did not give Xiaolong and SERENA a chance to be surprised or speak. And then he used his ability to send the two of them and the piercing Pico away. Clang, where is this? Xiaolong and SERENA, who were sent away by Celebi, looked at the unfamiliar scene in front of them. And were all confused. I don't know. I guess only Celebi can explain it. But where did Celebi go? Xiaolong, who was looking at the surrounding situation, really didn't know where this was. After all, the place in front of him was a castle. And it was an ancient castle that was popular many years ago. Pitch Pico. The piercing Pico called out as SERENA and the others looked at the surrounding environment. Then he ran in a certain direction in front of them. "We can only follow and see," the two helpless Piku said at the same time, and hurried to follow it. Not long after, the two followed Piku to a vast forest and grassland, where they saw many wild Pokemon. Among them, there are many legendary Pokemon like Hyatron, an ordinary Pokemon. Clang, there are so many rare Pokemon here. Did Celebi let us come here just to see them? Serena was stunned by the number of rare Pokemon that appeared in front of her. I don't know. But it's definitely not as simple as letting us see these Pokemon. Let's observe the situation first. Knowing that Celebi must want to say something, Xiaolong looked at the surrounding environment while thinking about what Celebi meant by sending them to this unknown period of time. Yet, Serena nodded and agreed with Xiaolong's approach of observing first. The two sat nearby. Their eyes kept scanning the surroundings, fearing that something unexpected would happen if they were not careful. Piku was the same, watching the surrounding situation very vigilantly. After a long time, the two Pokemon found that there was nothing unusual, and they were relieved and confused at the same time. Boom! Just as Xiaolong and Serena were wondering why Celebi asked them to come here, 3 flying Pokemon appeared in the sky not far away. One of the Pokemon was almost completely black, and the other was almost completely white. They were fighting against a Pokemon that was spitting out frost breath. The battle between the 3 Pokemon was earth-shattering. The Pokemon on the ground were all injured by the battle. Some were seriously injured and unconscious, and some died directly. Xiaolong and Serena felt very uncomfortable. I think I know why Celebi sent us here. They should find a way for us to stop the battle between the 3 Pokemon. Otherwise, many Pokemon living here and in other places will be killed silently by them. Xiaolong sighed and said his guess. Clang! I think so too. Serena nodded, who thought the same as Xiaolong. Piku, you go into the Pokeball first to hide. Seeing that Serena and he thought the same, Xiaolong was not surprised. He took out the Pokeball and put the Piku in it. Knowing the seriousness of the situation, Piku didn't refuse, nor did he suddenly show up to play tricks, which made Xiaolong and the others feel relieved. Chiang, what should we do specifically? Serena asked when Piku entered the Pokeball. Use this. Xiaolong, who had already thought of a solution, took out a large basket of shrunken Pokeballs from his backpack, which stunned Serena, but also let her know Xiaolong's solution. Chiang, will those wild Pokemon be obedient? Serena asked again after a pause. You'll know if you try it. Xiaolong replied without thinking too much. Then he picked up a large basket of Pokeballs and went in the direction of those wild Pokemon. He met Pokemon on the way and Xiaolong had a friendly exchange. In addition to the current situation, and the power of Changpan in Xiaolong, those wild Pokemon believed Xiaolong's words and were collected by him with Pokeballs. Serena, come and help. Noticing Serena was stunned, Xiaolong woke her up and asked her to come and help. Oh. Okay. Serena came to her senses and used Pokeball with Xiaolong to collect nearby Pokemon. Then the two watched the Pokemon fleeing in the aftermath of the battle between the 3 Pokemon and soaring in the sky, and captured them one by one with Pokeball. Of course, there were a few who were unwilling. But when Xiaolong and Serena explained the situation, those wild Pokemon had to agree to save their lives. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 50, Unova 3 Dragons Appear. Of course, there were a few who were unwilling, but after Xiaolong and Serena explained the situation, those wild Pokemon who wanted to save their lives had to agree. It seems that there are no other Pokemon. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. An hour later, Xiaolong, who had used Pokeball to collect all the wild Pokemon he could see, lay on the ground. Clang, yes. But what are the 3 Pokemon in soaring in the sky? They are so powerful. Serena, who was also exhausted, breathed a sigh of relief. But she was curious about the identity of the 3 Pokemon that were still fighting and soaring in the sky. God knows. They are too far away, and it is impossible to tell what Pokemon they are. Plus, this is the past. There is no way to judge. But what is certain is, those 3 Pokemon must be legendary Pokemon. Xiaolong, who already had a guess in his mind, said. Clang, indeed. Except for the legendary Pokemon. No Pokemon can be so powerful. Serena believed what Xiaolong said. After all, except for the legendary Pokemon. Ordinary Pokemon has never seen such great destructive power. Although she has not seen the legendary Pokemon's full-strength attack. She thinks it is just like this. FK. Run. Just when the 2 were resting, 3 Pokemon in the sky approached here while fighting. Xiaolong was scared and pulled Serena's hand and ran farther. The speed was like a rocket. And the person disappeared in a flash. Not long after the 2 ran away. 3 Pokemon hit this side. Luckily, the Pokemon here have been taken away by Xiaolong with Pokeball. Otherwise, I don't know how many wild Pokemon would die. At the same time, Xiaolong and the other 2 also missed a chance to see the 3 Pokemon clearly, because they had already hit the ground, and their appearances were clearly visible. The leading Pokemon fighting 2 Pokemons was a grey Pokemon standing on 2 legs. It had a unique ice blue thorn nose, and no pupils could be seen in its light green eyes. It had a yellow crown on its head, and its face and jaw were also ice blue. It was similar to a broken icicle spear, which stretched upward to form 2 ice horns. It also had a long grey neck and grey body, and each of its 2 arms had 2 fingers, which were very small and connected to 2 ice wings. The ends of its wings were flat sections, and each had 2 ice spikes. Its feet were relatively slender, and there was no energy-generating structure at the end of its tail, only 3 ice spikes. Moreover, its body was asymmetrical, with the left horn, left wing, and left jaw longer than the right. This obvious feature was Kyurem. As for the other Pokemon that was all white and the other one that was all black, there was no doubt that they must be Reshiram and Zekrom. After all, apart from them, no one else would have this feature. And they would fight with Kyurem. It was a pity that the little dragon that escaped was not seen with his own eyes, otherwise he would have secretly cried out in regret. Kyurem! You can't absorb both of us at the same time. Give up. Don't you feel guilty for the deaths of those Pokemon in the previous battle? Zekrom and Reshiram, who did not want to continue fighting, said at the same time because they caused the deaths of other Pokemon. Humph! What does their life and death have to do with me? Of course, he said so. Kyurem stopped attacking without thinking, which made Zekrom and Reshiram breathe a sigh of relief at the same time. He thought silently in his heart, "You damned Sundara, you are obviously guilty in your heart, but you still pretend not to care at all. Humph! Let's go." Just when the black and white Opalucid was complaining about Kyurem in his heart, Kyurem spoke. After saying this, he flew back to his home. There shouldn't be any Pokemon here, right? Zekrom watched Kyurem leave, and found that there was no Pokemon or Pokemon corpses around. He was stunned for a moment and looked at Reshiram. Someone should have saved them. I just don't know who it is. Reshiram, who didn't notice Xiaolong and Serena, replied. Then he turned into a white stone and disappeared. Seeing this, Zekrom turned into a black stone and disappeared with them. After the 3 dragons disappeared for a while, they found that Xiaolong and Serena, who had stopped fighting, had sneaked back. The 2 observed for a while, and saw that there was really no danger, so they released those wild Pokemon from the Pokeball, which made Xiaolong so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe. After all, there were more than 20,000 Pokeballs, and just like that, except for the master ball that was left, all were gone, and Xiaolong couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Fortunately, Hiatran was willing to follow it, which made Xiaolong feel much better and made Serena envious. After all, Hiatran was also a half-legendary Pokémon. Just when the two released all the Pokémon, their bodies were sucked into the space-time wormhole, and they returned to their own world in a short while, but it was already night at that time. Go back to the Pokémon Center. Seeing them return to their own world, Xiaolong said slowly. He pulled Serena to the Pokémon Center. Rabbi. Not long after the two left, a tired-looking Celebi appeared. It looked in the direction where Xiaolong and Serena left, and then disappeared. From beginning to end. The two never saw Celebi again. The next morning, after breakfast, the two went to Goldenrod City. On the way, Xiaolong took a look at the flash sale mall while eating lunch. Normal Pokeball *99. Great Ball *99. Ultra Ball *99. Luxury Ball *99. Premier Ball *99. Does the system know that I'm short of Pokeballs now, so all the refreshes are Pokeballs? Forget it, why bother so much, it's what I need anyway. Thinking of the Pokeballs that were used yesterday and could no longer be used, Xiaolong felt a little sad. And bought all the Pokeballs without hesitation. After buying all the Pokeballs, Xiaolong looked at Hiatran, who was getting along happily with Staraptor and the others in the distance, and felt very satisfied. But Xiaolong remembered that he had not read the other party's message, so he immediately used his insight eyes. Name, Hiatran. Attribute, Fire, Steel. Gender, Female. Ability, Flash Fire. Qualification, Orange. Strength, Level 91, Quasi-Champion. Skills, Omitted. Very good. When Xiaolong saw the strength column, his eyes lit up. Because it means that it has more immediate combat power. When it is lacking, it can be supplemented in time, so that it will not be lacking in combat power. 10 days passed in a blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Xiaolong got the same 5 Pokeballs from the flash sale mall, which made him a little speechless. But he didn't mind, and bought all these Pokeballs. Clang, Xiaolong. We will be in Shengluo City soon. I don't know if the news that Entei can be seen near Shengluo City is true. Serena, who was beside Xiaolong, was full of expectations when she saw the city in front of her. P.S. Ask for flowers, collections, and various free tickets. Read books every day during the National Day. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points.